Yeah, it does grind out, though, one of those strategist ultimates, and with a lot of cap pressure for Luminosity, they're being very patient, hunting and pecking at this Team Pep's defense. Naga now in here, diving into the backline, forces the second strategist ultimate. Luminosity have their own, and to double down, there's nothing left here for Team Peps in terms of strategist ultimates to stay alive on the point. 2 will be available for Luminosity, so they have a huge advantage in holding this point.
Feast of the Abyss for Trust Me could be a big one. It does have a little bit of burst damage of a component that could hit pretty hard. Shu's forced out in the open here. He knows he needs to be the token defense, but he gets brought down by Rajaro. Absolutely merciless is the Finn here and cutting down the opposition. Take it. There it is. Big value with that Meteor and Rajaro flattens Switch and Leaf, and Luminosity are going to have this point and ready to get on the road awfully quick by comparison.
And Luminosity are showing what they can do with this composition, right? On a map type and a situation where they're less cut out by that Wolverine not being punished so quickly into the fight, you know, you're giving Naga and Sestroid a little bit more time to work, and they're showing you what you can do.
And again, we can see like there's almost a transactional element to how that fight went, Jake. How many of these strategist ultimates can we force out without duelist ultimates and still win? That was dirty. Man Cannon catches Crook out as Luminosity aren't quite in formation. Pep's able to find a nice pick, and Shu's getting close to another Meteor M themselves. This gets a little bit messy. Hardest now is going to go for Galactic Legend. Is there anything to shut this down? Naga's so dirty. Hits him with a standard crossbow bolt. Garden variety stuff from the Psylocke to end the Star-Lord.
Yeah, Rajaro as well hit the mini stun from that Magneto to push him and deny him a little bit damage. The follow-up was instant, and that's some of the risk of Star-Lord. He pumps damage, but he is potentially vulnerable in that ultimate. Team Peps again forced into a very defensive strategist ultimate. The response from Magneto, Team Peps trying to double down, trying to continue this fight, but Legendary's too oppressive here. Team Peps are forced into the small room. They cannot stay on the objective, and the cart's rolling here.
Shu, without that bulwark, would have died instantly there to that Galactic Legend. Here it comes, Feast of the Abyss. Bam! Trust Me gets 2 for 1 with that ability. Again, the healing resources of Peps so taxed that now the Venom's able to run roughshod over them. Switch has this Fate of Both Worlds right now, but it doesn't feel all that impactful this late. Trust Me has shields for days. First from the Feast of the Abyss. Secondly, of course, from that E. The lower you are, the more shield you get. It's something you've got to be aware of when you're trying to take Venom on.
And Team Peps, they went for the Eye of Agamotto there. Big risk, and it doesn't pay off. They are going to swap back to the Venom, but Luminosity with a pretty significant ult bank, charging forward to the end of this second point. And this is a very difficult fight that Team Peps are facing, and pretty much the map on the line right now. Luminosity aren't going to give them the opportunity to even set up. They're diving straight into the backline. They're really pushing the tempo on this dive comp.
Okay, here comes Destroyed. Shu flattened. I am loving this turn of pace from Luminosity. It's absurd how different the game looks now when it's not being sort of predicated on what Wolverine can do. Hardest does not want any of that smoke, bro. He is boosting on out of there. Destroyed has cleared the way for Luminosity and has dealt with a potentially pesky flanker. But into the next fight, Leaf does have that Kraken impact. Peps needs something big here to turn the tides. And Trust Me, it's such a nuisance. Another Feast of the Abyss available. Now Galactic Legend's going to come in from Hardest. It has to be big. Kraken impact from Leaf. What can Peps do to stop Luminosity in their tracks? Not a whole lot against this Fate of Both Worlds, Jake. There is so much healing for LG. And they combine it here with even more. That's an invisible barrier getting thrown up by Natlocks here, but it doesn't seem to have slowed Luminosity down very much at all.
Yeah, they're buying time here on the point. Stalling it out close to their spawn is big, but Legendary online here for Destroyed, starting to carve out the backline and finds the kill on Magneto just before the Stratus ultimate could get to him. Losing a crucial Vanguard is going to make this more difficult for Team Peps. They do still have that Venom ultimate available to deploy if they want to recommit. It's Luminosity's turn, though, to go back in with the help of that Mantis, and with the Strategist ultimate, it's a little bit of overwhelming pressure right now. Team Peps struggling to stay on the cart, struggling to hold down this defensive position.
Yeah, that Soul Resurgence for Crook could be crucial, but they're under a lot of pressure, and Teemo's actually finally able to get in and deal with the backline. Even with the threat, the CC and the sleep, they're able to break through it. Rajaro trying to swing that big iron and stop Teemo, but this Venom is out of control. Finally, Peps get a stop, and honestly, we've only got about a minute left in the game. LG have a Dance of the Butterfly coming up and a Meteor M to work with, Jake. They're going to have to make use of those to try and end the map.
Natlock's already to 95% to the next ultimate. This Invisible Woman is farming so hard, charging the ultimate so quickly. I don't think Luminosity are going to expect this. If they go with that signature ultra aggression, they have a couple more seconds, but I think the Invisible Woman's going to be able to defend. And Team Peps, that was a heroic defense. I mean, that fight was really difficult for them in terms of the ult bank.
And they've got an invisible boundary here as well. This is huge, especially against their Dance of the Butterfly. Destroyed's already down. Hardest is able to pick him off, and that is perfect for Peps. What a time, Jake, to stabilize in the best way possible. Leaf has also since switched back to the Wolverine, right? So Luminosity now have to deal with that. The last stand is available, but with 15 seconds left, you may as well chase down some of these kills and try to stagger them out. Hardest doesn't overextend though. Luminosity have maybe half a decent fight here. They're desperately trying to get back in position.
Yeah, they have one more big shot at this with another ultimate advantage. Last
Triple
time it
Vanguard.
wasn't enough. Hold on. Strange from the backline, though, TPing behind, complicating this fight for Team Peps as they try to defend.
Fuck. Jake, Naga had to switch to Strange just to get the portal. It gave the triple Vanguard effect here, but who's great against those? It's Wolverine. Naga gets instantly punished for switching over to that Vanguard, taken down. Trust me, he's able to find that corrosive connection here onto one of those, and Switch is down as well. Peps have run out of gas here, and Luminosity finally come up with the goods. They go for it. They make the portal play here with Naga switching back to the Psylocke, and they're going to get themselves through this part of the map, but they're not done yet.
Yeah, they have to make a bit more push, but remember, their defense at this part of the map was so strong. This is going to be an awkward place for Team Peps to fight. They don't get to make use of this final room. This is really the last stronghold of the defending team. They've got to come out on the streets phase, as Luminosity was able to successfully do, but could be difficult here with the Wolverine.
Luminosity, though, have got the tools they need. Namely, the Lunar Snow ultimate and a Meteor M here to burst some people down. Also, it's not terrible to throw inside an invisible boundary, but that's a bit of a gamble at times. Teemo dives in, stunned up briefly, still going to have access to about 1,000 shielding when they're nice and low. So there will be the threat of the Venom shutdown for now, but there's a Wolverine in the backline. Trust me, does get picked off. Hardest is able to CC and shut down that dive.
Yeah, but the Venom did pull enough attention to get the cart rolling forward a bit. So Luminosity going to slow the fight down. Their spawn is right here, remember. So losing a hero here and there is not going to be too costly. It's Team Peps, they're constantly looking, chasing after all these flankers. Luminosity hunting and pecking from all sides. This is a very high pressure situation for Team Peps.
25 seconds left. Kraken impact at the ready for Hardest if he needs to shut something down. But here comes the Psylocke. That's a little bit scary. It's going to have to be a fate of both worlds here. Out of Fate themselves and invisible boundary, from Natlock. So big support ultimate for both sides. And now the Dance of the Butterfly comes in as Naga thinks he's found a window of no healing. And he might be right. Shu gets brought down as they were going for a Meteor Rim. And that Kraken impact is causing all sorts of problems. Fate is down. Hardest trying to play it safe here, look for resets, but it gets caught out by Trust Me. Destroyed is actually the one that's able to bring down the Winter Soldier. And Teemo is so healthy in such a good spot. But Destroyed over on the card is trying to shove it forward now, dealing with Natlocks, and there's no backline. Peps have to walk a long way out of spawn to stop this card, and I don't know if Shu can get there. Burst down, and Luminosity takes Shin Shibuya.
Evening up the series 1-1, Mitch. We've got a series on our hands. We talked about this being a must-win map for Luminosity. It was close, but they were able to deliver. Still, though, I got to give it to Team Peps, man. Some of those fights that were so difficult for them with very few ultimates, they're still able to clutch up. So I think on maps where this Wolverine and Hardest with the Bucky are able to be effective and be dominant, I think this is a pretty scary comp to look at. Destroyed, though, dropping almost 40k damage. That is absurd on the Star-Lord.
I mean, look at some of these healing numbers. They're a little bit out of head. I mean, Switch with 62k.
No, just 62,000 heals. It's yeah, this is normal. That's don't you heal that much in every game, Mitch?
Not cool. Honestly, a little bit more at the 30k level here. Obviously, Crook, showing us what the Mantis can do, I think, in terms of having that CC, but also subtly empowering some of those teammates, to hit just a little bit harder. It's something that it's not always easy to see the impact of, but it's definitely one of the reasons why you want to bring Mantis in, even if some have said in the past that she's fallen out of favor, fallen out of the meta a little bit. That subtle impact has been probably a really big difference maker.
Gentlemen, awesome stuff from Luminosity. I was getting a little bit worried for them, and then all of a sudden they're able to capture that second point. Jake, this is a snowball game, and they just rolled it through. Can we start, though, with the Mantis pick? This is something we've seen from Crook in Map 1 and now Map 2. Is this purely to counter the Wolverine, or are they trying to figure out what other strategists they can put on the map?
I mean, I think they really believe in the comp, and I don't think Mantis is weak in the end, right? Like, the ultimate still is incredibly powerful, sustain, keeps everybody up, allows people to dive in super aggressively. But I think in general, it speaks to Luminosity's game plan, their approach right now to Marvel Rivals. They really want to emphasize the duelists, like their ability to flank and hit from all sides and just poke away at you until you give up a free kill. So yeah, like maybe the ultimate fights aren't quite as dominant as something like Loki and Luna Snow, being able to stabilize through everything. But at the same time, time, there's more playmaking potential in the low ulti fights.
As we take a look at some of the best moments from this game, awesome stuff from production. This is day one, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, we are now up and running on the YouTube, so hit that subscribe button. You can get all of the VODs instantly after the matches. I thought we were going to see some full holds potentially at the start of this game. It starts to drag out. Now seeing Zestroid and what he can do on the Star-Lord with Naga comboing on the Psylocke. Is Luminosity more dangerous than what you thought after map 1, Uber?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Map 1 is a tough one. It definitely feels like Luminosity never really get going. And again, once you get control of one of those domination points, and then you have like a metric buttload of healing, the capturing first point first is so much more important, I think, in this game than maybe some others, because it's really hard to shift you off. Here, though, I think we get to see like where you can find windows where the Star-Lord can get value. It's not about assuming 100% of the time your opponents are going to have, those big healing ultimates. You do find opportunities, and even if they're in play, right? Even if there is like a Fate of Both Worlds active, there are opportunities to try and go for players that aren't currently inside that field. You don't always need this from Rajaro, which was awesome. If you group up in that side room and you're suffering against a Meteor M, you're probably going to get blown to smithereens here. Notice a Bulwark being given to Zestroid there, able to go in and get just some absurd amount of damage. I think as time goes on as well, you're probably going to see a lot of these strategies looked at, and maybe sort of will see these big ultimates come out less frequently. And so players with skill sets like Zestroid are only going to find more and more success because there are going to be more pronounced windows in which to go in for that burst damage, to go in for those assassinations and give your team the player advantage.
Hardest with some nice plays of his own. The Star-Lord gets revenge after being shut down by Loki, the copycatting Luna. It's been fun so far, and it's only going to spice up from here. The French get map picked next. Jake, what's in their wheelhouse? What plays to the comp they love to run?
I mean, as this map was so close, right? And we look at the map score and we say, okay, it's an even series from here. But you have to imagine, if we take this to another domination map, another close quarters situation where Leaf can play the Wolverine, maybe that swings this right back in Pep's favor. Like, this was a 200-0 domination map. Like, that's way more than you would expect, even for a dominant win with teams of high caliber. You'd have expected Luminosity to flip the point here and there when they get the ultimate tempo in their favor, but not so. So I mean, based on map 1, I just feel like probably Peps are going to take us back to domination. But this is also an opportunity for Peps. If they've got anything else they've cooked up in the lab, you can kind of take us wherever you want now. So this is the opportunity for teams to show us what they've been working on, what they've been scrimming, where they feel they are the most effective. This is our chance for Peps to really set their identity as a team and show what they've got.
Yeah, Hell's Heaven or Burning Charla, 2 map opportunities here. I think you can take us to, if you want to obviously get us into a control map. I do think these comps are really interesting because in the past we've seen Vanguards picked that really sort of fulfill the same sort of purpose in game. So you're playing a point comp, you take Double Shield, you take Strange and Magneto. Really, standard, very strong setup. Sometimes you see like the Hulk mixed in there as well because that team up's very powerful. But now we're seeing like an anchor tank. And, then someone who can die, right? We're seeing a Venom that wants to, start to harass in the backline and actually join up with someone like a Star-Lord or a Psylocke and give your team this dive component as well. So you have, a more static core of your team that's going to maybe be playing around the Magneto who really just wants to take that space slowly. And then you've got, some of your duelists that go in with the Venom on the other side. You're almost playing 2 styles at once, and because obviously 6 players, you can obviously have your healers split their attention between them. I also think that one of the reasons why we're seeing a lot of Mantis is because she can over time heal that Venom while they're going in for that dive, and the healing lasts for quite a decent duration, enough time that the Venom can then use the shield, buy more time, come on back and get more healing from the Mantis. So it does give you that flexibility. Mantis is pretty good at healing those dive tanks as they come back for a pit stop.
As a former Doomfist, Venom is right up my gameplay strategy. I want to get in there, have a button that just saves me. I can instantly get all of my health back and then swing out with no problem. Jake, you've protected it twice, though, if you're Luminosity. Peps and their coaching staff has to be onto this, right? Does Luminosity fall apart if you remove Venom from their composition?
I mean, it's a fair point. I do think Venom is the best in the game in terms of that exact role of like holding the attention of the enemy team, assisting duelists as they come in and hit from the sides. And that has been right in the wheelhouse that Luminosity has been playing for every game. At the same time, Peps also has been using the Venom to great effect. They're a little bit less committed on the dives and using the Venom more for something called vision aggro. You know, a lot of players at home might be familiar with damage and stuns, control, things like that. Pretty straightforward concepts. But at this level of play, it's also critically important to just distract the opponent. So a lot of the times for Peps, when they're going with the Venom, it's less all in of a commitment. They're not necessarily expecting to get kills on that dive, but they're forcing resources. They're forcing attention. They're able to maybe hold the objective a little bit longer. And so I do think both teams, although they have different stylistic preferences, they're both using the Venom well. So I have to imagine for Team Peps, you could be in and out thinking Luminosity needs this more than we do. At the same time, I think it's also reasonable for Peps to think, hey, like we're both getting value out of this. We're just approaching it in different ways. And Peps, I don't think they should lose faith in the strategy they've shown so far. The series is 1-1, and you got to think map 2, extremely close. Map 1, extremely dominant for Team Peps. Like if I'm the coaching staff, I'm the players on Peps, I say, you know what? It can happen. Shinchibuya is not our map. Just keep running it. Our strat is going to win this series.
Uber, I wanted to know, after watching 2 maps, where does Leaf stack up with Luminosity's duelist without Wolverine? Because he had to switch off the Wolverine a few times during that last map.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to see if they actually picked up the Star-Lord and tried to go with something like that. But that was actually hardest that had sort of picked that up here. So I haven't seen enough really of Leaf's hero pool outside of that to sort of say. I think that Wolverine definitely feels like a bit of a specialist hero right now, Puckett, in that like, you know, some teams have those players that are just incredible Wolverines, and it's a skill set that can be a little bit awkward to pick up because there are a lot of minutiae, a lot of small bits of tech you got to understand if you're going to be able to abduct people, you know, adequately. So I'm gonna sort of delay that judgment until we see maybe a bit more, maybe Midtown as the map where we get to see a bit more of that hero pool.
I want to see more Bucky. That's all I'm saying, Jake. Big shout out to the Great Gator in the chat. Long time no see, friend. He says, great stream quality. It's insane. Well done, Hexagrams, Solomon, ZP, and everyone behind the scenes. I'm having a great time. If you're just joining us, we are going into map 3, and you can see it's Midtown. So we're going to see maybe some more Invisible Woman, I assume, Jake. Will we see more Mantis on this map?
I mean, Luminosity have been committed to the strategy so far. I do think for Team Peps, though, if we're saying about Leaf, I mean, we've seen a really impressive Wolverine from him, but I feel like historically, knowing, you know, Leaf as a player, being successful in the genre previously, I just feel like he's not going to be a limited player. You know, he's not all in on the Wolverine. He brings the heat on that character. It's a very serious threat, but he's not scared to swap off and bring something else if he needs to. He's got the mechanical skill, the aim skill to play some of these more conventional aim heroes. That being said, though, I think for Luminosity, if you force him off that Wolverine, at least now the ball is in your court. Like you kind of, for Luminosity, you want this game to be all about aim, all about, you know, these high mobility duelists. That's what they've chosen to pick. That's their strong suit. And so I think if they can get kind of a mirror match in that style, they're going to be generally happy.
We're going to have our player protective bands coming up in just a moment. We have Nevix, who's going to be featured in our next match. He's playing for Virtus Pro, currently scouting out the competition. Shout out to Gigalord. I'm here to root against the French, aren't we all? Unless I'm just kidding.
Whoa, you're not include me in that.
Fans in the chat.
Carmine Core, I didn't mean it. It was a Reddit clip. I was joking.
Just that guy.
Peps, I don't parlez-vous français. Let's talk a little bit about Midtown though, and what we see coming, as this is going to be Pep's pick. So Uber, I'm Peps. This is my playground. What are you excited about as a caster? Who's the player you want eyes on?
Okay, yeah, so I want to see what Trust Me can do here if they are going to play the Venom. This is the kind of map where there are some parts that are easy to play that dive style. The second phase of the map, not so much. It's a tunnel that goes down and then up. So I'm curious to see how they adapt to that.
No Loki. Okay, so this I think we're going to see throughout the rest of the series. Without Loki, that enables the Star-Lord, right? You won't have the back-to-back Luna ults. There's the Protect on Venom once again. Do we see a Groot?
This is a very choked out map, though. I honestly think, okay, the Namor comes out. I think this is exactly what Hardest wants on the Namor. I mean, there was this really impressive, and you got to think with Luminosity constantly loving to play the double flanking duelist, Namor is really the perfect hero to shut it down. I'd be curious if we don't see potentially a Luna Snowband to deny the team up. You've already taken the Loki, so there's not going to be a double dance floor, but at the same time, maybe you want to block the team up now that Namor's been protected.
I don't mind
Get
that.
rid of the cold squid.
Yeah, obviously, like one half of, you might want to secure Lunar Snow here to get a good team up, with the Namor. So that might be a consideration. But banning out at that point, like a total of 3 strategists, which is. Pardon?
No.
Okay.
No ban.
I've seen this
ban,
before.
all right.
Yeah, I've seen teams elect not to ban.
Like, we're good with this.
I feel like
I'm down
generally
to have
this is a
Luna.
mistake. I generally think like surely there's something you could ban, right? Like I've seen teams do it before, and they just don't know what to ban. That they don't want to take something out that they might need to use. But like
Ban
something
Wolverine.
like Wolverine, exactly. It's just such an obvious, like why not? We've seen how annoying Leaf can be on that. Midtown is, I think a map where Wolverine could work. There's a lot of corners, a lot of tight angles where Wolverine can be kind of camping on some piece of cover and grab you as soon as you swing the corner.
Wild stuff. Chat, once again, we love the French here on Marvel's Rivals Fight Night. Please go ahead and drop the follow button. We are live on YouTube as well. Hit the subscribe. This is night 1, and we are just getting started. Match number 1 of 4 coming up next. Finzi, the great Icelandic champion, puts his record on the line in a $1,000 matchup against the winner of this one. Team Peps has been in control. Can they take the lead back? We hand the mic over to Uber Jake.
Thank you very much. Pocket straight away, of course. We are likely to have a teleporter set up. This is a Trust Me TP. They're on defense right now, so we'll see what the actual plan was supposed to be with that one.
This TT is a classic, actually.
So it's the backside of the. Can they not walk through that?
This is 50. I don't think you can get out. Like the fact that these are pro players, if they're not finding a way out, there's no other way out. Like they just wait it out. That might need to be looked at the patch, though. That's a little ridiculous.
That is extremely cheeky from Trust Me. Okay, and put it past Luminosity to go for something like that. Either way, we're going to take the high ground here, and I want to point out we do have the Magneto and the Groot set up here for Pep. So do they want to take the higher ground? Because again, it's equally accessible to attackers as it is defenders here, or you just don't want to get rained down on by this poke damage, especially with Namor on the other side of the field now. So much of this fight should happen across this bridge.
And Luminosity have just made a complete 180. We talked about them being this like dive team. They're always going to dive in. They're always going to, play this high-paced comp. Now they've 180 to 100% into a very heavy poke comp with the Bucky and the Namor. I think this is the reason they didn't ban this Wolverine. They want Leaf to play Wolverine. They have monstrous amounts of poke and peel from these duelists. It's going to be much more difficult for Leaf to get in this kind of lineup that Luminosity are defending with.
Yeah, look, Trust Me can just take to the skies if there's any threat, and Leaf doesn't even bother going for a feral leap there. Didn't have enough cooldown anyway. Now though, he'll try it, and Trust Me, okay, has a bulwark applied to them, but it expires. Oh, just kept in midair for just long enough. Hardest is able to find the final blow there. Destroyed has already built up a Kraken impact though, so there will be an opportunity to go hog wild on them, but an invisible boundary is already ready here for Natlocks. A lot of those key strategies ultimates online for the attackers here, and my goodness, Luminosity getting bowled over.
That's such a ridiculous pick from Leaf. And as much as Luminosity, I think we're letting that Wolverine through, thinking, we're going to peel this out. We'll deal with it. I think Trust Me's like, guys, maybe we made a mistake after that first fight.
Yeah, again, I mean, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face or stabbed with adamantium claws, I suppose. Trust Me, a very short-lived stint out there trying to contest this payload, and it will be Team Peps. They get the time extension, 1 checkpoint to their name, and we are far from done. These Groot walls make it hard for Rajaro to back away, and they will take a faceful of poke damage. Leaf comes in there from Leaf. They go quite low. Bulwark has to be used to get Rajaro standing. And while there have been no knockouts here, Team Peps have made a heck of a lot of space into this second phase, Jake.
Yeah, and this Namor able to hold on to the flank.
Uh-oh.
That bubble already used. Pretty risky move. Caught. Doesn't have the defense. Oh, does get saved by the strategist, though. Great awareness from Luminosity.
Well, there would have been some serious burst damage coming down. Here's Team Odo in the thick of things. Strangling Prison available, but not necessary as the living walls go to work. Destroyed gets brought down. This is Team Peps here continuing to work off the head of scene they built earlier. Nice mag cannon from Rajaro. Does actually get rid of the invisible woman here for Peps. They've got to go without Natlocks now, but Swish has that healing ultimate. Fate of Both Worlds comes into play, and sort of Horde of Proteus there not really connecting as they'd liked, and Fate gets blown up. That's exactly what you want to see to our Lunar Snow. And Meteor M flattens them.
Naga and Rajaro finding counter pickoffs, but still Team Pep's fighting closer to their own spawn. These trading fights are going to slowly start to go their way. Just a matter of Luminosity Gaming stalling this payload as much as they possibly can. Strange Portal getting some more players back into the fight a little bit more quickly. Seems like Team Peps is cleaning up, but Luminosity's making it awkward, and Destroyed is going to all-in commit here. But he's the last one left fighting. Can he make any more eliminations?
No resets for that Kraken impact here. It's not going to happen. And there it is. Shu able to find the finisher. But of course, it's Leaf coming in with that catch. Now, things get a little bit dicey. We're headed underground, folks. A very claustrophobic part of the map here. And you should expect to see this Eye of Agamotto from Trust Me have no shortage of targets.
Yeah, and there's no defensive ultimates available for Team Pep. So Trust Me has an opportunity to blow this defense wide open, really make a solid hold here in the underground. At the same time, there's always that threat of Leaf's Wolverine to mess up the combo before it can come out.
Okay, here's the Eye of Agamotto over the top.
Pushed away.
I love the knockback. That's so sick. Beautiful for Natlox. Just diverts, Trust Me. Not able to get purchase on that Eye of Agamotto. That's dirty. Rug pulling Luminosity in the strategy they had to win the fight here.
That's massive. Destroyed is back on the Wolverine, so for the first time in the series, we're gonna see a Wolverine mirror trying to challenge Leaf for dominance on the character. A risky play, but they're committing here in this underground, and so many ults being ripped here.
Yeah, Meteor M here coming through, but Hardest falls to Trust Me. Oh, buddy, beautifully done. Shu spots Rajaro in a position where they couldn't throw that screen up to defend themselves. Destroyed gets dug out. The Mad Cannon, crucial to disrupt a Wolverine as they try to go to work. And Team Peps have really hardly experienced a break in stride, and that is an invisible boundary. Gets thrown up here for Team Peps, and hey, they make good use of it.
Yeah, that's a nice cleanup for them. They're on to the third phase, and so far it's been pretty much smooth sailing, seeing why they chose Midtown. Luminosity came in with confidence, let the Wolverine through. Now they're taking the mirror on the comp. But Team Peps are getting a lot of value out of the Groot in these fights. It's proving difficult for Luminosity's Vanguards to be able to navigate through all of these strangling walls.
And we're getting now into a bit more of a sort of straightaway, or at least more like closed off streets. Some access to high ground here, but less than you sort of see at the start of the map. This really means that we're having more of a pitched battle. Destroyed looking for a chance to go in. Doesn't quite connect it. Oh, okay. Nice bulwark use there. Very clever. Rajaro able to shield Destroyed just when they get a little bit low. But no regenerative healing factor available. It's got a pretty high cooldown, over 30 seconds. And Destroyed goes down to the force physics. There's an Eye of Agamotto, catches Shu and Teemo. Frontline stunned up, but honestly, none of the squishy targets affected by that strange ult. And Trust Me, sheepishly, he's got to back away.
Yeah, the Groot wall was able to keep all of the damage follow-up away, even though Groot himself was stunned. He had already gotten his wall online. So this streets phase is really where Groot can light it up. I mean, look, anytime a Vanguard steps up, they get trapped, pulled in, now kidnapped by Wolverine right into the Strategist ultimate. Luminosity trying to double down with ultimates of their own, but Team Peps have a massive bank to work with. Groot, he's waiting out these Strategist ultimates, looking for the final strangling prison.
I mean, that was used on pretty much just the Wolverine. That's how much Teemo values taking Rajaro, or rather Destroyed, out of the game there. Apparently, Meteor M almost claims Crook, but not quite charged up enough. Still, Crook's going to fall, and that is all of the strategists on the side of Luminosity finally brought down with a roar. Team Peps able to break through now and make it very, very hard for Trust Me to get a touch. It will be a map completion for Peps with over a minute left.
Yeah, and for me, Mitch, it's not just the Wolverine difference here with how good Leaf is and clearly, you know, the mastery he's showing on this character. I think it's also, you got to give credit to this Invisible Woman play. You know, for me, Natlox on the Invisible Woman shows a great understanding of the matchup. We saw, you know, in the moment there, Destroyed grab somebody, tried to pull the Groot back to his team, but the Invisible Woman, Natlox, was able to pull that player, pull the Groot back away, save him from the kidnapping attempt. And so, you know, that awareness of the matchup, both sides of it, not only are Peps getting more value as aggressors, but they're also denying Destroyed. And I have to wonder, like, is he going to keep trying to play the Wolverine? Feels like he's getting kind of dominated by this awareness of Team Peps of how to focus fire down that character.
I want to point out, look at the top left of the screen. Only 3 heroes banned in this game. Luminosity elect not to make a ban with their third opportunity. They do, as we saw, try and play some of the Wolverine themselves. That was the question. Can we match the impact of Leaf? I think the answer, at least on that defense side, was a resounding absolutely bloody not.
I love this starting spawn here. It's like actually one of the coolest things in gaming that you spawn in this in the portal room as it, you know, elevators down to the fight.
I mean, I wonder if we get these picks are all troll ones, by the way. Unfortunately, we should expect to see.
No, I think they're gonna play Jeff here, Mitch. I'm pretty sure Jeff's
okay. Sure, you know what? I'm here for it. I will be real. Naga though is going to be on the Storm, so okay. Obviously, Airborne Hero, someone who answers the Namor Wolverine comps really well because they don't have a great way of interacting with her. I guess Namor, to some degree, can try and poke Naga down, but when you have an invisible woman, you can throw a shield up there for Storm, and I'm curious to see how this plays out.
Yeah, Naga gonna commit on a specialist hero of his own. Kidnap attempt on Strange seems to be a failure for now. Still has the shield to get out. Getting pummeled, but with the barrier from Magneto, it's gonna be enough to get him out. And Team Peps are just bunkering in this corner, proving to be super annoying trying to hold on to this objective.
Yeah, but look, the Psionic Vortex from Invisible Woman thrown in there, the poke that comes out from Storm. I think Leaf just attempted to kidnap Naga there. Doesn't quite work out. Rajaro low, able to take to the skies though, and that's some really good healing there from Crook, keeping their shield tank in the game. Now we drop back down. That Storm, again, doing consistent damage over the course of this fight, and being able to apply a slow sometimes is really impactful in Marvel Rivals. Shu gets brought down. Eventually, the war of attrition being won out by Luminosity. Now as Peps are down to 5, but Leaf's able to deal with Destroyed. Now we're even in terms of numbers, and Peps don't seem to want to shift off the card. Once again, Leaf is able to abduct the Magneto. Low as they go, able to get that healing when they need it. Now Meteor M in play though. That's how Trust Me wants to respond, but the connection just isn't there, and there's plenty of healing now. Fate and Crook are both holding onto their ultimates, and Peps need to use one of their own.
Storm ultimate coming in straight into the backline here for Naga, and getting the additional bubble from Magneto. There's no way to stop it. It's a massive cleanup for Naga. Finds 3 eliminations on the play. And Team Peps bunkering in that room, I mean, they are so impressive with how well they can execute that despite the damage pouring in. But this Storm looks to be a kind of a fantastic counter pick against that game style. If you're just going to sit in the room and let Storm pummel you with damage, you're not going to be long for this world with that, you know, Storm's own damage with the aura coming in as well. Team Peps porting right back into a close range engagement.
Okay, TP comes down. Matlock's going to drop in behind the rest of them, and Peps have a pretty safe haven for their backline to play from. But look at this, Luminosity do see them. Trust me, driving a wedge in between front and back lines here for Team Peps, and it's having an effect. Hardison team are good low. Leaf already got taken down, and Luminosity do deal with this scrappy attempt at a re-engage from Peps. Rujaro holds on to an Eye of Agamotto here. No need to make use of it. And that's another successful fight.
Nice stagger.
Well, there's no way they're going to contest this.
Yeah, no touch. That's such a nasty stagger on the Luna Snow. She's not going to be back in the fight for a while. Free capture. And I wonder though, Mitch, do you think this Storm can continue to be successful here on the second point, especially the end? I'm thinking about that underground phase. Might be a little bit more difficult.
Again, you probably need to sit pretty far back, I think, once we're going up and down and up those tunnels. Here though, it's probably fine to stay here, and Naga really able to punish with that Omega Hurricane, Jake, when there's not enough healing for Peps. Big trays coming out though. It's both Winter Soldiers going down. Leaf though still in the midst of this, benefiting from some healing, and a Meteor M is being charged right now. Eye of Agamotto hits switch. Crucially, they are able to get the Lunar Snow off the back of Rajaro's stun. That is perfect. Getting the most important backliner out of the game for Team Peps for Luminosity, and this is going to have them heading comfortably into the next phase. What is the plan? Are you trying to catch?
He's spawn blocking. He's going to spawn block with this. I don't think you can get out of the spawn if he blocks both exits. And oh, this is nasty.
Oh my God.
That portal lasts a long time. I mean, you've got a few players out. The question is, can those players who are out of the spawn stall the game long enough? Because the rest of the team just cannot come to this engagement.
It's unbelievably troll from Rajaro.
This is the kind of play I love. It actually.
Oh my God.
He's just looking. He's just looking.
All right, we finally were able to come forward now, but it will be a fate of both worlds to counter Naga's Omega Hurricane. So Peps do see Switch forced to use that healing ultimate, but there are none left now. This could be a big crack and impact from Destroyed, looking for connections, but caught inside the strangling prison and taken down. Leaf from range, now on a Storm of their own, is able to deal with that Winter Soldier, and Fate has been able to develop their own fate of both worlds.
Yeah, trades coming in. Armed and Dangerous activated for Team Peps, trying to force the retries, trying to continue this snowball, but Fate popping the Fate of both worlds, stabilizing for now for Luminosity, but they're so far from their own spawn. The defenders, I think, have already done enough here. Team Peps getting this cleanup one by one. The attackers fall, and Leaf now showing a little bit more hero diversity. Okay, the Wolverine, it wasn't working out. The Fire of the Storm was too much of a threat. He's just willing to take that mirror against Naga.
Yeah, match it, of course. I mean, there's just so much... just a dot that you can really... Oh, what a mad cannon from Trust Me! From the low ground, no less! Team Peps, massive pick off, hardest out of the game for now. And they're able to take this high ground away from Luminosity, rather. They're able to take this high ground away. Mig Meteor, everyone's going to be forced to group up here. It's going to make it very dangerous for Peps to play out in the open, as Trust Me is very aggressively taking space and I'd say telegraphing that he's got this ultimate ready.
Yeah, Leaf dancing well, though, trying to stay alive. Meteor tries to just slam dunk this. Oh, but it's a little too high. Hits the ceiling.
That miss, that's so crucial to have that ability in play. And now here comes the Omega Hurricane. Natlock's going to go down to Rajaro's Maelstrom before the fact. But there is enough Lunasaur healing in play. Naga is the one that actually goes down here, and Peps are finally, again, able to crush Luminosity. After the spawn trap, I thought they'd be in trouble, but Peps have really stabilized.
That Strangling Prison was nasty. I think that was on 5 from Teemo, and they just get a full-on cleanup. Luminosity full reset. They have a strange portal of their own. I'm not sure if they do. Seems like it may still be on cooldown since they're pushing forward and fighting. And Team Peps with this nasty forward holder taking the fight to Luminosity.
Rajaro might be looking for, okay, just a reposition there. That Groot will put so much pressure on Rajaro. They're able to play with the rest of their team now, at least. I have Agamotto from both strangers in this fight. It's going to be big. Shu has 80 charge. Goes in, slightly knocked off course, but Destroyed was still a little bit too far forward. Shu gets a big, I think, 80-plus charge Maelstrom hit, which really adds to the damage total in general. And Peps here feeling comfortable, but it's a fate of both worlds that's going to push Luminosity forward. They're getting into this fight, but Crook, oh no! He had the invisible barrier, the boundary. He didn't have it available now. Naga ends up getting picked off here, and Fate tries to get back over towards that car position. Team Peps a little bit low, but they've got the numbers to work with now. LG need those respawns. They need that invisible woman back in play. Hardest finding how scary it is to fight a Luna Snow solo. And here comes a Kraken impact from Destroyed, trying to get through the shield. Debuff applied and reset surely on the way. Teemo falling, and here we go again. Looking for the Luna Snow on the back line now, but Destroyed is happy just getting a checkpoint here. They're so close to Luminosity, and they've finally worn Peps down enough to be able to continue the map.
Yeah, they get their ticket here to 3rd point, keep their hopes alive on this map. That was an incredibly close fight. I like that Team Peps were attacking off of the objective, forcing Luminosity to decide, do you want to fight us or do you want to continue the game? Of course, you have to go touch the objective. So they were able to find some pickoffs, but that strange portal from Rajaro allowed Luminosity to reinforce despite being completely split from their spawners.
Now onto the final stretch. A minute left here, so no matter what, Luminosity are not going to have the time bank that Peps do on this map. Rajaro quickly taking the skies here, and the Omega Hurricane washes through, just draws out those strategist ultimates likely as Leaf intended, and he sets it up to return back to the safety of his team. Now Kraken Impact looks a little bit scarier. Team Peps with that ultimate advantage now cycling through them. Here's the impact. Wall comes up, and it's not enough, and bam, Destroyed gets uppercut. That's a reset now. More of that damage being applied, but Natlocks did fall to a Maelstrom, got a little bit too close to that Doctor Strange. Hardest looking for a bionic arm capture. It's Trust Me drawn out of position, but they're going to be able to bulwark themselves essentially instantly. And in the thick of things is Rajaro, whipping it good, trying to look for big damage. And while Leaf got Naga, Shu and Teemo, the front line for Peps, have fallen.
And it's only the strategists left alive for Team Peps, who are forced to retreat and back off, but they have saved some crucial ultimates to make this final defense. We're coming to the final fight. Team Peps with a significant ultimate advantage. Luminosity needs to find a play. They've got the duelist ultimates online, but they've got to find a way to burst through this invisible woman, maybe before she can get the ult off, but Natlocks has been so sharp this series.
Luminosity on the precipice here, but they're in overtime instantly. Straight away, there's the knockouts. Destroyed gets one, but Fate and Cook it down, and there are no healers left. Oh, buddy, that's brutal. Strategist out of the game. Naga has to get huge with his Omega Hurricane, but instantly you see that Natnotch just gets the heck out of dodge. Naga, frankly, has nobody to damage and no one to help him. Team Peps put Luminosity to the sword, and they'll take Midtown.
That's Team Peps securing match point in the series. Masterful play on Midtown, making it work with the Wolverine for a while, and then ultimately being willing to adapt in the series, right? I don't think either team necessarily planned that Storm pick to come out. It looked fantastic when Naga first started bringing it, and then Leaf was just willing to take that mirror, take the fight, and honestly went toe-to-toe with Naga.
Oh my god, dude, the Teemo damage. This is why you're seeing Groot get banned, folks. When these fights get so clumped up, everyone grouped up, there's a lot of damage that you can get from Groot naturally, right? But also those walls contributing in a big way. I kind of like we got to see the Storm from both sides. I did wonder if it would come out. I think also if we end up getting Clintar Surface in this series, it's also a great option there. But what a show. Team Pep showing us they were able to edge things out, but this was a close map in keeping with map 2.
And I absolutely love what we saw out of the Doctor Strange. Shout out to the chat. Somebody said that was absolutely vile, the portal block. I love it. Jake, that's the best part of Rivals, right? Is thinking beyond just left click, right click.
I mean, that
button.
portal block has got to be nerfed, bro. You can't. It's
just 20 seconds of frustration.
Yeah, like Jake's the kind of guy who will take every angle to win if it's within the confines of the rules. I do think that's what the portal play qualifies as, but yeah, it's. It's dirty.
Of course, these are professional players. You know, they've got to do everything they can to win, right? They've got to like getting this extra stall. This is more on the devs. Got to take a look at this one. I think it's something they're probably aware of. They've seen it in a lot of these high level games. Then again, though, it's not always free to pull off, right? As a Doctor Strange, you got to be very aware of the opportunity to do it, right? Like, you know, you're completely stunned, standing still. Like, you can't do anything while you're casting this portal. So you really have to pick and choose your moments to actually deploy it. If you're too little, too late, like we saw him block this bomb with it, but in the end, it didn't really matter, right? Team Peps were able to stabilize, they hold on, and then you end up wasting this incredibly powerful cooldown where we've also seen the Strange portal used normally, just reinforcing these team fights being really important, really impactful. So it's definitely a decision to be made, as funny as it looks and as annoying as it must be to deal with. At the same time, I feel it's not necessarily broken, right? Like, if you can understand what's going on against you, you don't get flustered and frustrated, these top teams can answer it.
Yeah.
Want to give a big shout out to our man Switch, who's been running the Luna Snow the last 3 games. Last game put up 60,000 heals. This one, another 50K. Ridiculous numbers from the healers, and of course, great tanking on both sides. Who has the better front line has been the big question for me. Teemo showcasing that he can run the Groot. We've seen Doctor Strange on both sides, a whole lot of Magneto. Jake, what's your takeaway right now? Do either team have an edge over the other?
I think it's really close between these two teams. I actually think we've seen a lot of big plays from both sets of Vanguards in terms of setting up plays. Maybe the flexibility has been a little bit more on display from Team Peps as they've run the Groot, they've run the Venom, which are almost like 180 degrees opposite characters in terms of what they do, the way they're played. And the fact that Teemo looks great on both, I think, is a big asset for Team Peps.
Some more highlights rolling in here as Destroyed showcases he is more than just a Star-Lord one trick. The Bucky coming out. Crook getting on the Invisible Woman off of the Mantis for a bit here. And we saw Storms for the first time in the best of 5. Will we see more of her Uber?
Yeah, I think that there are definitely some maps where it makes a ton of sense. Just in general, think of a hero that has really respectable damage output, an ultimate that demands strategist ultimates be used to counter it, and also like a lot of like extra added like poke damage that you can throw in from a really safe distance. Not to mention that while Storm lacks the ability to like get a airborne dash like Iron Man does, for example, so she can't always reposition in a pinch. If you have good positioning and you play fairly safe, you can still have a ton of impact over the game, especially in metas where we're seeing like Namor, Wolverine, not always heroes that are really good at dealing with those pesky airborne targets. It does require sometimes teams to counter it, or as we saw in this last game, Puckett, to match it.
We've got Luminosity on the map selection. They'll be choosing where we go next. Shin Shibuya was their first selection, worked out for them. Jake, do you have any suggestions for these players? Where would you think they could fit well?
I mean, they could take it to pretty much anything that is like super wide open. I think that's the key linchpin for Luminosity's style. They want the map to be wide open, free of corners. We see Team Peps, they love bunkering in these little rooms, just contesting the objective. Even if they're losing the fight, they're often losing it well by just stalling the cart for a minute or two. Even, you know, in the end, they get cleaned up, but they saw the objective, right? Like, they're very aware of that. The clock is the objective for the defenders here on this map type. So for me, I think for Luminosity, you want to avoid that. You want anything with like open points, no cover, like make this a game of aim and duelists. And that's where Luminosity have shined. You know, they could take us to something like a Spider Islands, I'm thinking, like that second and third point are both pretty open. But it's also interesting because I would have thought on some of these maps that Team Peps wouldn't be able to play the way that they do. So I'm hesitant to like be too committed to a map because they've made it work holding these little bunker rooms in maps that I don't think of as conventional in that way.
I've never had the patience to play the way they play right now. Mad respect to what they're doing in France. Shout out to Leaf on the Wolverine. He has been a joy to watch today. The abductions, next level. Shout out to everyone in the chat right now. We have 835 people watching over on Twitch. We are up and running over on YouTube. If you haven't already, spam that follow button, hit the subscribe as well. This is our first show, and we're coming at you every Thursday. Jake, this is match 1 of 2. Do you have a feeling, is Peps going to close this one out right here?
I think Peps have had the edge for me on the strategic gameplay here. Like you talked about, like the discipline, the patience to play this style. It doesn't only take those. It takes a lot of preparation to have thought about each one of these maps. Okay, how are we going to hold the objective here? How are we going to try to push it there? You know, they've clearly thought through all of this and shown a lot of depth. And as good as Luminosity have been on an individual basis, I've been very impressed. I feel that that's what Marvel Rivals is all about, is the team play. It's the strategy, the preparation, and having an edge on that, I think, gives you a slight edge in this series.
Uber, the greatest news is we have you casting multiple titles, and we have you on the mic all night here as Hexagrams is going to remind folks on Marvel Rivals. But who do you want to watch? Because the observers have to listen to your voice for the next hour.
Oh,
so
really?
if you could command them to select one player, ideally on the underdog team, who should we watch from Luminosity?
Okay. I mean, that's interesting. I want to see Crook. I love the Hungarian as well. I'm half Hungarian myself, so big shout out to the guy. I've enjoyed watching him in previous and other titles as well. And if we get some more Manus play, I do want to see, maybe what their value proposition is for Manus right now, why they value it, and I think watching him play is going to help with that a lot. Give me Manus POV.
How many times are you healing versus damage boosting? It's a whole balance trying to make use of her Leafs. Jake, we're jumping into this one in just a few moments. Shout out to everyone who's tuning in. What's been your main, though? As a guy who's 19-2, I need to copy the Jake strat. So give me
I'm a straight
route to the top
abuser.
of Grandmasters at least.
I'm just full Hella abusing, man. Like every game, I just turn up on Hella, show up on the back line, kill 3. You know, I got my 1. That's the game plan on Hella, pretty much. Just trying to outplay, out aim. Although watching these series has made me want to try Storm, honestly. I think if you're thinking about LG players to watch and sort of shutting down the way Peps want to play, so far the Storm has been the number 1 hero in the series that has really forced Team Peps away from their comfort zone. Yes, they won that last map, but I think LG have maybe found something in the Storm that could put the pressure on Team Peps, force them out of those little tiny rat hole rooms they're camping 24/7. Like, you got to come deal with this Storm, and maybe Leaf can do that, but honestly, I think Naga on the Storm is my player to watch.
She is devastating when you are bunched up, and we know our map. We're going to the Hall, Uber. So what does this tell you as a caster?
Look, I don't actually think we're going to see like drastically different compositions at all. Like this is again the kind of map where all of the things that we've seen Luminosity like try and set up for their team are going to be quite viable. I would like to see the Venom return to some of their comps, but I do think that when Groot is in play and has that ability to sort of lock down, I think Strangling Prison is insane if you just literally whip it 180 and throw it into your backline when they try and dive you with Wolverine and that Venom. That just turns a fight on its head instantly because those two are diving away from their healers and away from those OP healing ultimates. So I do think the Groot really dissuades that kind of play and really wants to promote like a brawly, drawn out, throw 3 walls up, get like damage off the Thornlash wall, do a lot of annoying stuff like that. So I think that the bans and protects are going to influence what our comps are much more, I think, than the map right now. Is so many of the best heroes in Marvel Rivals are just agnostic to the kind of map and really effective. Unless like, God, because I can't really think of any maps that like don't have any access to these ledges and high grounds that these teams have looked to abuse. So yeah, I want to see ban and protect. That's what I'm baiting my breath for.
Yeah, and production is going to be sending that our way in just a moment. So Jake, as we take a look at the competition, are there any characters that you feel like should be thrown in here? We've seen a lot of heroes, but haven't seen any Punisher really in the mix. I'm thinking of all the other duelists that are available. Is there room for magic in a game of this level?
I think, with the game so early as Marvel Rivals is, there's always an opportunity for that. However, I think some of the heroes I'm most expecting to see come in have been instant first bans, right? So Hela in particular, Team Peps has just never allowed Hela into the series. They have first banned it every time because I think it is a huge threat on them, right? That stun ability is really the crucial focus. Although everyone thinks about Hela as this incredible high damage sniper, and of course that she is. I think it's the stun on somebody like Wolverine who's trying to get in, make a play, get out. The stun is what really makes it difficult to play against, and the burst threat is incredibly high. On top of the ultimate being something that Wolverine almost can't interact with the Hela ultimate when she's up in the sky, just throwing nukes down on you. So I think For Team Peps, I think they've really, in constantly first banning the same character, they really put a lot of pressure on Luminosity to find some other answer. Maybe the Storm is that, but with Peps showing flexibility, I'm not so confident it's as simple as just one pick for Luminosity to turn this series around.
All right, so devs, we have 2 requests. Make the spawn doors a little bit wider so you can squeeze past those portals. And then the second one, make it so that Wolverine can abduct Hela out of her ultimate, because that would look
Please don't.
If you're able to get high ground to even get closer, you deserve it, Wolverine. Leaf, showcase what you got for us. Uber, final thoughts before we jump into the ban and protects. Once again, we're just waiting on all the players getting in the same lobby. It's early in the game.
They did ask giving us radio silence right now, so we're just gonna have to condition them a little bit to be a little bit more communicative. You know what I mean? That's fine. Again, I think if you insult French cuisine, you'll probably get these Peps guys riled up enough to jump into the game. But looks like that wasn't necessary. Let's get into some bans protects.
Baguette. That's all I'm gonna say, Jake. Staying clear of that one. Loki is gone. All right, so this opens up a lot. The Hela out of there. Luminosity doing a favor for Peps, yeah?
Yeah, is this? I wonder if the sides
Could be swapped, right?
been swapped.
There we go. All right, thank you.
Yeah,
Production
so-
said that we are swapped.
Yeah,
But,
so
I'm not
Peps
even
is
going
in
to fix
fact
the graphic.
continuing to ban the Hela as usual, as expected. They protect the Namor, being, I think, a consistent anti-diver threat throughout the series. That's been, in general, the preference for Team Peps, despite, of course, last map, the Storm coming out and really flipping the script.
Uber,
Good
there's your
Venom map,
Venom.
this one. Very, very good Venom map. Hall of Jala definitely.
Yeah.
I think you just don't want to risk it getting banned out here at the end. I don't think you're crafting a full dive comp, but again, you can have that dive component to your team, and I think it's going to be really stretch. I mean, Jake called it vision. What do you call it? Vision aggro. It's very, very good, Venom, at taxing those healing resources and attention span of backliners.
No Groot.
Yeah.
Will they use their ban this time? Is Wolverine going to get removed? No, they want to use it of their own. Adam Warlock is not going to bring Star-Lord back over and over again. 30 seconds to kick off. Get your predictions in right now. Are we going to a game 5? Young Brisket, Mr. Bounds, do you think we're going to see another round of domination? How do you guys see this one playing out? Remember, Virtus Pro is waiting in the wings. We got Sparks, Finzi, Nevix, and crew all waiting to play. It's Rivals Fight Night, Episode 1. $1,000 up for grabs. Peps trying to get a chance to earn a piece of it. Uber, I think that was 30 seconds. It's time for you to take it away.
Yeah, you filled that space really effectively. I've got to say, that's airtight stuff from the GOAT, Chris Puckett. Yeah, again, I know I favor Peps here. I really do like some of the styles that they're able to go for. I obviously think that having the Wolverine edge is massive. Some maps, obviously, it's less viable than others, but you definitely can run a good dive component here. There's a ton of stuff you can pair up with that Venom. We can see like the Psylocke picked up. I'm kind of surprised. I feel like Hardest would be such a good Hela play, but Peps just do not want a bar of it. But unsurprisingly, it's your boy Leaf on the Wolvie boy.
Curious to see what the teams go for here stylistically. I think this is another map where we could see more Storm. I also wonder, though, for Team Peps is where are you really going to bunker in terms of like holding the rooms the way they have been previously on this map? The objectives are pretty exposed, and the cart path too. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, third point defense for Team Peps could be pretty nasty in terms of their ability to hold on to like little corners and hold, especially with that when the fog comes up on the end of third. But first and second point, I think, are pretty open for Luminosity's game style.
Absolutely. Okay, already we see that Namor's trying to clear out the Monstro spawns as much as they can. You can see LGR, the attackers here. They've wrapped around, of course. We never really take the front door in Marvel Rivals, not when portals exist. Trust Me, though, has spotted Hardest under a little bit of pressure. Trying to go for the 2v1 here. Good cocoon timing. Hardest able to get the healing they need. And see, Trust Me forced back there. Obviously, really showing off this alien biology. Trying to wall run away. Ultimately, though, getting caught up by Leaf. And when that Wolverine gets your scent, you are not getting away.
Yeah, no escape. And that's a great defense there for the first fight from Team Peps. Despite having a relatively less mobile comp, they're able to punish Luminosity when they split. They try to attack from multiple sides with the help of that strange portal. And Peps just goes on the attack. They don't let those flankers set up and start to pressure them. And I think that's a great understanding here of the map.
Annoyingly, each time they lose a fight, they've got to switch off whatever they were playing and back to a strange to set that portal up and get themselves in this sort of position. So Trust me's in main right now. They haven't really opted to take the high ground. Obviously, the field effect that's in play now is obviously a little bit scary. Some of those blooms of flame could claim you. Hardest though taken down by Naga. That's the opening pick I think that Luminosity really were looking for. Teemo opts to drop down there as it's an unsuccessful abduction by Leaf, and he was given the bulwark to at least keep him alive. You see him up on the high ground there, right at the top of your screen. And there's a Meteor M here ready for Teemo, but Naga's found yet another one. Shu is down, and Teemo is the solo vanguard on the field. Not for long.
Winning that flank fight for Naga is absolutely massive. The defender should have an advantage there, but the fact that he's able to turn it around onto Hardest, open things up, really puts the pressure on the defenders, and they're forced to make an over-aggressive move with Wolverine. It doesn't work out. That's a great first take from Luminosity, starting to get that ball rolling with the help of the big play from Naga.
Yeah. Then a more really big difference maker here. Again, like for the defenders, there is access to high ground here. Destroyed though breaks open the map here and makes it so you can't sort of get away with this, right? Leaf has to be really careful. The moment a Bionic Arm connects on this Wolverine, they're in deep trouble. And yeah, Leaf just, well, the idea is here, Kraken Impact going to be used. He's going to draw out the fate of both worlds though, and Destroyed's probably going to opt for an off angle. Trust me's able to shield off that Meteor M, and that's in the more ultimate that actually does catch on to Crook, surprisingly. So, all right, Invisible Girl out of the game here for Luminosity. They are going to have Fate of both worlds from Fate themselves to rely on here, but they're down a player. Eye of Agamotto getting used here. Rajaro was the one that was stunned up by that one, but he himself has a Meteor M to make use of in a moment. There's no healing ultimates for Peps to counter it either.
Yeah, and slowly but surely, Luminosity are starting to get that cart rolling forward. It's a big opening, the fact that they're able to find one. Leaf, though, is able to snag Naga, pull him off the flank that he was attempting, punish him, and now it's Wolverine's turn to really push the tempo, add the aggression here. Wolverine ult is available, so Luminosity's got to be very careful, play at range here.
All right, Rajaro just having to trend back here. Luminosity have to regroup for this. Peps now have Leaf ready to go in with that last stand. Like I mentioned, that Meteor M that Rajaro's been holding on to right now might be a matter of just trying to pressure down one individual. Destroyed picked off though. Nice mag cannon. And that claims like a large amount of your crowd control ability. With that Winter Soldier off the battlefield for Luminosity, they can only really just slowly kite backwards and poke.
And Winter Soldier so far, pretty difficult corner seems to take. I think this is a key point for Team Peps. They've got to make a big hold here. This is probably one of the better spots in the map for the Wolverine to hold a corner and go for those kidnaps. That being said, he kind of has one big shot at each team fight.
We're getting to critical mass here, though, Jake, in terms of these ultimates. This next fight is about to be extremely volatile. Hold on to your hats. Okay, Trust Me goes very, very low, but keeps that Eye of Agamotto in their possession and stays alive. No connection there for Leaf. Multi-stun, though. That Eye is a big hit, and Trust Me ends up falling. Here comes that Horn and Proteus now. His Team Peps holding on beautifully. This is actually a very comfortable fight win. Leaf now does make use of that last stand, but there are some extra ultimates for the defenders to make use of later. The fact that they don't have to use any of their support ults, Jake, is huge.
Yeah, Crook tried to make the save with that strategist ultimate, but ultimately it wasn't enough, and that's a costly ultimate to throw away, right? Like losing the strategist ultimates in a losing team fight, forced onto the reset. So far, Luminosity haven't had any answers to this position. It's been looking very well practiced for Team Peps, showing what they've really made use of all series. You know, they understand these certain positions on the map look kind of unbreakable for them.
Teemo trying to control that high ground, clearing out the spawns, trying to set up Leaf up with a position to sort of play from. That's going to get crumbled down. No, that was an Eye of Agamotto. Comes on in. Doesn't look like there was a good connection there, though. I'm going to be honest with you. Horn of Proteus at point blank range for Naga here. It's going to be Natlocks to fall first. The Luminosity with the edge now. They're going to crack an impact to rely on here for Destroyed, but they're going to wait out against some of these ultimates. Almost getting brought down by Leaf was Destroyed, but the healing was more than enough, and now they're looking to wash Peps away. Meteor M from Teemo, it's got to be a big one. Does get some splash onto Naga, so the Namor is down for the attacking side, but both of these Vanguards are still standing for Peps, albeit barely at times. They're holding on. Hardest also, of course, able to have a Horn of Proteus to rely on now. He's thrown it on in. There's a bit of a damage component there that Peps are able to exploit to its fullest. And they're going to win yet another massive fight with some big ultimates in play.
They bend but don't break despite losing a couple at the start of the fight. Looked like an opening for Luminosity Gaming. That's a massive Horn of Proteus that turns the fight around for Hardest. And now he's set up once again on the flank with a low ultimate bank situation for both teams. More pressure on the duelists here in this next fight. This could be a chance for Luminosity to break it open, but it's their last chance, Mitch. They've got to break this crucial chokehold. Team Peps want to end the series here.
Crook has got to stay alive. That invisible boundary is critical. in its next engagement. And they've just developed it. Oh, it's so dirty, bro. That's why the team up is busted. Oh, the freezing monstro spawn just thrown into the backline. The burst damage destroyed. Hardest, though, going to go down. So we have no more. Traded out here for Winter Soldier. Leaf a little bit low, trying to get away here. Rajaro going to be stunned up now, and Destroyed comes back in off spawn. Here's Naga in midair, being moved around the map by Natlox as they make use of that pull or push ability. And Crook has to be careful, sitting in the periphery of that healing ultimate. The Fate of Both Worlds being used, and that's a big maelstrom from Shu, but there's just too much healing available. Meteor M coming out now from Luminosity. Can there be a connection from Rajaro? It'll be Teemo falling, though, to Naga's Horn of Proteus. Peps now down a play, but still in a position to fight for this. No healing ultimates available. The strategists have used everything they have, and Shu gets drawn into his death by the Biotic Arm. There, of course, is a Kraken impact to finish off the job as Destroyed goes wild. And Luminosity stay in the map.
Again, and again, he's got more resets. Overtime Wick is very burned down, so Luminosity have no choice. They've got to stay on the cart completely, but maybe too little too late. Team Peps struggling to get the touch. Magneto, though, hold on. He's onto the point.
Big Meteor.
Still trying to make this fight. Meteor damage is good.
And Leaf has shield
ultimate
in the end. Not able to take that kill, but Leaf and Natlox do fall. So Luminosity in a great position to punish players hastily coming off respawn. And Jake Peps try and quickly get their ducks in a row for a last-second challenge. It falls flat.
Big from Luminosity. It was looking like that choke point was just going to be too much to break for Team Peps. Getting onto the third point gives them a little bit more wiggle room once they flip onto that defender side. But this, I talked about this in the pregame, this could be the toughest test. This final choke is where I think Team Peps are going to be really challenging to deal with.
Well, yeah, you said that right. Shu is actually on the thing here. That's going to be a long-term solution, but again, these are pretty narrow chokes that you're playing through. There's just not much shielding for Peps to rely on. I don't seem to mind. Shu gets himself into the front line. Crook now, yeah, itchy trigger finger, I think, on that invisible boundary, and he pops it straight away. Leafs are able to walk away despite a big eye of Agamotto over the top here for Trust Me. It's big! Oh, my connection on that was absolutely brutal. And this is what Team Peps suffer. They're trying to play close. They're trying to brawl with this thing that puts them in range of a big mass stun.
This next fight, though, this is the position I'm worried about, right? Like, this is the challenge for Luminosity. Can they have the momentum to break this in and get a full cap? That would give them a much safer position to force a potential Game 5 in the series, but it's going to be difficult here in the chokes. And with all this fog, you got to imagine Wolverine is going to be able to sneak up on his foes.
I just want to point out there is a Wolverine thing team up in play. Shu can toss Leaf into the midst of Luminosity should it be needed. Usually less than advisable, but hey. They have built a clobbering time up as well. Concerned about the backline. It's going to be a cocoon pop by Naga, though, to get out of trouble. He was very, very deep there. Trust me, stunned up for a brief moment now as the invisible boundary is going to be thrown into play. Fate also has that Lunar Snow healing ultimate as well. Here's Shu swinging for the fence, trying to get these stuns, and it's Fate to go down. Hardest is the one that delivers with that Horde of Proteus, getting with the Lunar Snow, and there is Leaf. That's got to be enough. Team Peps have found what they needed to stave off these interlopers. The Luminosity are going to fizzle out on this last stretch of Hall of Jala. Great comeback for the defenders.
I would love to see the damage stat on Thing in those last few moments. Those punches were just hitting like 4 or 5 players at a time. He was just chunking them down in the choke points. And too little too late for Luminosity to be able to snowball through that part of the map. That being said, I think on defense as well, the first point is going to be the toughest test for Team Peps. They've got to somehow get through this very wide open point where you can really be flanked from all sides. I'd imagine that this is probably the best case scenario for Luminosity to win here is getting a full hold on first.
Yeah, and we've seen how difficult it is. Even with a Strange, and even with the ability to reposition, there aren't great like attack side high ground options. The defenders are really inherently advantaged in that regard. Shu having a pretty ridiculous showing so far. We did see, though, Trust Me, they kind of hit a massive Eye of Agamotto there in that previous round and break open the fight. Looked like Luminosity were honestly on the way to a full completion there. Really competitive stuff, but like Jake mentioned, this first point, really half the battle on a map like this.
I like that they're not going for the Wolverine. I think the Wolverine would have been a mistake here on first. I think it's just too difficult to, walk up in Wolverine. As powerful as you are a melee character, right? So like these wide open spaces are not your friend. And so Team Peps, at least for now, they're queuing up a very heavy poke comp. And as I say that, I've been baited. Maybe they are going to run the Wolverine. I would love to see the Storm here. I think it would have fit really well with the poke style. I guess Wolverine does give you that X factor that, you know, the enemy team has to be aware of. And it's going to be the Punisher and Rocket Raccoon team up. So this is the first time we've seen this come out in the series. Exciting to see what the Punisher can do with that damage amplification. That infinite reload rocket, the reses as well for attackers can be especially powerful.
And so they're going to set up now and put the Punisher in a really powerful position. If they can take this spot, this is where the defenders like to play. This is supposed to be a safe haven for Luminosity. But this real estate just been stolen away from them by the dishonest business dealings of Team Peps. And now Hardest has unlimited ammunition and can rain it straight down from that turret onto the point. That is so utterly dirty. Shu here get given a ball walk. You have to dive that high ground position, and I've got to respect Luminosity finding the response here. Destroyed's able to bring Shu down, so now you have one less shield to play with on that high ground. He will return to the fray because of that BRB, but honestly, Hardest hasn't done enough in that turret form with unlimited ammo, and Destroyed has a Kraken impact to shake the foundations of that high ground.
Yeah, and it's scary for Team Peps, right? They're electing to stay alive here in the backline, but now the respawners are going to be a bit split for them. We'll see Teemo going over to the Venoms, trying to push the tip on the dive, and Naga alone on the flank, in trouble. Can't quite get to the pack in time. That's an opening for the attackers. See if they can find more.
I once again, I was wondering if we get that Venom component to Team Peps, like a little bit of dive. Here comes that Punisher ultimate. It is terrifying. Not a whole lot you can do about it. Not a shield in the world that can really stop this. And, well, it's going to get even harder now. Luna Snow ultimate comes on in. Oh, it's turret time, boys. Once again, Hardest amidst this healing, trying to shut down the Meteor M, but that's still going to be an issue. They try and throw, I think, a smoke grenade up there to answer it. Here's Teemo, though, with the Feast of the Abyss, looking for a bit of extra damage. Remember, it's current health percent, so big on those high health targets, but Hardest has fallen here. Team Peps starting to run out of gas a little bit as Luminosity hold their ground.
Yeah, they were able to wait out that Punisher ultimate. It cost them a lot of cap time, but that proves to be a wise decision as Luminosity are able to retake the point. 2 minutes left on the clock for Team Peps to find an opening on this attack. Hardest over to the Namor now. Seems like Peps, that was their big shot, right, with the Punisher ultimate. But Luminosity played really well around that, kiting it out and then just coming back to touch point at the crucial moment.
But now, Peps have to rely on an Eye of Agamotto that's close to being built, but that is really about it. What is left in this bag of tricks? It looks like they're actually going to knock on the front door this time. Finally, a direct approach, but it's obviously something on this map that is pretty disadvantageous for attack sides, and Naga is chilling, getting an immense amount of poke damage from that ledge. You could say the same from Destroyed on that standard high ground. Eye of Agamotto for Rajaro in response into the backline, looking to work with Switch, but oh god, that shield was pretty darn nice, I've got to say. Still, Switch and Natlox go down. The best attempt for Natlox to try and keep that other healer around is not going to be enough.
Yeah, and pushing up the middle is pretty much worst case scenario for Wolverine. He's just getting soaked with damage walking up there, with Naga holding this off angle down on the Namor, proving to be super annoying with those spawns constantly coming in. It's another problem for Wolverine. There's no real way to clear those spawns on the high ground, on the walls, being flanked from all sides.
Now at least the Peps have been able to make use of that fight to develop ultimates, but this is their last best chance here. Jake on even getting to play the rest of Holojala. It is looking dire. Luminosity have got plenty to answer this with. They've also sort of managed to get through that ultimate trough and are ready to unload.
Yeah, this crucial Namor fight on the high ground really has impact. Hardest forced to the low ground, can't quite make it through the choke, trying to just run it up the gut here, get into the fight. Luminosity ripping heavy ults. Team Peps trying to counter with their own.
Okay, Horde Proteus to the high ground. No one is up there though. All of Luminosity drop off that defensive high ground with the exception of the Namor. My goodness, Naga finds two and he got Switch of all people. In fairness, that support ultimate had already been used. Fate of Both Worlds had expired, but our Peps do not have any of those strategist ultimates to lean on. I think they're in deep trouble. Destroyed now, looking for some resets here. Tainted Voltage comes through. Rajaro ends up getting taken down by Shu's. Maelstrom, though, so do need to respect Peps in the absence, I think, of your Doctor Strange, but it is over. Naga has had carte blanche for so much of this round to throw the poke damage in. Switch is able to deal with Naga and hold on. Shoes come back into the fight. Fate is down. Little awkward now for Luminosity with only 3 players to work with, and Crook is frozen up. Wasn't able to get some healing, and I think there's time for reinforcements to come. There's a portal in play.
Both teams reinforcing, though. The portal is going to allow the defenders to have another decent fight here. Eye of Agamotto. Rajaro looking to get in deep to the back line. Finds a connection onto Wolverine. Leaf struggling, but getting saved by the support. So Team Peps are brawling incredibly well in this engagement.
Naga under a lot of pressure, though. Shu forces that cocoon, and here's another invisible boundary. Pretty timely one for Luminosity, I've got to say. Crook holds that one for a rainy day, and Fate is able to take the first knockout of the fight. Switch does have a Fate of both worlds, and they're looking straight at that Lunar Snow, but even Leaf can't get in and assassinate that healer. Where's the touch going to come from here for Peps? Destroyed under a huge amount of pressure, but Shu goes low, and there's that extra damage that we were looking for. Naga finishes the job, taking down the Wolverine. And that, folks, is a full hold for Luminosity as we're off to a decider.
A game 5 in this series. I didn't see that coming after the dominance Pep showed in map 1, but Luminosity have had incredible fight back. Both of their map picks, they played incredibly well, bringing out new innovative strategies that have looked fantastic. Destroyed, your MVP of this match, put on a huge performance on the Bucky.
And again, we saw a couple of innovative approaches there from Peps at times, right? I like that they attempted to, set up on the defensive side, high ground with the Punisher. Just really, we are kind of hoping to see a little bit more damage output from them, but very well handled, I think, by Luminosity to, have a response and know how to re-challenge for that high ground.
Yeah, and Leaf, I just feel like he couldn't really get anything done on the first point on the Wolverine. He was trying in there, trying to find something, but so many times just pressured out by spam before he can quite close the distance. And I think Luminosity Gaming are very aware of the threat that Wolverine poses, but they're just choosing, at least so far in the series, to let it through and respond to it tactically rather than by attacking it in the ban phase.
Now, we have 3-1 up there. It's 2-2. Yeah, it's just been adjusted, of course, as Luminosity have been able to take us to a decider map. Oh, Parker, we are getting maximum Marvel Rivals here in our opening match. Muted in Discord, brother.
Cat! Sorry, the cat was on top of my screen. I promise she's right here and she's wonderful. This was a stray who worked her way into my life, and I love her very much. I'm totally not annoyed by her. Amazing gameplay. We're going to a game 5, and it's the only right way to do this for our first matchup of Rivals Fight Night. You guys do an incredible job on the comms, but can we talk a little bit about the stall? I know they lost, but how long? Was that a 2-man or a 3-man stall, Jake? Because that Doctor Strange refused to go down with some fantastic heals.
Yeah, it was playing incredibly well. Honestly, the strategists on both teams are proving so difficult to catch. I also keep seeing this in the fights. The awareness of these Magneto players on both sides, frankly.
Yes.
Both Teemo and Trust Me, to constantly, they're bulwarking their supports. Sometimes they go aggressive, giving the bulwark to a duelist. Once in a while, they use it on themselves just to try to stabilize, try to survive when they're really desperate. But a lot of the time, it's used to counter aggression, saving the strategist. I think folks playing at home really could learn from this. If you want to play Magneto in Marvel Rivals, having the awareness to save your supports when the enemy makes a play, not only does it save your teammate, but usually it allows you to turn around and punish that duelist with the help of the strategist you saved. So I think for a lot of players that are interested in, taking their Marvel Rivals game to the next level, getting up to Grandmaster, something you want to be thinking about as a Magneto, the awareness to save those critical teammates.
Where do we have the most dopamine being pumped out? Is it watching Destroyed's point of view? Was it watching Hardest and the Neymars? Uber, this is just a packed lobby full of talent. Who's your favorite to watch?
Oh, man, it's been sick. I really enjoyed, I think it was Trust Me? Or was it Shu on the thing towards the end of that last round? But Destroyed is justifiably MVP of this game. I think they show us some great sequences, but for me, it's Naga. Pretty much uncontested on this defense side. You could see where he's sitting, right? Based on where that Horn of Proteus brings the whale in. But when you're uncontested as Namor and you get to run through multiple rotations of those monster spawns and no one's really pressuring that position, you can really put out an absurd amount of damage. I think would be very pleased, I think, with how that game sort of spun out for him, especially after Pep sort of moved away from trying to use those dive comps. That can be really lethal to Namor if he doesn't have the setup to stave them off.
So Namor was banned in 2 of the 4 games so far, Jake. Do you think that is a target ban for this next one?
I mean, it's an interesting question for Peps. What do they prioritize the highest? Because, there's a lot of these big threats for Luminosity that you may want to ban out. They've been looking at potentially the Adam Warlock team up. They could see the Groot as a problem. But we're going to Spider Islands, and I actually think this is a pretty sick pick for Team Peps. It is a convoy map type. However, there's a lot of tight corners on this map, and I'm thinking especially one thing I've seen in a previous Marvel Rivals tournament in the Marvel Rivals Invitational for NA, at least in the first, the inaugural Marvel Rivals Invitational, we saw the winning team use a Wolverine here to incredible effect on the first point defense choke, just hiding in a corner by the bridge. Every time an attacker would step up, they're instantly pulled deep into the back line, instantly cut to pieces. And, I think that's definitely something that Peps are likely to try to bring out here on Spider Islands.
So does that mean we'll see Storm? That's the question. Chat, how do you guys see this one playing out? Let us know. Spider Islands, Game 5. Shout out to Hogs, by the way, in the chat. Finzi and Virtus Pro are waiting to play, but we're also going to see Sentinels at the end of the night. And Jake, you won't be on the mic for that one, but I know you've run into a few players on the ranked games. Who are you excited to watch from the NA side of things after you?
I mean, Sentinels has really impressed me through the many different Rivals tournaments we've had so far. They were one of the first teams to come out super strong from NA, and they've showed a huge strategic diversity. So it isn't about one comp that we've seen from them, like, oh, they're going to play this signature style. It's the fact that they're going to be constantly changing it up on their opponents. They really use the ban phase, I think, to maximum effect, where Peps has first ban Hela every game. I think it's pretty clear that, I mean, for both of these teams, it's been pretty much running it back with the bans with some minor adjustments based on the enemy protect. But the first ban's been pretty stable. Both teams have kind of locked it in. And Sentinels has been a team that really has resisted that, that's been able to use maybe more heroes in the game than most any other team. And that gives them a little bit of a strategic edge to push these, niche, innovative strategies that they develop. So it's less about what exactly they're going to play and more about, I just want to learn from them. The way they strategically approach the game is something I think anybody playing at home can learn new strategies from.
So you don't want to say Right Amazing or Super Gomez, or what happened there?
Well, I just, I'm waiting till I, get to the top of the leaderboard, and other DPS players, there's a little bad blood. Of course, I'm very jealous of them and their position on Sentinels. So, of course, I had to keep it general for the boys.
I like that one. Okay, Game 5 is loading up here. We're gonna have our ban and protects in just a moment. Uber, for anyone who's missed the show so far, walk me through the opening maps, because after Game 1, I thought this was going to be a one-sided 3-0 with Peps taking control for the French.
And no one would have blamed you. I think we were all pretty much on the same line there. Royal Palace, though, as a domination map, it is very easy to encircle. It's very easy for flankers to find great success on that map and basically come from behind and charge enemies, abduct them into your own team. Right? That's why the Wolverine there was so powerful. But we saw that, on maps like Shin Shibuya, much less possible. And as we started to go through that map and Midtown, we started to realize, okay, Groot is really powerful. We're seeing Storm come out. Peps are basically, we're matching Storms all of a sudden. Now the game has sort of really revolved around the Omega Hurricane and whether or not there was a Lunar Snow Ultimate to counter that one. And obviously, the Storm started to have this sort of outsized impact over the game. And then as we got to the previous map, we saw a really hard point to attack that was ultimately full held here. So each map has kind of given us something a little bit different, Puckett, and we've had to adjust our expectations. And I'm sure we're about to do that again.
All right, no Loki, no Hela. So after map 1, this has been a perma move from both sides. We've seen Luminosity constantly protecting the Venom. There we go once again. We expect to see the protect going where, Jake?
Ooh, maybe it's the Namor. Yeah, that's what they've done the last couple maps. So it seems like both teams are pretty solidified as far as what they're going to go for. The second ban, though, I think is a little bit more open.
Minimize the damage of the Star-Lord.
The Adam Star-Lord team up.
Having to kill Star-Lord twice is it's very unpleasant. Most can barely do it once, so I'm not surprised. When you see two teams mirroring that team up, it's very bizarre. Although it does, and also the fact that you can just full raise your team, like Adam Warlock, even outside of that team up, is very good. The Soul Link is powerful. Lunar Snow finally banned here, so now
run your Namor if you want.
Yeah, so no team up at least minimizes some of the impact of Namor.
This opens up a Cloak and Dagger possibility now as well. For a lot of teams, it's probably one of the only times we sort of see that pick. And Eternal Bond is a less flashy strategist ultimate, but it does have that healing over time, that damage over time element that can be used to counter out other sort of healing ultimates. So I'm curious to see who. Also, Cloak and Dagger, very high output healer in general, and also very forgiving in terms of hitting those shots because there's a bit of auto aim, a bit of homing associated with your dagger heals.
Jake, I'm excited because Switch has been leading the lobby in heals every single game, but he's been doing that on Luna. So what else is in the Peps repertoire here? What else do they have in the arsenal on the strategist side? What would you suggest to bring out?
mean, they may just need to match the Mantis now. You know, I think it's Cloak and Dagger. You know, Invisible Woman is almost certainly going to be played. I think the question is, do you go for a Cloak and Dagger or a Mantis as the follow-up? But I mean, 3 strategists being banned in this ban phase really does limit the options, kind of makes both teams start to question, you know, reaching really deep into their bag of tricks and their hero pools. And that's critical to play at this level of Marvel Rivals, right? You've got to have the depth. You will be banned out. You will be attacked in your strategies, and you're going to have to adapt live on match day. And that's what we're seeing here from both Peps and Luminosity. It is going to be Cloak and Dagger for Team Peps taking on Luminosity's Mantis.
Yeah, now obviously switch on the Mantis, but there's no dive component to Luminosity's team. But you're hoping to have something to shut down this kind of thing. I think if it's when push comes to shove. Already Leaf showing what they can do on the Wolverine. Not that we really needed a reminder, but here we are. Trust me, going down first though. Hardest is able to pick them off, so this is a good start for the attackers. Peps out of the gates well. Rajaro wants to try and close the gap here and hit a Maelstrom, but that won't be possible, as Wolverine's also good at denying tanks who want to move into your face.
And trust me, coming out on the Hulk here, that's a really interesting choice. I mean, the team up with Doctor Strange is pretty good. However, I think in general, this comp for Luminosity looks pretty vulnerable to me to a Wolverine, right? We've seen how many times that barrier from Magneto was able to save people from Wolverine's catches, and you've given up that skill. You know, Hulk does have a team barrier, but it's much less flexible, much less reliable to get it on an ally that gets pulled away from you. Oh, right. You're in the wrong neighborhood, Invisible Woman.
That is, yeah, you not really sure what the plan is there. But again, this is where Wolverine really shines, can access those buildings so easily, can line up these leaves as well to curve them, as you can sort of see. And yeah, Luminosity don't have an answer for it. And the same question that they had issues answering at the start of the series, Jake, might end up being the one that undoes them in the end.
They're getting crushed right now, and trust me, is going to swap over to the Magneto. But first point Spider Islands is actually a pretty solid point for defenders typically. And so Team Peps are just running through it with a comp that we've seen them play before. This is a very comfortable for style for Team Peps. I mean, this is pretty much the comp we had on the cards for their, you know, most comfortable, most preferred heroes.
And we saw the banner for a while there from Luminosity, but it just really doesn't cut the mustard in this kind of comp. I do think it can lock down individuals. It can be very powerful. The team up is great, but man, Luminosity need a little bit more than that because they're getting absolutely smashed. Naga, whoa, finds himself in the back line. Normally, you try and set that Omega Hurricane up so you end up with the rest of your team after it, but clearly, he was all in, and that's his undoing. Kraken Impact here gets a ton of coverage, and Team Peps, I don't know if they've even lost a player so far this map.
Yeah, they are just running through it here on the second point. Luminosity was at 90% on both strategist ultimates, but just didn't have them up in time, had already lost players, couldn't commit to the fight. That being said, coming into this next fight, they do have a double strategist ultimate. This is their chance to stabilize the map and earn something back on this defense.
I've got to watch out for the Vanguard ult combo here on the Pep side, though. Strangling Prison into Meteor M can be devastating. Destroyed wants to flank, able to avoid the Wolverine for the time being into the thick of things now as the Eternal Bond will be active. Pretty effective.
Oh, Team
ultimate
Peps
here for Luminosity, and you've got to disengage from this if you're Peps.
Into the bunker, though. That's a beautiful move. They completely kite the ultimate out, and now they flip the map and take in a stronger position. Dive comes in once again from Luminosity, but oh, stun control just barely enough to keep Star-Lord alive.
I mean, Destroyed, though, stunned up the entire time, will end up falling. Rajaro's been able to build up a Meteor M, but things are going horribly here for Luminosity. What a bionic arm. That was a ridiculous pull on their enemy Star-Lord, and trust me, well, it's a pretty grim landscape, even if it looks prettier from high up. They are headed out of there to get healed up, and they might be giving up this checkpoint. It's got to be up to Trust Me to try and stall out here.
He does have the Venom ultimate, so there's a chance he could stall, but he just gets completely popped. Can't even get his shield off in time. The damage is overwhelming. Naga trying to hold on with this Dance of the Butterfly, but too little too late. You got a fully charged Wolverine just carving it up on the point. The Groot walls denying the defenders from getting back in a timely manner. And Team Peps, that's 2 caps without losing a team fight. This is one of the most blistering offenses I've ever seen on Spider Islands.
And honestly, for me, the Mantis difference is palpable for Team Peps. That Spore Slumber has been huge, whether it's on Trust Me, Destroyed, Naga. There's actually a disgusting amount of crowd control on this Team Peps roster. Between even like Mag Cannon, Hardest being able to use that biotic arm, of course, what, you know, Invisible Woman can do with that displacement. It's been really hard for Luminosity to use that dive component effectively. Naga's in deep trouble here, already taken quite low. We're going to see Destroyed go for it. Galactic Legend active, and look how many people Switch has on speed dial there in the right-hand side of the screen. All of those leaves being handed out, and Peps just ignore that Star-Lord ult.
Yeah, Luminosity strategy, they've been changing it up constantly, trying to find purchase in the map. They're able to wait out the Mantis ultimate decently well, but Team Peps, every time they're under pressure, the team plays beautiful. They retreat back into the small rooms, punish the divers, and now continue the offense with a player advantage.
Kraken impact at the ready. Crook is in a bit of a scary position there. He was an attempt to pulling Rajaro out of position, but he was not caught. He's a Meteor M, and Hardest goes low, but is going to be kept alive, albeit only just, and then just quickly ducks in to that healing effect, of course, of that invisible boundary. Now Team Peps ready to rumble here, but Teemo goes a little bit low, does at least get off that strangling prison by the looks of things, but Luminosity have the staying power with that Soul Resurgence that Crook deployed to stay in the fight.
I mean, they finally get a stoppage here, Mitch, but this is a really rough start to the map so far. Team Peps snowballed all the way through to nearly the end of third point. They've still got 2:30 on the clock. They are going to swap over to the Thing, so continuing to value some of that damage threat in the small rooms, but without the group, could be a little bit less defensive. Oh no, this is a Star-Lord in the wrong house.
There's no way he's going to be getting out of that storage closet. Not sure how he turned up there. Trust me here, hoping to find the back line. Cellular corrosion not available for him right now, so really just trying to be a nuisance and take up some attention. Perhaps, of course, without Hardest for the time being. And trust me, it's just, again, trying to delay, trying to disable, dismay if possible. Shield available as E is popped. Trust me goes a little bit low now, having to try and climb up on the periphery. And we'll be able to get back to safety. However, the rest of Luminosity have given up ground, and that cart is on the move. Here comes the Dance of the Butterfly now, and Trust Me is in the middle of it. Naga is trying to get some damage down, and it is clobbering time, but Team Peps have very little follow-up to that Thing ultimate. Shu goes very, very low, and these Flaming Fists do find some hits, but no eliminations.
And this third point has proved to be a decent spot for Naga, especially with the switch to Psylocke. He's been constantly able to attack, has punished Hardest first in a couple of these fights, and that's denying Team Peps of being able to fight at full strength. Once again, they're set up on the flanks. This time, Star-Lord has found a new hiding position, one that maybe will be a little bit harder for Wolverine to catch.
So far, trying to stay out of trouble. Destroyed is able to use all those dashes to get to a safer spot. And they realize that Hardest is sat there in the back line. Is there a chance for a quick assassination for Destroyed? And we go! Hit the E! Gotta be stunned up briefly, but damage is done, and Switch was not able to be healed up quickly enough. Trust me here, obviously can combine with that Star-Lord quite nicely. And remember on that Venom, you do headshot, so you actually do need to care a little bit about your aim if you're trying to get that big damage output.
Oh, the stall on this Magneto. They're burning the extra time, so it should be pretty much final fight for Team Peps. And I gotta say, Luminosity, despite all the pressure they were under, they've done a masterful job on third point of meeting out the ultimates one by one. They still have a really huge bank. Pretty much 5 ultimates going to be online for this next team fight. So Team Peps, they've got a fair fight, but no real advantage here coming into what will be likely the final fight of the defense.
Yeah, they've rationed them out, haven't they, Jake? Withstanding this constant pressure from Team Peps. Rajaro, are you going to guess for this one? Yes. Meteor M does not find any target by the looks of things. That was Soul Resurgence used by Luminosity, though. They do have Invisible Boundary ready to draw. Teemo is going to go for that Meteor themselves here. Try to get it around the corner. Big damage on Trust Me, but honestly, Marvel Rivals, that can be healed up awfully quick. Teemo getting peppered down from that high ground as Leaf is back here on the Wolverine with a last stand available. Doesn't want to try and fight or risk getting slept there by Crook, and I can understand his recalcitrance. Dive into the front line, though. Leaf has found Crook, and oh my goodness, they get a bulwark. Great reaction there from Teemo to try and keep their Mantis alive, but Leaf simply ducks out, comes back in, and there it is. Able to find that very important strategist elimination. Rajaro down, Shu, of course, back here on the Thing. Team Peps has taken them the entire length of the round after such a good start to get this close. I like that Feast of the Abyss used to buy a bit of time there for Trust Me, but there's unlikely to be any significant resistance from this point out with Leaf pushing in as they are. Destroyed is down. Captain America makes his appearance. What a rarity and what a pleasure, but Rajaro will be stunned up, then removed. Fate also very, very low as that overtime wick does start to tick down a little bit. It's going to be Leaf fighting at 3K, running roughshod and getting Peps towards the end of the map. Trust Me, slept, eventually dispatched, and there we go. Full completion with no time left.
Oof, Luminosity snatched a chance back to secure this series. I mean, with the way those first 2 points were going, I thought this could have been just a quick in and out. Team Peps finishing the series with dominance, but no, Luminosity, they run out the clock to 0. They've secured at least a chance here. You know, I think if Team Peps finishes with a couple minutes, that would just be demoralizing for Luminosity, but the last few fights, for the most part, went their way.
And you can see here, this is obviously after 1/2 of play. And while only doing 10k or so damage on the Venom, trust me, it's definitely been a pretty key component of LG's ability to disrupt the attackers before they can set up. Because we don't have Lunar Snow here, you don't have access to the freeze. Ice Arts with that cleave healing, don't have access to that either. Of course, no Fate of Both Worlds to rely on. So we're definitely in a world where we're quite limited in terms of just that raw healing throughput. And you can see that Mantis rarely can keep up with some of the, the more headliner strategists. 10k healing for half is pretty darn good, but this can be bursted through. You can overcome this level of healing, I think, with great damage connection and good dive like we saw.
I gotta say, though, this is the point that I'm worried about for Luminosity Gaming. The first attack trying to push through the chokes for Team Peps. If anything, Team Peps comp is better on defense, right? Where they're able to just hold down a position, stall the game out. They've been doing that all series long. On defense, that's really a natural play style, especially on first point. You're gonna see this first bridge choke really be a critical spot for Team Peps to win a few fights and stall the clock down.
Out of the gates we go once more. Team Peps on this attack side now are still going to try and make use of the Wolverine. The Groot, though, something I've been looking at, something that Team Peps have been leveraging extensively. Switches down, though, again. Less mobility available to the Mantis, and Luminosity crunch into Team Peps here straight off the rip. You can see, of course, that tower here in this main courtyard being busted down, and that gets them off to a brilliant start.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed. Team Peps just going for kind of a throwaway fight here, honestly, fighting this close to the attacker spawn. But I think it's exactly to set up this play. They wanted to create chaos. Now they're going to go with the Strange Portal, re-engage, and fight from the defensive side, or rather from the attacker's side of the same bridge choke. This is where Luminosity Gaming, though, with their high mobility, these defenders for Team Peps, they're kind of exposed in the open here.
Yeah, and I think they're feeling it now. As look who goes overhead. Looks like it's Destroyed. Hit that backline pretty darn hard. Trust me, stunned up though, but is able, of course, to pop that shield and get back to business. Shu, it's just a roiling mass of bodies around the Doctor Strange. Okay, everyone's able to get inside that invisible boundary in time, so Destroyed won't be able to find any eliminations. Trust me is down. So now Luminosity lack that Venom component to their team, and losing Fate here means that it's all over but the crying in a fight like this. Destroyed hoping to find something. That's really just about trying to maintain a foothold here close to the card and wait for reinforcements.
LG spawn, though, is right here, so Naga is going to recommit with Dance of the Butterflies into the backline, finding some pickoffs.
I can't have so much more than that.
Hardest has the reset going, though. He's trying to clutch this out pretty much solo. Maybe going to be able to get it done here. With pretty much no one left to support him.
Jeez, you've got to respect
that'll be the end of it, though. Cleaned up by Magneto and Venom. But, I mean, still 2 minutes off the clock, and the card has barely gotten rolling here, Mitch.
I mean, yeah, looking conversely at how Peps were able to breeze through this part of the map and still have trouble finishing, I think that's 2 minutes that is extremely relevant. Now you can see Rajaro probably wants to control this high ground and not give Leaf easy access to the backline by pushing up and diving on down. Also presenting an off-angle threat with the Meteor M. It's definitely something that Peps have to be mindful of. They have Strangling Prison, no Soul Resurgence available. Last Stand at their fingertips too.
Ultimates available for Luminosity. Legendary being ripped, but Hardest has already found Naga, shutting down one of the most threatening frontliners. And that catch was by Teemo was brutal. He caught those divers in, separated the rest of the attackers with the help of those strangling walls. And now Luminosity forced to reset, and that was their Legendary. That was their opportunity to push forward and potentially get a cap. Clock running low. If they cap this, we'll be pretty much in overtime here. And Team Peps, they've got a serious bank of ultimates for Luminosity to chew through.
This is terrifying for Luminosity. Destroyed probably using that Galactic Legend, Jake, in probably the least effective way possible from his own backline. Just trying to pepper someone who's not protected. It didn't work out at all. Teemo goes a little bit low here. Definitely some pod coming in from that right side building, and I suspect that Naga has something to do with it. In we go. Invisible boundary here for Luminosity. Rajaro is going to be forced out of the fight. Needs to get back in, but his wall's in the way as well. It's an absolute mess, but Shu gets picked off first. Natlox does get their ultimate into play now with Crook going down. You've lost a strategist. And Leaf is looking to go to work. We are hearing the resets come out from Hardest now, trying to get rid of Fate, and yet another one will come down. Big damage off the Kraken impact. Destroyed desperately trying to fold away, but another convincing defensive hold. And Team Peps here looking poised to take the series.
We've focused so much on the strategic play from Team Peps, and I think it's well-deserved, but man, Hardest on this Winter Soldier, he is pretty much dominating them in the competition, right? Like, with this high mobility comp Luminosity are running, they don't really have the durability to deal with the Kraken impact, and he's constantly being able to clean up these scrappy team fights with the help of those resets.
That was big ultimates, though, from Team Pepsi. Luminosity have a real crack at this one, but trust me, stunned up, goes low as he tries to hit the backline, and Hardest has the kit to dispatch the interloping Venom. Now, out in the open we go. Crook goes down, and this is Peps winning out with no ultimates so far. Zestroid desperately trying to go for a Galactic Legend, but I'm not sure if his names will be inscribed in the annals of history from here on out. Naga, a little bit low, trying to go in with the Dance of the Butterfly, and that is a critical massive damage finally achieved by Luminosity. Shu and Teemo finally give up the ghost, but Leaf is still here with a final stand to use and big damage to take Trust Me out of the fight. He'll shield up for the time being, and a Feral League doesn't connect, but Leaf can follow it up with standard slashes. Now back to the point we go. Leaf is running on fumes here. It's only Overshield that kept them alive for that window, and now they're back into the fight. Destroyed, trying to hang around, but eventually pushed back, and the Invisible Woman returns. She'll herald the end for Luminosity. They are stopped in their tracks here on Spider Islands, and Peps finally prevail.
What a well-fought series from Luminosity, but in the end, Team Peps, with the team play, constantly punishing these attempts at aggression from Luminosity. It all comes back to that opening map of domination, with how impressive their performance was there. When it just went to map picks for the rest of the series, Team Peps, with the preparation, the strategy, were able to get it done.
Oh, man. Let's have a look back at this, and you can see now with 3 bans aimed at strategists. We had to see Menaces, we had to see Invisible Woman, which obviously is the next best 2. And you can see it's just hard to have that oppressive, healing output in general. A tough pill to swallow here for Luminosity, because Destroyed and Naga had a really good game, but it wasn't really about raw damage output. It was about Hardest being able to shut down flankers with that heavy CC, and Leaf doing the same to those enemy vanguards, taking them out of the fight, dispatching them, and securing that all-important player advantage.
I love the way they played around the Groot in this style. Like, not only are they pulling you into this tiny bunker with the rest of their strategists and their whole team ready to punish you, but then they're locking you in with a Groot wall while they clean you up and you completely separate you from your own strategist. And I felt like that was the key to a lot of Pep's success, was being able to deny this positioning from Luminosity Gaming. Yes, Luminosity is pumping the damage. They're even finding picks at times, but time and time again, they're being punished for doing so. They're being pulled into positions where they're not ready to fight. And I got to give a lot of props to Peps with the team coordination here. It's clear the communication between these players is really, really strong. We almost never saw players out of position for Peps. They were always fighting together as a unit. At times they were dying together as a unit, but they were always together. They really played well as a team, which I think potentially bodes well for their match in the money match here against Virtus Pro.
Peps gets it done. Every map they selected, they looked very strong. In fact, they were one strategist pick away from finishing with 4 minutes on the clock. They were rolling on that attack. I have to say, the thing I learned today, my favorite games are the ones where Loki and Luna get banned at the same time. Why? People are eliminated. There's knockouts that actually happen. So great stuff in our final game 5. Will we see more of it? You might want to bring that strategy against Virtus Pro. Uber, as we take a look, though, at Luminosity, they are done for the night. Highlights in your eyes, though, because this is definitely going to be a team to watch in North America. Sorry,
absolutely. I mean, the team is awesome. I really like sort of what they can bring with the front line of, like, Trust Me and Rajaro. I like how much they dabbled, with half of their team sort of diving here. I thought it was really effective in tying up the enemy backline, just stretching the healing resources in general, and also just getting in people's faces and taxing their bandwidth. I think Destroyed and Naga are a great duelist combo. I think Destroyed on the Star-Lord has been a real highlight for me, and my boy Crook also put a really strong showing. The preference, of course, for this team to go towards the Mantis in some comps really helped them have another form of CC, especially in games where Luna's banned. Like, being able to sleep a Wolverine or someone getting in there is really impactful. But I mean, can't take anything away from Peps here. These guys, they wanted it more. I think it's clear to see.
Leaf on the Wolverine. Thank you, observers. Point 1, we just got to hang out with him for about a minute and a half. Jake, I feel like this is the player to shut down moving forward if you're Virtus Pro, right? What's your scouting report after sitting in here watching 5 games if you're Finzi and Nevix?
I've seen enough, man. Just ban Wolverine. Maybe on some of these like super wide open maps, right? Luminosity was able to tactically outplay. They were able to win some of those maps. But when Leaf has a good game, when you go to Pep's map pick, you better believe they are going to be playing around Leaf. They're going to have every possible bunker in the map scouted out, prepared, the full formation set up. You can't just let Leaf run rampant on you like this.
Let's take a look at your MVP. Most valuable player in the lobby was Leaf from Team Peps, the Frenchman. Just bullying everybody, abduction after abduction, dashing in your face, never dying. This guy was just he felt invincible at times, Uber.
Yeah, look, the air control you get with Feral Leap, I think, is pretty wild. Some of the tech that you can do with this ability, it's pretty sort of well hidden. But once like you have like that full rage, your regenerative healing factor just gives you a massive chunk of bonus health, and you obviously sort of begin to heal when that's triggered. So like you become, for all intents and purposes, like an off Vanguard. You have the health pool. You have obviously a great sort of global taunt. You have cooldowns that allow you to decrease the amount of damage incoming. So many of this durability abilities baked into the kit for Wolverine, and then like absurdly high damage when you do build that rage up. He's kind of doing everything right now. Definitely, I think needs to be looked at through the pick and the banner protect phase. Rather, as if you don't have a great Wolverine play, then you need to make sure you don't run into one.
Jake, I was worried without a Luna that maybe Switch was going to struggle from Peps. The man popped off. He put up the best numbers on his role. I believe he picked up Mantis for that last game. Expectation for Peps moving forward. Do you want to use a... Are we forcing them to run a 2-2-2? Will we ever see a triple
I can do what they want.
strategist tonight?
Right.
I mean, it's really interesting in Marvel Rivals right now that despite there not being role luck, there's no limit to, I mean, you could play 6 strategists if you want to. I mean, good luck with that, by the way, but you could play whatever you want, and just teams have figured out that this is, the best style. This seems to be the winningest play. We've seen in previous tournaments, we saw a little bit of triple strategist, triple Vanguard, but people found counters. I mean, you got to think characters like Wolverine are incredibly punishing on those, like, if you're just trying to run pure beef healers and Vanguards, it's not going to work against Wolverine. He is super happy to play into that. And there's a lot of these duelist characters that naturally punish the enemy for grouping up too much, relying too much on just constant healing throughput. And I think the key factor for Winter Soldier and Wolverine that makes them both incredibly powerful is we talked about how hard it is to kill through some of these strategist ultimates, right?
Yeah.
Like when Luna Snow is popping the Fate of Both Worlds, I mean, good luck bursting through. However, if you can grab somebody and pull them out of the area effect of the ultimate, or pull Luna herself away from her teammates, that's a great way to deal with that ultimate. Even though you can't necessarily stop it, you could still find eliminations in that moment.
I love it. The chat is arguing right now. Was it Leaf over Hardest as the MVP? Well, you get a chance to watch both of them as they go round 2. This time, it's a best of 7 for money. They're playing against Virtus Pro. Uber, it's been a blast here on the opening night of Rivals Fight Night. I know you're doing this for a few other games. For anyone who's tuning in for the first time for a fight night, what can they look forward to the rest of the show?
Yeah, again, I mean, I love the show. It's low key. We've got our hair down. It's quick and snappy. I mean, it normally is, but these teams always throw down. $1,000 on the line every week is not something to sneer at. It's definitely good incentive, and we always see these teams bring their best for that best of 7 game. So I'm super hype. I'm expecting more of the same, even better, and Team Peps are going to have their wits about it because VP have been salivating in the chat, waiting to get into this game. They will be hungry.
Greatest team in Europe? At least according to the global leaderboard. When we come back, take a look at Nevix and Virtus Pro live here on Marvel's Fight Night. Here. Major shout out to the composer of that robotic violin story. We have Uber and Jake joining us for the grand finals of EU this week. Rivals Fight Night is about to feature Virtus Pro. And Jake, this is a special treat for everybody tuning in to our first broadcast. Why is Virtus Pro so good at the game?
They've just been dominant. I mean, they've been really impressive, you know, in pretty much all the competitions we've seen in Europe. There's a reason Virtus Pro snagged this squad so quickly, because they have just been putting up numbers. They've showing a ton of flexibility, a lot of depth in the team comp. That being said, I don't think Peps will be a pushover. This squad has shown real resilience in that last series.
Uber, we haven't seen any Magneto bans. I feel like I've seen them in every single game. Do you flip the strategy on its head if you take him out of the gameplay for Team Peps?
He's such an interesting hero in that what he provides, I think, is just so very helpful, and what he sort of provides is not really that egregious either. I think like Meteor M can be very powerful, but it is extremely skill dependent, and a lot of the time you can just shield it. So there's a ton of counterplay. And honestly, the heroes right now that are attracting the most bans through that phase, Pucker, are the ones with limited amounts of counterplay, because at this level, you have the resources and the experience to play around a Meteor M and the rest that Magneto can provide. It really is like a war of attrition based hero. It's the shock and awe heroes that maybe do things that are a little bit out of the ordinary, or have this mobility that perhaps has just crept too far over the line, that are getting looked at through the ban phase, as well as those healers with absurd throughput.
Great call out there. Shout out to everyone who's in the stream tonight. We're live on Twitter as well as YouTube, and right here on Twitch. Leg Day in the chat. Lemon Kiwi in the chat. We are getting invaded by Brits and I guess French Canadians. Jake, as we jump into this game, we have a lot of pride for the French fans. They were spamming the chat earlier. We saw flags galore. Why is Peps such a fan favorite?
I mean, I think this is just an exciting team to watch. Like, not only do they bring the heat on an individual basis, we saw like huge performances out of like Hardest, for example, with, you know, the big plays he's able to make, especially with that Winter Soldier ultimate. But at the same time, I think it's the team play that I really love out of Team Peps. Like, they are really sick at, you know, regrouping together in all the chaos that Marvel Rivals brings. This team, they don't get separated. They find a way through.
You had some fantastic heals coming in from Natlox and Switch, who is super crucial on the Luna Snow. We'll see him in just a bit. On the other side of this matchup, though, let's take a look at the most famous team in Europe right now. Sparker has three gamer tags in the top 10 on the global rankings. The man is putting in all kinds of time, Jake.
Yeah, Sparker is a beast. You don't want to sleep on anyone on this roster. This is a super stacked team. This is pretty much like all the best players in Europe came together to make this roster, to be the juggernaut, you know, to be our defending champion is really, I think, a natural position for Virtus Pro right now.
And of course, we've got two fantastic off tanks in Finzi and Nevix. They're teaming up once again, this time for Virtus Pro. What do you think of the front line here, Uber?
I mean, one of them is a world champion, so I'll say that much. You know, and Finzi is no slouch either. I mean, these guys are amazing. Nevix, someone who, you know, right back at the start of when Marvel Rivals was trying to push these tournaments, was already like top of the leaderboards. Both these players, I think you've got, you know, two of the best sort of shield tanks, you know, in Europe. I think outside of that, this team is extremely cracked. They've got the quality. They did drop a map to Peps, though, recently, I think, in the MRI, the Marvel Rivals.
They can bleed.
Marvel Rivals Invitational, excuse me.
So they can bleed. We haven't seen them lose, though. And as we jump into this one, right away, Wolverine out of the map, Jake. Smart plays here.
I'm pretty sure Virtus Pro is on the right, guys.
I'm thinking that might be VP because the Hella. That's Peps' auto veto.
Virtus Pro is on the right here. They do not want to deal with the Wolverine. They agree with me. I like this. So we're going to see already a very different series. So far, Peps sticking with their guns, though. The instant Hella ban, still not something they want to deal with, Wolverine or not.
Namor?
Protect the storm.
Okay. Backline beware.
Do we know what the map this is? Did we see the map?
I don't think we saw the map set yet, but we're going to a domination, right, for the pre-selected first map. The Luna Snow Protect comes out. Interesting, because
Heaven.
You want to survive that storm ult, all right? That's
survive the storm multi, and just in general. I mean, Luna Snow really stabilized the game, but no two Luna Snow ultimates. All right, they're taking mercy on you, Bucket.
No Loki.
They heard you. You get one Luna Snow ultimate, absolute maximum.
Gonna have 6 hours of invulnerability, not 24 hours, and Namor is gone. So Dives, welcome to the game. who is going to take first blood. It's a best of 7, $1,000 on the line. Once again, if you're just joining us, please hit that follow button. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. This is night number 1, and we're coming at you every Thursday with your favorite teams. If you have a suggestion of who you want to see on the show, hit up my guy at Tempo ZP. Yes, he hasn't rebranded yet. It's still at Tempo ZP on Twitter. Let him know who you want to see on the stream. For now, we send it over. It's Uber and Jake. Game number 1, Rivals Fight Night EU Final.
Thank you very much, Crop. Was that his Heroes of the Storm team? Come on, that's
a throwback. That's a throwback.
Crazy. That's like me calling myself an ESL caster. Like we are reaching, guys. We are going back a long way. Here we go, folks. Your best of 7 Marvel Rivals Fight Night number 1 for EU. It's Team Peps in the blue. Virtus Pro finally taking to the stage here on the red side of the map, and I am ready to see them throw down. Ready to see Sparker click some heads. He and Fire, deadly combination here at the Duelist Roll.
Yeah, this is our first look at Virtus Pro of the night. Team Peps also are going to be forced off of their Comfort Wolverine. We'll see what the next best option is for them. For now, Leaf over to the Winter Soldier. Both teams prioritizing that Winter Soldier, really valuing that playmaking potential.
Hold will get you over to the left-hand side, so at least sort of fundamentally gives you a little bit of that high ground, of course. So just being quicker to the punch here on this map is going to be crucial. Fenzi pushed pretty far forward, and Sparker takes a pretty passive angle, honestly, amongst all of this. Pretty mindful of a lot of the poke damage that could come through. It's Peps that are still working with a quasi-dive component, but they've got that Adam Warlock and Star-Lord team up here, Jake.
Yeah, first pickup, though, found onto the Groot, and that's a lot of the front line already down. So Virtus Pro watching the flankers, not able to help their front line in that moment. Still trying to fight this back from a 5v6.
Still contesting the point. They have not given it up fully to Peps. They might, though, have to now, as Nevix is still coming back on that respawn. They want to rotate through, of course, as after the point is capped, we start to see the point itself become more elevated. To the dodge away there from the cellular corrosion. Is everybody respecting, especially the squishies, what Teemo can do? And his hardest going down. Fire is able to find damage from a pretty safe spot and cut Peps down to 5.
Yeah, it's a very front-to-back play style. The res comes in, but huge pop from Virtus Pro, charging in together, and the one res doesn't mean much in the face of a team wipe. That's one of the faster pops I've seen in Marvel Rivals. Virtus Pro bringing the heat.
Yeah, that's, I mean, very quickly they have reasserted themselves, and Fight didn't have to reinvent the wheel there. He's just kind of aiming here from his own front line. And Team Peps, without much of a shield outside of what Magneto could provide, which has obviously been nerfed, right? The duration or the frequency that he can throw up that stream is much less now. Hardest trying to make his way through here. Some of those walls there, a bit annoying, can be used by Fire here to sort of peer down a little bit further. As here comes the Galactic Legend, instantly counted out by the Invisible Boundary.
Yeah, just a 1-for-1. Virtus Pro happy to trade those strategist ultimates on the point with control. Vi helping to punish that Venom overextending. And now Sparker got to be thinking about potentially looking for the Kraken impact, but maybe not even necessary. Team Peps are sent packing to the spawn, and Virtus Pro, I mean, they are explosive when they attack.
And they are now starting to get out to a pretty comfortable lead. Kraken impact, fate of both worlds here. Drudra, of course, been a sort of healer player for a long time. Fenzi, though, you know, in the past used to be a bit of a duelist and also flexed a lot. So seeing him now, obviously, as a shield tank for Virtus Pro. They grow up so fast. Here comes the push for Peps, though, onto the point now. True does have the Meteorium available, but bloody hell, those Groot walls are a problem. And Teemo got cut off from the rest of Peps and then dispatched.
Shield in his face. He can't find a window through with the Meteor M. Just throws it for a little splash damage on the backline. But Virtus Pro are sitting on a bank of 5 ultimates. They're just winning this fight easily, safely, comfortably. This is not what I expected so far in the match. And now they strike with the Kraken impact. Sparker getting into the mix.
Painting those eliminations together. Now they're looking for the Adam Warlock. You can see desperately, I think, the heals for Peps were trying to get in position, but the Karmic Revival was only used to bring back one player. It was the Venom. That is a low value Adam Warlock ultimate, and even with that team up, Jake, it's been very hard for Team Peps to take any edges on that round.
I mean, VP just played that immaculately. You know, we've seen in many other tournaments, this Adam Warlock, Star-Lord, and Mantis team up really dominate the meta with like every team playing it, you know, really utilizing those reses. It felt so powerful. But the way Team VP win these fights, is dominant. I mean, they're just like, when they find one pickoff, they immediately get a team wipe. They're somehow crashing over their opposition more quickly than we've seen anybody else do. The execution is that clean that these reses just don't matter. They don't have the tempo.
Man, what a showing so far. Finzi, Nevix looking dangerous there. Even though Nevix was the first pickoff, only Nevix, Fire, and Saipe actually got picked off over the course of that whole round. Really impressive stuff from VP. They look more decisive than what we've seen so far, and as good as Peps have looked, and they have looked good, they've now got to go away from the Adam Warlock. They can't afford to bring that lower throughput healer in just to get the revival capacity for the Star-Lord.
And a quick TP on the point. Finzi really valuing getting here early, but it's the high ground taken for Team Peps, putting them in a strong position as they swap over to the mirror match.
Oh, Kraken Impact did end up hitting on a Finzi, but the healing is so good. Oh, the invisible boundary. Peps could not penetrate through it. And now Finzi's coming in. Aya Agamotto, he's going to be knocked off course, though. So that ultimately fizzles. And up in the sky goes Hardest, but he gets cut down. Fi. Oh, that is crazy. Rosterstone is not a hit scan weapon. That is a projectile weapon, and he's still able to take down an airborne target with such effectiveness.
I mean, Sparker's just a beast on this. And you know, the challenge for Team Peps is they've had to make a lot of swaps. Now they're going to pass the Winter Soldier over to Hardest with how impactful he was in that last series. I don't blame them. Leaf going to make the swap over to the Storm. But VP have just been sticking with their guns, and it has been amazing.
And here's Fire.
Oh,
eyes there on that Locks and Switch. He's looking at that backline, but probably spotted out there. At least Timo trying to make sure Fire is aware that he's been put on notice, that he's been noticing him. Oh, great wall. Look at the wall. It cuts off all of the strategists. Oh, they're so good. Natlox eventually broke through the wall only to be impaled by an oaken spear. Virtus Pro are on a different level.
Okay, we may be in for a very dominant money match as Peps, I mean, they fought their way through so valiantly against Luminosity Gaming, and right now, Virtus Pro are just eating them for breakfast.
This is stunning. They're already at half of their captured total that they need. Sparker close to another Kraken Impact. Fire close to another Galactic Legend. You've got all of your Duelist ultimates ready to go here. Peps had better be quick here on that Invisible Woman ultimate, but look at the poke damage they're taking. This is intense pressure being put on them. The walls now, of course, being thrown up here to give a breach potentially. Fire a little bit low, but he's going to go in for this now as a Mega Hurricane is going to be used by Leaf. Will there be an answer? Fire taken down by a Man Cannon though, and here is a Hurricane. There's healing though. Saipe does pop that invisible boundary, and there it is, Strangling Prison into the Kraken Impact. Big connection, but enough healing to keep Peps above that threshold to deny any resets. And now with the Meteor Ram, they're able to break back into the game.
And they weren't able to pop that enemy Luda Snow. So for the first time, Virtus Pro properly beaten back, properly cleared out of the map, and Team Peps have an opportunity to take the position.
Hardest there with that free reset. Happy to be done and dusted, and now Peps are in the game, but have a look, Jay. They spent it all. They threw good money after bad in order just to stay in the game, and they're facing down an Aya Agamotto here, which again can be countered. Natlox can also, of course, push back that Doctor Strange and deny the AoE. It's a Galactic Legend that I'd be terrified of. This is exactly where you look to get use with that ultimate. Fire's the one to watch here. This could be dangerous. Nice shield. I like how that's been thrown up there just to give that sustain. But there is not going to be enough here, and Team Peps have to back off the point entirely. I like to see the challenge here from the Storm. Leaf ties Fire up for a time, and there are actually no knockouts coming off that ultimate.
Nonetheless, though, it did cost them the flip. So Virtus Pro back in the time advantage here, able to stall the fight out, build towards the next ultimate. This Aya Agamotto, Finzi absolutely going to be looking for it here, wants to be watchful for all the counterplay, but it's running low for Team Peps. They're trying to stabilize, they're popping ultimates, but is it enough to turn this fight around?
They try and burst down Leaf in the middle of that Omega Hurricane. Here it is. Great answer once again. Natlox has been good at shutting that down, but the Kraken Impact, that's another story entirely. Sparker looking for reset after reset. 3 knockouts there, and that will be the end of our first map. A one-sided showing here. Hell's Heaven goes the way of VP.
And if I'm Luminosity Gaming right now, I'm like, guys, why didn't we just ban Wolverine? This is a very different match. Team Peps now coming into Virtus Pro's wheelhouse, and it's clear who's stronger on this style.
Oh, man, it did not feel particularly close there. Saipe MVP over the game, and I do think these invisible boundaries have been pretty instrumental. Storm's very effective. She's got great sustained damage, but, you know, just the burst impulse damage on that Omega Hurricane is enough to be, or rather, it can be counted out by even that Invisible Woman ultimate. big healing from Cypher. Dridro perhaps more offensively tuned in this particular game, but overall great showing here. Nevix on the Groot is definitely something that has to be looked very closely at, I think, for Team Peps, because the impact was undeniable.
That's insane damage for a Vanguard, right? To be putting out pretty much as much as the Duelists on Vanguard. This is why we see Groot prioritized, especially when they're able to fight those choke points. It felt like VP's understanding of that map was really strong. They knew exactly where Peps would come from. They were ready to defend that choke successfully. And then, when Peps come to the same spot, defend the same choke, VP just completely on the opposite side of the map. They're slipping into the mid fight and starting it on even footing. So not only is the individual mechanics on a high level for VP, but they're playing the game with a real strategic mastery right now.
Oh man, I mean, brutal stuff. You saw Teemo, by the way, died 7 times at the end of that map in the end, which is a huge amount. Teemo, not a feeder by any stretch of the imagination, but getting burst down very, very quickly. Out of nowhere, basically, we're seeing Virtus.pro just being able to snap their heads about 180 and look at that Groot as they try and step up. Frequent Kraken impacts from Sparker definitely help. The resets. Cleaning up these fights is really important on domination, because once your opponents have control of the point, they can stagger, they can stall, they can throw a player here, there, and keep control. But Virtus.pro only lost control very briefly, and while we were getting pretty excited about, Fire coming in with that Galactic Legend at the end of this round, Jake, it forced a disengage. No kills, but that was enough for Virtus.pro to flip the point back, and it looked as good as a team fight win, because from there on out, they were unmovable.
Yeah, I think it comes back to that, the one fight they're able to flip the point, it cost them a full dump of 6 ultimates. And against a team like VP that wisely kept a few things in the tank, even though they won that fight, it was a Pyrrhic victory. The game was tilting too far against them for them to bring it back on domination.
That was faster than I expected. Okay, Virtus.pro trying to get us back on schedule. Mad respect, Nevix. Question number 1. This comes from YouTube. I saw someone asking, why is he putting the walls like this? So Jake, can you explain that? Yeah. Why do you see that at high level gameplay?
So the thing about there's 2 walls the Groot can build. He builds the small ones and the much larger one. The small ones, they're a little bit tanky, but not so much. Pretty easy to damage through. So they're not so useful at actually stopping the enemy's progress. Occasionally you can use them for that. It's not so bad. But the real value they give is when you attack an enemy in range of a wall, the wall itself reaches out and does damage. So by putting them all around on the ceilings above choke points, the enemy, yes, they can walk out the choke point. They're not blocked, but as soon as they come out, you start attacking them on Groot, and that's where you see that insane damage coming from Groot, because the walls are continuing to contribute. So you almost want those small walls to be hidden away so that it's not so easy for the enemy to break them. And then you use that big ironwood wall to actually, slam the door on that choke point when you want to close it off.
Yeah.
Walls can do damage. Who knew? All right, we're jumping right into this. It's Spider Island. And once again, they don't want to see Hela ever. And I don't think you're ever going to see Wolverine on Leaf again. I'm sorry. So Peps, what do you do? Do you have another trick up your sleeve? Uber, what's your expectation here?
Okay, I mean, I don't think we'll see too much different in terms of how these protects end up looking. Lunarsnow has been protected in this kind of game, and I think that if you're Pep, as good as Teemo is, you might want to consider trying to deal with the Groot, because they are a problem. We sort of talked about where they're so effective, right? The Thornlash walls being thrown up, just adding to your damage potential. But we are protecting the Loki. So
sorry, Bucket.
Being promoted by a French contingent here. I don't know how to feel about it.
Bro, I got a war. Loki, don't mind me, Jake. I'm a big fan of seeing it. Unfortunately, we're going to see a whole lot of invulnerability. So with that said, how many knockouts does Sparker finish with?
I'm gonna say final blows or just in general knockouts.
Let's go final blows. Let's keep it a lower number, shall we?
I'm gonna say he's gonna have 22 on this man.
Final blows. Chad, get your predictions in. Once again, this is Sparker, the guy with 3 top 10 placements on our global leaderboard. How many will he finish with? He just led the lobby in game 1. Uber, we're not going to see Storm. We're not going to see Psylocke. The backline's pretty safe.
It's a shame. I do wonder. I mean, that's the experience of these 2 teams playing against each other that has sort of denied the Psylocke. It might be a Sparker pick. We haven't seen it yet, so that definitely tells us there's something to look forward to later in this series. It might have emerged through scrims at some point, but Spider Islands, man, I'm here for it. We need to see Pep step up in a big way, because Virtus.pro have their fundamentals really nailed down, and honestly, the depth of the hero pools means that they can kind of do whatever.
Here we go. Let's jump on in. Game number 2, Virtus.pro 3 maps away from claiming $1,000, the first prize here on Rival Fight Night. Pretty sure we're loading in. Take it away, Uber.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, it's a best of 4, or rather a best of 7, excuse me. So first to 4 in this case. As draws are very, very rare, but possible, I suppose, in this game. Up comes a VP. They will be defending.
No roll lock, Mitch. Triple Vanguard.
Yeah, okay. I am here. I'm here for it.
This is innovative. We haven't seen this all day today. We'll see what VP can run. I mean, with how good they were on the last map, they're not running this because of a lack of skill on the Duelist. They really believe in this style. And I mean, to be honest, these 3 Vanguards also put out pretty serious damage of their own.
And you can see also, like, those group walls can be used as bridges to get yourself up onto the high ground that also participate in combat if not destroyed. So a lot of value you can get from a great Groot player. Sparker goes down first, though, as the Monstro spawns need to be respected, and Fire might be trying to look for them now. They've spotted out the flanker, but they get dragged down by that bionic arm. Leaf making sure that Fire cannot move effortlessly across the map. That's another pick here, and VP's triple Vanguard attempt, Jake, has been broken.
Yeah, I mean, and I think losing your 1 Duelist first is actually really brutal in this comp. There's a lot of pressure on Sparker to deliver tons of damage with this kind of front line in front of him. So if you're able to snipe that Duelist down early, yeah, you got a ton of front line, but they're not doing so much if they're not protecting a key damage dealer like Winter Soldier.
TP comes in, excuse me, and Virtus Pro gonna dive straight on through that. Once again, the group wall's going to work. That Ironwood wall definitely going to be a factor now as Fire normally on a Duelist trying to take control of this high ground now and make it harder for Hardest to set up and throw these javelins for free. Definitely it'll be hard to shift this very high health pool body from this high ground, but here we go. We have a copy in play. Cypher looks like it's going to be a Strategist ultimate that does get duplicated, and Hornet Proteus gets thrown on in. Teemo finally falls, but it's at the cost of Finzi. And now with a Kraken impact in play, Leaf was hoping to run away with the game, but gets interrupted halfway through. Nevik stunned briefly, but Sparker is down, so only 1 Winter Soldier remains, and that is the man on your screen. Eye of Agamotto catches only on a Natlox here, and it's going to be tough to catch this Loki out, but Fire has to follow up damage to remove the Strategist from the game. A lot of shields in play, a lot of those Leaf trying to work his way through, and eventually Nevix must succumb. A ridiculous amount of damage as the Duelists for Peps are still alive and kicking.
Yeah, they're really starting to chunk through, and this triple Vanguard setup so far hasn't worked. VP still fighting valiantly here on the point. Sparker considering going for a clutch with this Kraken impact, thinking about it, is going to rip it here. Could potentially stabilize this. There's very little defense left in the game.
Okay, well, Rejuvenation Domain is going to get popped, but there are still resets to be had for Sparker, trying to line up these impacts. The damage is good, but desperately, Dridro's trying to heal Sparker, keep him in the game. Eventually, though, he's got to fall. Finzi gets into the fray, and Cypher's going to be able to buy some time now with that Fate of Both Worlds, enough for the Thing to get into the fight. It might not be too late still. Strangling Prison used there now, but Cypher, of course, offering a ton of healing, and a massive knockout comes in. Finzi is a problem, and Eye of Agamotto there. That's a big one from Shu. It's going to turn the fight as Hardest with the... Sorry. Comes in with the Iron Fist. Okay.
I mean, even Iron Fist can kind of go crazy on this triple Vanguard setup, right? Like, Iron Fist is actually deceptively tanky. You need a pretty serious amount of burst to get through him. He almost has that ultimate online. So a bit of a counter pick, tech pick coming out for Team Peps. And I will say, as much as they get that cap, and it felt like they won every fight back to back, Virtus Pro still ran the clock down over 3 minutes on that first point.
That's quite significant. I mean, I'm very curious how this Iron Fist sort of works out. We know Living Chi is a very powerful ability, and it's pretty easy to trigger Dragon's defense off these like messy fights. So you of course have access to great mobility and pretty impressive damage output as well. Shu just got chunked down low, but Nevix is the one that is brought to heal. He doesn't survive that damage output now, and Teemo, although getting dragged in with the bionic arm, is able to walk away with the help of his E. Finzi is down. That's the issue though for Virtus Pro. And here comes the Iron Fist. My good, Hardest is absolutely looking for a fight. Can't get another assassination done though, but Teemo has a Feast of the Abyss at the ready.
Yeah, and Team Peps now are really taking it to Virtus Pro, putting on the aggression. I think Fi switching over to the Namor makes a lot of sense trying to defend, but there's a big ultimate tempo here for Team Peps to get snowballed through this second point.
Teemo frozen up. Low does not have that shield available, so you're going to require the static shield of Shu thrown in his way. Hardest looking for a Living Chi opener, surely. Into the back line we go. Pressure now being put down on Cypher. Looks like if there was a freeze, it missed, and Leaf in the meantime gonna drop his way in with a massive Kraken impact. Teemo coming from the other side, chomping through the... With that Feast of the Abyss is gonna cut this VP team down to half. Fi under extreme pressure, taken very low. And it's only the clones to be cleared now.
All right, Leaf showing that he can really tango on this Winter Soldier as well. And this map pick proves to be a real difference maker here for Team Peps. They look a lot more comfortable here on Spider Islands.
Uphill battle here for Team Peps, but they've really made up a lot of time in that last phase of the map. We're definitely looking towards some of these ultimates now, as Cypher does, of course, have the ability to copy that Fate of Both Worlds. So plenty of healing for VP and a Strangling Prison at the ready for Nevix. Finzi needs to stay alive, though. That's the issue. Hardest is such a problem on his Iron Fist. Surely VP have encountered this in scrims, but it doesn't seem to matter. Still has Living Chi at the ready. This is the kind of pick you see so rarely. It feels like such a specialist choice here, but for Hardest, he's making it look easy.
Copied Lunasto ultimate from Saipe, trying to turn on the aggression here. No defensive ultimates available for Team Peps. They've got to just endure this with their cooldowns. Seems to be a little too much to ask for right now. Sparker sweeping over them with the Kraken impact resets.
Yeah, jumps on in, just clearing clones because you never know who they might be. And look, I mean, that combo was pretty impressive. We saw a Strangling Prison combined with Horn of Proteus, and recovering from that is hard enough without there being a Kraken impact dump on top of it. VP hit the Wombo combo, but it's still over 2 minutes for Peps to finish the map.
Yeah, and see if the Iron Fist ends up going for this ultimate. Hasn't found the window to get it in here. Finzi with that Eye of Agamotto on the other side. Something to worry about. No Invisible Woman to push that Doctor Strange away.
That's a great point. You can't displace him. It's scary. Here's the Living Chi, though. Hardest looking to go in, and unfortunately, they make a very quick exit as well. Bionic Arm catches him out and renders him virtually useless. Spark has been so critical on that Winter Soldier so far. Peps now down to 5 players. Of course, have the ability to duplicate another of those big healing ultimates. They've got plenty to work with. An Eye of Agamotto here, though, is going to have to be used by Shu. And it would be nice if he hadn't taken a javelin to the face. Used to be an adventurer. Now he's back to spawn.
Yeah, it's a great catch from VP. Nevix, that wall, cutting the opponents apart for just a second, and it's enough. However,
Squirrel Girl?
The fight back.
Sorry? Hardest comes back off spawn with Squirrel Girl. Is able to find a quick double there, but a dirty Horn of Proteus once again will be combined with a Kraken impact. There may not be resets here, but Team Peps are running on fumes. They've got a Fate of Both Worlds, and they're hoping to use it to gain some progress, but once that expires, they're going to be much more exposed. Big Eye of Agamotto, but everybody back around the corner and able to recover on Virtus Pro. Kraken impact for Leaf. Doesn't see any targets low enough to finish, though, and has to use it more defensively. There's a Strangling Prison here for Nevix. Should it need to be used? And yeah, he pops it straight away, but was it too early? No, Eye of Agamotto combos, and that is disgusting.
Oh my god, the Eye of Agamotto slamming down on that Strangling Prison. That's a sick wombo combo. And Team Peps, team wipe back to the spawn. And Hardest on the Squirrel Girl. I gotta say, I didn't have this on my bingo card today, Mitch. I'm excited to see what kind of damage he can work. It is pretty good at clearing those Namor spawns.
Are you ready for the unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami, Jake? We are
coming. Oh, it's coming.
We're getting closer and closer to it. Let's see how this goes. Yep, thank you very much. We need Hardest POV. We need it now. Here comes the Squirrel Tsunami thrown on in. Can it be dealt with? Hardest wants to push up here. Virtus Pro, they're looking pretty healthy. Kraken impact at the ready, but not much else to combine it with. Horn of Proteus, though, just around the corner. Here we go. Dropping on in, getting that reset. Bam, that is dirty stuff. And there's more where that came from. Once again, Team Peps are going to basically implode under the VP Wombo combo. They've had it 3 consecutive fights, it seems, or at least it feels that way, and they will stop Peps in their tracks.
The Squirrel Girl came out. It didn't really do anything, but it was there. We saw it.
She was present. She was definitely marked as attending, Jake. I will say, the Mammal Bond is pretty powerful, and you can obviously sort of lock people in place with that Squirrel blockade, but yeah, maybe it was just to clear the Groot walls, honestly.
Oh my, that combo is sick. That's what we missed on cam with Leaf having that Kraken impact with the help of the Venom ultimate comboing together. And I mean, those players were full HP. There's no way the strategist could pop an ult so early to defend against that. And they just get almost one shot by that timing.
I mean, we saw a couple. I mean, we're seeing in this game a lot more of those combinations here. It all those starts with the Groot. Strangling Prison is the precursor to these massive team wipes. Finzi with the 5K, 5-player Eye of Agamotto, though it seemed, was was pretty disgusting. Because I wondered, Nevix got caught out, I think pulled in by a Bionic Arm, Drake, and I was like, this seems a little bit premature going for this prison, but I guess it didn't matter. There was plenty to combat with at the fingertips of VP.
You know, it's interesting that VP, they came out on this triple Vanguard setup, and I was curious to see, would it work? And it just completely fell flat. I wonder if this means we'll see more and more teams really stick to their guns with this 2-2-2 setup that seems to be dominant in the meta right now. This isn't about restrictions being imposed on the game. This is just what the players feel is the strongest.
Yep. VP won't have fire on the Doctor Strange, though. They will, of course, be blowing that tower up as soon as possible. Just really gets in the way. Leaf here playing up close to the corner now as Virtus.pro don't make any changes after peeking out of spawn. They know what they're dealing with here, and I like that. Good catch here on Nevix. He's frozen as well. So much CC, and yet Groot just... well, he just trundles his way through it, shrugs it off, and now we're back to business for Virtus.pro. Although the front line is definitely getting pressured. Dredro topping a ton of damage there, and that stun on Finzi is followed up on well.
Leaf has been great on the Winter Soldier. That's a nice pull in, leading to a pickoff. And VP getting pushed back in front of their own spawn here. So Team Peps really asserting dominance right now on the defense.
Peps going to be able to make their way out from behind this cover when they need to. And take the fight to VP as they advance now, though it's getting a little bit messy. Fire and Sparker quite low for the time being. And here's going to be a copied ultimate. Natlox is able to get a Fate of Both Worlds down, and that's the window that Peps need to pick off Fire first. So that's the name or difference now established, but Dredro still opts to go for his Lunar Snow ultimate as well. Finzi wasn't able to be healed there. I wonder if he was actually anti-healed in that window, but Shu goes down. Headshot there by Rosterstern. And yep, time for some resets, folks. Strap yourselves in. It's about to get ugly.
Oh, massive cleanup from Sparker, but nonetheless, this was Team Peps, happy to lose this fight, right? Like throwing this away in front of the attacker spawn, almost a minute 30 burned off the clock. That's a big win for Team Peps.
Okay, TP to be thrown in pretty much straight away. Timo, okay, that's death from a... oh my goodness, the bionic arm catch is so good. Natlox doesn't have the time to develop a clone or TP to it. He was dead to rights.
That was so sick from Finzi. He knew the enemy team would Strange Portal to come back into the fight, so he put his own Strange Portal, and they're peeking down from above on the defender spawn there, denying them from taking the portal. That was the play we just saw. So Finzi totally read that play, saw it coming a mile away, and punished with a very creative, aggressive Strange Portal.
That takes some time to set up as well. You need to move that portal across the map. So Finzi has to basically go for that immediately after the end of that last fight. Crazy stuff. These guys are on a different level, man. I'm not going to lie. That looks a little bit low here. Sparker's able to be kept alive because to the rescue comes a Saipe with that duplicated ultimate. Autoproteus claims Sparker. Still a 5v5. Strangling Prison thrown up, and here comes this... oh, last one. Sorry, did somebody order sushi? Bam! 3 for Fire as that whale belly flops onto the entirety of Team Peps. And here's the checkpoint for VP.
Yeah, VP back to their ways. The combos are so clean. They set up with the Groot ultimate, the Strangling Prison, sets everyone up, groups them together, and then Fide not only drops the Horde of Proteus, but gets that little bit of damage amp from the copied Luna Snow ultimate from Saipe, and that allows them to just completely burst through the healing throughput that Team Peps is bringing to bear.
Man, Peps look a little shell-shocked here. For me, it was the counter TP from Finzi, but that last fight, they really dominated Peps. Timo wants to push up here, trying to set up some walls, but a little bit low, and that rejuvenation domain means that Virtus.pro's front line could shrug off any damage that was coming their way. Here's the Fate of Both Worlds, though. Kraken Impact already used by the sounds of things. Leaf has that one available, but it's Sparker that is trying to land some of these big hits. Eye of Agamotto, what a massive counter here. Can Virtus.pro withstand this? Finzi is stunned up, but the healing is absolutely mental because it's Saipe that comes in with a Fate and Sparker with the resets.
Has a very nice defensive Eye of Agamotto from Finzi. We've seen how many times these top-level teams are able to deal with the Doctor Strange trying to dive into the backline, which was the conventional use for the Eye of Agamotto. This time he uses it to shut down that Winter Soldier ultimate that could have snowballed out of control. So I love that usage from Finzi with, the way players have adapted to this Doctor Strange ultimate. It's a new perspective that I really like.
We're going to have Autoproteus from both sides here, but crucially, Fate of Both Worlds up for Saipe. Can use it aggressively here, I think, just to try and take this space. And at what point is there going to be a touch here? Oh, buddy, Finzi goes in. A massive maelstrom. And a second checkpoint clocked in for VP.
And we talked about Team Peps, how good they are with their positioning in the last series, how, they don't get caught split. But from Virtus.pro, the Wombo combos, the ultimate executions, we've seen so many of these fights stalled out incredibly long, but not in this series. I mean, VP is fantastic at closing this out, finding a massive sweep of eliminations and getting a ton of objective progress out of it.
Fire picked off there, someone inexplicably, but it doesn't seem to matter because the backline is dead. Sorry, what? Team Peps were hoping to set up here, come from a different angle, but they get blown to smithereens by strategists Dreedro with Ice Arts just found 2. What is going on?
I mean, the pressure is overwhelming. Finzi going for a spawn blocking TP here. See if he can get it up in time to deny these defenders the chance to get out from the spawn. Seems like a few players have already gotten out though, so they will be getting a fight here, trying to hold on at the end of the map. But VP are putting so much pressure on here, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. We are uphill already. Hardest is trying to work on the periphery here and deal with these Cypher clones, which can really start to add up in terms of that damage that they can put out. Fine, ignoring for the time being the other Namor, and here it is, Kraken Impact once more. And we are cracking Team Peps wide open. That Fate of Both Worlds for Dreedro, for Switch rather, comes in way too late. There is no backup with that healing ultimate in play. And there we go, folks. Virtus.pro get themselves home and take Spider Islands.
VP, they're just masterful at killing through these strategist ultimates. We've seen so many teams just unable to find eliminations when the strategist ult comes out. We've been, kind of lambasting how ridiculous it is when you've got the copied Luna Snow ultimate and everyone's unkillable for 24 hours. But Virtus.pro are not afraid of it. They have the timings, the execution, the confidence to be able to burst through those strategist ultimates. That's something that you don't even see in top level rank. That's kind of professional play only. And so far, VP's been the one team in the world that I've seen consistently pull off those combos.
They've given us everything. They've given us some crazy
22 final hits, Mitch. 22 final hits.
You're dead right.
I'm buying a lottery ticket, baby.
Nailed it. Jake on the mic with the call. What another game out of Sparker, and what a performance out of Virtus.pro. I thought it was going to be close, and then it wasn't. Virtus.pro taking care of business. Uber, as we take a look at some of the highlights here, can we just highlight the Bucky play? Because I feel like this is going to be a mainstay for the rest of the night.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think that being able to get these resets gives you like multiple instances of area of effect burst damage. It is ridiculous. So even if your opponents are, using a Luna Snow ultimate and being healed up, you as a Winter Soldier can still apply the debuff to everybody inside that field of effect. And then you just wait out the ultimate to expire, and you're guaranteed to get reset after reset. And anybody who dares step out of the confines of that, that healing ultimate, you can see and then flatten. This was incredible stuff.
Sick.
I'm sorry, Cypher has such a good game. I mean, when it really counts, there are always max clones set up just to rain damage down. I think these rejuvenation domains have been perfect when they've had to answer these instances of burst damage. They've had a fantastic game. In general, like Virtus.pro, on all cylinders, are absolutely firing.
Teamwork makes the dream work. We're going to ask the chat to help us out. Jake, we've had some fantastic combos. What's the most devastating to be on the receiving end?
I just think the most satisfying combo to watch is when Groot hits the Strangling Prison and Namor comes in with the Horn of Proteus. We're going to see it right here on your screen. Ooh. Like, what do we call that, chat? We need the brainstorm from the people, the community.
I mean, that is surf and turf, buddy.
Surf and turf. Yes, Mitchell. Yes, Mitchell.
Yes, Mitch. This is why they pay Mitch the big bucks.
He has
surf and
done
turf
it.
in the bank.
We have found it. Chat, can you beat the surf and turf? That is the question. Also, I saw a few other combos that were going on, like the Winter Venom. I call it the slap and tickle. Slap and nibble?
Yeah,
I don't know. Help us out here. Winter Soldier Groot, ground and pound, the sticky slam, Bucky's bad touch, hamburger helper.
Okay, whoa, well, that one is crazy. Who comes up with hamburger helper?
It may have been me.
Bucky tenderizes them and Venom eats them. It's
crazy.
That's a sick call out.
What should we name the combos? Let us know in the chat. Uber, I know you got to run here shortly.
Dude.
Can we keep it for one more?
I told the nanny to hang around. I'm not missing this game. You know what I mean? I'm here till the end. I've decided.
We're keeping Uber. Great news. He's paying out of pocket, and for good reason. He is witnessing fantastic gameplay, and it's not just the front line. It's not just Sparker on the Duelist. It is a team effort. Jake, I'm not letting Cypex play on Loki ever again. That is my insta-ban if I'm Peps moving forward. What do you think they could do to get back in this series? Because this is David versus Goliath.
I think it's the Loki. I also think the Groot is something you might want to target, because you think about the source of a lot of these wombo combos is if you can't lock the enemy down and group them all up, then it's much more difficult to get that, Namor Horn of Proteus with the damage amplification from the Luna Snow's ultimate. It's like that. There's a lot of factors coming together to make that happen. But without Groot, you're not hitting on 3, 4, 5 enemies. It's not nearly as devastating to the team fight. And I have to imagine with how good that VP have been playing with the Groot, it might be something that Peps want to take out of play.
All right, Peps with the pick. Remember, loser gets to choose all the way throughout this best of 7. So Peps choosing our maps. And now it's time for our ban and protect. Hela, the insta-pep ban. Makes it, what, 7 for 7. Well done, guys.
Bro, okay. All right, I thought they
Leaf.
skipped the ban, but the Wolverine makes a ton more sense. I would expect to see like Groot here surely for Peps. They've got to get that out of here. It's too much.
Again, VP, they have such a sick comp here. It's not really reliant on like the team ups per se. I mean, there's the Namor team up, but I think the reason that they protect the Luna Snow is the critical. I mean, most people think of the Luna Snow ultimate as pumping so much heals, right, and allowing everyone to sustain through the damage. But the fact that you can switch it over to a damage amplification, that's what's allowing them to one-hit these opponents with Namor's Horn of Proteus. And I think Luna, there's other support ultimates that have the same level of sustain, but this is the only one that gives you that kind of damage amp that can affect Namor's Horn of Proteus, allowing you to one-hit the opponents through their strategy assaults. And that's been a consistent theme. Oh, Namor is banned. So Peps, I think, also aware the threat that combo is posing in these key teams.
Surf and turf gone off the table, Mitch.
No, my baby. I mean, it makes perfect sense. I think like Namor, obviously, also just the team up is really effective. And what I also can do to Luna Snow subtly just makes her even more effective at healing. Not that she wasn't already. So is this Shin Shibuya or Midtown? I'm trying to guess. Midtown.
It's very tiny letters. Yeah, we're definitely going to be playing on the Fantastic Four map. And Jake, I think you nailed it. Like, as good as this game is competitively, just the updates, the maps themselves, Marvel Rivals is 11 out of 10 right now. They are clicking across the board. We're going into game 3, and Virtus Pro also in control. Is it a sweep incoming?
Starting to look that way, Puckett. I mean, Team Peps, they've got to find an answer here. I think they did throw the Protect on the Storm, though, so maybe that's something that could come out for Leaf. We saw him bring it out a little bit in the last series. Maybe that's a way to disrupt some of these combos. Namor has also been taken out. So VP at least are going to have to reach a little bit deeper into their bag of tricks, show us something we haven't seen before.
Could honestly say the same of Peps here, though, because they really did lean on that hardest Namor pick. Okay, we spawn trapping here. Is that the idea? Okay, well, that
it's a kill.
Oh, buddy. Straight out of spawn, I guess just get shot in the face.
Ironically, I think that kill just doesn't matter at all because they're still trapped in the spawn. Like, it just makes no difference.
And look at how quickly they're clearing the map here. So Nevix wants to make sure that no one can be sort of snuck in and sort of flanked to wrap around them. No Wolverine here. Obviously, for Team Peps is not on the table, which is definitely something they've used here a whole lot. They're going to have to play some honest Marvel Rivals. Fido is going to be on. That's Star-Lord. Definitely looking to see that make an impact. And Leaf on the Storm. Definitely has some good high ground to work with, but I don't know. It can be shut down pretty easily by flankers using that very same high ground.
Yeah, Star-Lord's pretty potent at chasing down some of those flyers, bursting them. Storm doesn't have the best survivability, but a pull in immediately onto the Groot. Teemo trying to be saved by his team. Gets the bulwark from Magneto. It seems to be enough to get him out of trouble.
Okay, from the backline, Hardest just wants to play here. Oh, buddy, that is a great pull in from Cyper. Look at the damage follow-up. It's so simple. It's just an ability that can push or pull. Starts off a landslide fight for Virtus Pro, and they are going to run Peps into the ground.
I mean, Saipe may be the best Invisible Woman in the world right now. I mean, really, really impressive, very consistent performance when it comes to, you think about map 1 with how many ultimates he's completely shutting down. He's almost always having his ultimate up first online.
Force physics, man. It is a hell of an ability. So you see that Leaf is trying to establish like a footing on that high ground, but yeah, Fire is just denying it. Sparker playing from the other angle, getting really good damage in. Ready for Kraken impact now as Teemo's getting chunked in the front line. Okay, time for a Mega Hurricane. This will have to be one of those strategist ultimates. Pop straight away. Invisible Barrier is the call from Cyper. Throws that one down. Peps here had to use one of their own by the looks of things. And if I'm Fire, I'm licking my lips, looking for a chance to go in with this legend. Here it is. Fade of both worlds going to be used. Kraken impact debuff is applied, but nobody on Pep's going low enough to give any reset potential. Over to Sparker, and Nevix goes down first. Eye of Agamotto going to be used, and that caught Teemo and Leaf out. Big eye from Finzi. Huge, in fact. Sparker is able to clean up the rest of the fight, even if the Kraken impact didn't get max value. He goes to town with the rest of his abilities, and it's another wipe for the defenders.
Yeah, Finzi and Nevix working together so well in the tank line, and the double pull threat from not only Invisible Woman, but also the Winter Soldier, cycling onto these tanks, and Team Peps have constantly been starting these fights on the back foot. They do have one pickup, but the spawners should be back soon, and Virtus.pro is giving no ground right now. 1:30 left on the clock, and Team Peps have barely left their spawn.
They have been locked in, and not in the good way, folks. Okay, nice. Stun there, two of those VP players drawn forward, and Finzi wasn't quite able to get away. Nevix, can he escape? The Groot stays alive for now. Great Invisible Woman healing. There's a Kraken Impact waiting in the wings now. With Peps do not have any of those big healing ultimates, but Omega Hurricane is on deck here for Peps, or near enough. Virtus.pro just want to disengage.
Hardest wants to find one more, just can't quite get the hook connection. Virtus.pro licking their wounds, retreating incredibly well here, keeping players alive, keeping the pressure on Team Peps, not letting them get full map control. It's going to get them one more solid fight here with the Omega Hurricane available for Leaf going straight to the backline.
Gave Saipe time, though, to get this invisible boundary. Jake, and he gets thrown down instantly. 5 falls. Leaf traded out, though. It's a 1-for-1 now as the Kraken Impact is used, and Peps actually have to play right to the edges of their own invisible barrier. Here's Hardest, drops on in now, does apply the debuff to both Finzi and Nevix, and there's a Strangling Prison in play. The combo potential isn't quite there, though, for Virtus.pro, and it's a Cruise ultimate that goes for essentially nothing. Saipek goes down in the end, looks like a Meteor M accounted for that healer. Now Virtus.pro have to lean on this Fate of Both Worlds to buy a little bit of time. Eye of Agamotto for Finzi, interrupted, he got frozen stiff. Nicely done by Switch to stun the enemy Octastrange.
But the fallback had to come through for Team Peps, and they had to give up Teemo in the process. So VP staggering this one out well. Now Sparker, we've seen this time and time again. He's starting to clutch this fight. So many huge eliminations again and again here with the Winter Soldier. And that's a clean up, a full hold on first point. Virtus.pro charging ahead to what could be a 3-0 lead in this series.
This is one of the most one-sided rounds that we've seen today, Jake. Team Peps barely get out of spawn. In fact, the second they step out, they have a player shot in the face by Sparker. And frankly, things don't get much better for them over the course of the round. In a fight with Virtus.pro, we're on the back foot, or at least it seemed that way. They're able to hold on, and Sparker is the one that produces a beautiful 3+ kill streak with that Kraken Impact to save the round and turn this into a checkpointless push for Peps.
Peps, mentally speaking, you've got to be in such a dark place right now. You know, these fights have been brutal. You've been punished at every turn. Every time you get a little bit of an advantage, VP is so scrappy. They're constantly turning those advantages back against you. And on the flip side, when VP takes an inch, they just sweep forward, clean you off the map, taking miles.
30 seconds before you attack.
And now I think the win condition is pretty straightforward for VP. Just push most of the way through this first phase of the map. You can see here with the Storm Protect, Team Peps did make extensive use of it. We saw Leaf with a lot of Storm action, but frankly, no one really was able to do enough. Sparker at 14.
He is crushing them. What the heck?
That is excessive. The next closest, I think, is like at 9. So Sparker leading the charge here. Again, exactly. Yes, out of the gates we come. No cheeky spawn traps here for Peps, and that honest gameplay might cost them.
Well, but they maybe value the TP more for a retake attempt, given that, you know, they have to make a full hold here. So I actually think it's a wise decision in the situation.
Great point. Yeah, it's a really long cooldown ability, right? Multiple minutes, in fact. So not having that available could be their death sentence. Up they push though, Finzi trying to go for it. Big damage on that front line. Switch also feeling the heat as Peps go for the signature hide in the corner strategy. Trying to play around these Groot walls, but there's Natlox blown to smithereens by the Maelstrom. And Switch has to back up here. Ice Arts pop to give a bit of self-heal over towards that Lunar Snow, but it's not enough. Finzi just casts a glance in the direction of the Lunar Snow and takes him down.
He's so ready. He's trying to block this next spawn, deny any kind of a retake here. Looks like he's thinking about it. I'm not sure if he's actually going to be able to do much here.
I think he realizes he can't at this point.
Oh, he's going to make it so it's awkward to touch by putting the portals in front of the cart there.
Lock line of sight here.
Oh, it's using it as a shield. Finzi continuing to innovate on the Strange.
Yeah, that is going to be tough here. You, of course, yeah, you can shoot through it, I guess, but you need to physically be on the point. So Shu dives on in. Here we go, folks. It's about to get awful, messy. Sparker drops on in. Another Kraken Impact. And Eye of Agamotto that catches everybody on the side of Peps, and they are fed into the wood chipper. Nothing but guts and gore out there, folks. It's brutal. And Virtus.pro take a very, very quick and dirty mid-town.
3-0, Mitch. And with how close that last series was, Team Peps, Luminosity went to 5, back and forth across, you know, the entire match there. I was thinking, maybe this Team Pep squad could come out stronger, could really put a test on Virtus Pro, but right now, Virtus Pro just looks like the best team in Europe, bar none.
Jeez, I'm talking about making up for lost time, Jake. We had a 3-hour best of 5, and we're going to have a 1-hour best of 7. Okay, well, I suppose I've seen stranger things, but this has been a dominant series so far, and Sparker almost hits 20k damage in an absurdly short game.
Dude, he almost had another 22 final blows in a game that was about 1/3 as long. He's just eating them. It's 0 deaths, just 0 deaths. Just 24-0. Just 24-0 on my Winter Soldier. Surely you can be Winter Soldier, right?
Just doesn't die. He cannot die.
He's almost doubling up on hardest in the damage. I mean, it is a brutal loss, so the stats are always going to be skewed. But I mean, doubling up on somebody, that's dangerous territory, Mitch.
Yeah. I mean, and Sparker has played on some of the biggest stages in esports. This guy has been around. You think that this is going to rattle him? Much as we would like to think Rivals Fight Night is something that our teams put on their calendar, and I'm sure they do. But tell you what, he has been out there in the roar of the crowd, and yeah, this is another day at the office for him. Wow, let's try and go back over some of these highlights, because basically this is going to be the whole map here. It's about the same duration. Storm play here for Peps, right? Leaf trying to get that high ground. They eventually are able to break through, but there's this fight here where Eye of Agamotto gets interrupted, and Virtus Pro have Sparker come out and find this big multi-kill Kraken impact.
Just the focus fire is so impressive. I almost feel like you need to take the Winter Soldier away from Sparker, not only because he's individually such a monster on this character. He's starting so many fights with hooks. I mean, his raw damage output is just ridiculous, server topping. And it's not that you're going to put him on another hero and he's going to not do as well. But when VP get those execution markers from the Kraken impact, man, they focus fire so incredibly well. They're always getting the eliminations again and again and again. And I think it's really allowing Sparker to just explode way more than he normally would, even on another duelist character. So maybe for Team Peps, that's something you can start to attack.
All right, I'm chiming in here, Mitch, real quick. Can we just talk about the Strange Finzi? Like that one game, I want to send it to all of my friends who suck at Strange to be like, look what you can actually do on this hero. He was dominating, dealing out the damage, but Jake, we were wondering, what is he doing with the portals? He scouts exactly what's coming, when it's coming, and then to deny entrance so that you have an even easier push. You mentioned that we really appreciate when pros teach us something. I feel like the man isn't afraid to showcase his skills here on Rivals Fight Night.
That's a great call up. Like, I think Finzi is really showing me some new things I didn't even think about on this range. I've seen the TP spawn block before. I think that's becoming pretty impressive. But like, for instance, on that last map, when he knew the enemy Strange would want to portal, so he builds a portal for his own attacking team to snipe down on the enemy defender spawn, deny them the chance to portal preemptively. There's levels to this, man. And so Finzi, clearly a master on the Doctor Strange, showing many different styles. The portal, such an inherently creative ability, right? It just connects two parts of the map, creates a portal through time and space. But the many options you have to use that in all these strategically different ways, Finzi is putting on a masterclass.
And before you try it in your own games, it doesn't work on defense. You have to be riding the cart so you can stay in the action while playing with your circles. We got to go to a break.
My circles bucket. I don't care about the fight.
Before we go, we are currently at 979 followers here on our Twitch channel. We opened the channel today. My goal was to get to 1,000 followers on Twitch and 500 subscribers on YouTube before North America kicks off. Virtus Pro is speeding up the clock, so please spam the button right now as we go to break. Hit the follow, hit the subscribe. We got Game 4 on the other side. Take a screenshot, send it to your mom because it's the most handsome trio you're going to hear in Marvel Rivals. We got Uber and Jake on the mic. I get to direct this show into chaos, and we asked you earlier for some fantastic combo names. Shout out to our co-streamers. Seagull Stream has the best answer so far. But Jake, I know you got a lot of friends who are tuning in and showcasing Marvel Rivals. Anyone you want to shout out?
I got to shout out Boger, for coming on for a quick co-stream. He's been really popping off in Marvel Rivals. Played other games in the genre, but I think really has been, finding the limelight as a Doctor Strange expert. I'm sure he's watching and being really interested by all the plays that Finzi is pulling off on the hero and really pushing the limits there. So shout out Boger. Thanks for watching the stream, man.
Uber, I know you're always carrying Mr. X no matter what game you're playing. Recently, it's Marvel Rivals. So what have you learned tonight from our pro players that you can teach Matt to maybe enhance his game?
I mean, there's no point because he doesn't really listen and he actively tries to throw my games. But I generally think as like someone who's like playing Doctor Strange every now and then, I just don't think enough about portals. I maybe sometimes think about it off the rip here, but what you can do with it, which it's such a powerful ability. That's why it's got such a long cooldown. And also I do play a bit of Invisible Woman. I think her ability to shut down some of those proximity based ultimates is really impactful. The ability is not that easy to use, right? It's more of a cylinder, so you've got to have that decent aim and decent timing. But if you can get it off, man, you can really turn a fight in your favor.
We're about to get into what could be the final round. We saw Team Peps tried to hit F5. The surrender vote did not pass. So we will see a fourth game. Virtus Pro has been abusing the competition. No, but shout out to Peps because this has been a grueler, right? You played a 3-hour best of 5. Now you played a tight game 1, a rough game 2, and a brutal game 3. Jake, it's still your map. How do you stay alive? How do you force a game 7 and to keep Uber in debt paying babysitters?
It is totally fine, Bucket. You take it to your third best map with your third map pick of the series, and surely your third best map is the one that you have the best hope of starting this reverse sweep as we're going to Symbiotic Servers. It's a map we haven't seen today. It's a bit of a change up here.
We like it. Full hold incoming here, Uber.
it is the kind of map where you can do this pretty well. I mean, the original defensive location is a cul-de-sac. You know, a little bit different to Shin Shibuya, as it has like that high ground around it. It can be a little bit hard to attack this point. You need a dive comp that really gets deep, because the defenders often make use of Groot here, and by make use of, I mean abuse. It's really hard to get through that long straight away, and you'll see teams start to break the map geometry to try and break the map literally to find ways to sneak through. I think Storm's really powerful here defensively. The point is made for her just area of effect, and she's usually able to stay pretty safe by tucking into a corner. So this will be very difficult for Peps. VP's defense has been just rock solid so far.
I'll be honest, I zoned out. The word cul-de-sac broke my brain. I did not think we were going to hear a gaming zone described in neighborhood fashion. So once they break into the cul-de-sac, they're going to try and make their way down the main street. Jake, favorite player to watch in this lobby? If we can give a shout to the observers before we jump into the game, we've been giving a lot of love to Sparker, but if I remove him from the list, who do you want to watch?
You know, I am a Groot enjoyer, so I kind of want to see a little bit more Nevix. I want to see what he's cooking up, how he's kind of crafting these team fights with the use of those walls and the ability to cut up the opposition, to set up in crucial moments, and also to start these big wombo combos off when he opens up with the Strangling Prison.
All right, here we go, Uber. It's ban time. There's Hella. A lot of diverse decisions being made by the coaching staff over at Peps.
I think they should have let the Hella through, actually.
Yeah.
Right? Just see what happens. It can't hurt.
Yeah, you're down 3-0. Clearly, the approach isn't working.
Hardest, come on, bro, suck up. Play some Hella. It's fine.
Can we protect the Wolverine next time around? Is there a way we can change the ban and protect order to where it's protect then ban?
That would be kind of busted, I think. I think you need the time to like ban that broken thing out, right? But you know what? I'm fine with it. Okay, Storm Protect, right? I did think that she would be kind of really highly valued on this map. It's pokey, the pokey map, you know? The cul-de-sac is pokey.
Loki, you got to ban Loki here.
Do the pokey Loki?
The
Double
heals?
Luna Snow Ultimate. That's the Namor.
Namor.
I mean, that team up is so powerful, and it's really been a key combo piece for VP and their ability to, you know, one hit with that Namor combo. But the Loki ban's taken away. They're looking out for you, Chris Bucket. No,
honestly,
Double Snow Ultimate.
I think you got to minimize the damage that could come out if you let them run a Loki for Virtus Pro on the other side as well. Storm and Loki, never fun to play against. They don't have to deal with this one, but you do have to deal with Sparker. He's probably going to be playing on Bucky, aka the Winter Soldier, once again. We're going to Symbiotic Surface. Will we see a full hold? Best defensive players, and is there a chance we'll see a Squirrel Girl like the chat is demanding?
All right, Squirrel Girl low-key goes crazy on this map,
Right?
but I don't know if we're going to see it come out here. I mean, it's a team like Virtus Pro. Maybe VP pull it out, style in their opposition, but I honestly think if you're VP, you want to really make your mark here on Rivals Fight Night. This is our inaugural tournament. You want to solidify a serious position as champion, and a 4-0 is the way to do that.
How are you going to bust your way through, though, is the big question. VP with the expected defensive comp, the Storm and the Winter Soldier here. I don't think Human Torch is going to be something that we see. Although they have a bit more of the aerial mobility than the Storm. They're not good at fighting other airborne targets. So it's going to be Leaf on the Storm here. Similar looks. There's a world where like you maybe go for that Rocket Raccoon to keep the pressure on and also to make it so Hardest doesn't have to reload.
They're going for it. And I mean, there is that team up with the Winter Soldier is pretty powerful. The Res Beacon can at times be pretty effective. See if it's enough. Both teams, though, going for the Storm. Both teams valuing the vertical mobility, the poking potential. But Nevix, I mean, look at that nice trap he set up in the side room. You come in here, you could be cooked by those Groot walls.
Yeah, you've got to be extremely careful. You can see the walls in play. Shu aware of them now. Peps are trying to feel this out a little bit, just poking and prodding. So they're going to take the front door here, oddly enough. Cypher definitely was put under pressure for a brief time. That looks like they're on the wrap here. Wall in the face of Hardest. He's trying to break through it. Finzi low, but you've got a world-class couple of strategists here on the VP side of things. Here, though, Hardest now has that team-up benefit of the infinite ammo with Rosterstern. Very powerful. Feels like you don't want to mix your other abilities in for the reload, but they are, of course, impactful. Bionic Arm is going to drag Nevix out of formation, but there's enough heal. Leaf went down, but brought back into the fight by the BRB, but Shu will not have that same privilege.
Cosmic Guardian Fire now coming out. So Team Peps committing with their competition. They're all dead. Mitch, they're all dead. No one's there to use the Cosmic Guardian Fire.
Yeah, they don't call it see you for nothing. Or at least that's what Team Peps weren't hoping. But again, that is sometimes the risk here, right? The Rocket Raccoon doesn't have one of those just straight healing throughput based ultimates. And you don't have the access to Loki, so you can't duplicate your Luna Snow. You need to bring in this Invisible Woman. So now I think we're going to have Peps have to behave a bit more, go for a different strategy, something a bit more robust here with, God, just another healing ultimate.
They're so powerful, you know, the defensive utility from them. And then trying to make use of those resurrects on attack is pretty difficult with the Rocket Raccoon. But Virtus Pro, they've got a full bank of ultimates here in the series. It's up to Team Peps to somehow break this open. We need to see some kind of individual heroics here. It's clear when it comes to the ultimate game, VP is pretty much unmatched. And already they found one, already an opener into the fight.
Yeah, I have Agamotto connecting there, and it was a clap from Dridro that claimed an elimination. Finzi is down, though. There it is. Strangling Prison used, and it's going to be tough there for Hardest to stay alive. Omega Hurricane used by both Storms are simultaneously there. Messy stuff, but it is Virtus Pro that outlasts. And I got bad news for you, Peps. VP have both their strategist ultimates ready.
Oh man, the damage potential with this Storm aura is pretty massive. Luna Snow as well, continuing to amp up Storm, and Fi able to put on a show on a hero we haven't seen so much in the series.
Here we come. Now remember, a lot of Winter Soldier's abilities can be AoE. If people are grouped up in a choke like this, Bionic Arm can catch multiple people. Roster Cern also splashes to targets behind the first. Curse Voltage is an AoE ability. So it's pretty scary. You're trying to filter through this choke and you're getting pounded by all those abilities. I think Sparky got like a 4K hook earlier on. Hardest is down though. And on the back foot is Shu. In more ways than one, apparently. All of Team Peps forced into a full-scale retreat, and still, none of the strategist ultimates have been forced out of Virtus Pro. Peps have not done enough to put pressure on them now. And Teemo just watches Shu disintegrate right before his very eyes.
Mitch, they're getting spawn camp. VP already starting to talk about how they're going to spend that victory check as our first champion of the Marvel Rivals Invitational here in Europe. And Team Peps so far have found no purchase on this offense, nothing they can work with. VP still hanging on to the Devil Strategist ult, ready to counter any kind of aggression that could come out from these attackers.
Nevix just utterly denies that right side now. Peps forced to play from the left, and they are spotted out already. Trying to poke, but Dridro and Saipe are big chilling. Peps, though, will have both of their strategist ultimates to play with. They've been able to come back around to those, and here we go. We need a big Strangling Prison. We need a big combo here from Team Peps to break through Virtus Pro, but here come those strategist ultimates. Switch and Natlox lay theirs together. Use them at the same time. Dridro is going to have a healing ultimate later to use after that won't be challenged. Fi does go down. There's an Omega Hurricane in play for Leaf, and now they're hit with that debuff, though the Kraken Impact has left its mark, and here come Virtus Pro. Dridro with a fate of both worlds. Leaf gets claimed. That is a big eye of Agamotto, frozen stiff. Peps, and Sparky comes into Platinum.
Oy, oy, oy. It's a full hold. And now, I mean, Virtus Pro, they only have to capture a single tick on this offense to claim the championship here in Europe. It feels like Team Peps mentally broken at this point with the level of dominance Virtus Pro has put on.
Not even remotely close here. Virtus Pro might have dropped the map to them recently, but they've seemed to have hit a surge in form that is very hard to match. Curious to see if we get the Rocket Raccoon coming out from them, because Sparker definitely seems to play. Oh, sorry. 10k damage on a pretty short round there. Sparker definitely seems to be the player that can benefit from that infinite ammunition.
Sparker's just the GOAT, man. This guy, so sick. Not only putting down monstrous levels of damage, but also constantly finding these hooks, constantly opening up the team fights for the squad. And the combo, the synergy from the rest of them. I will say from Teemo, that was kind of a sweet Strangling Prison that pulled somebody out of the invisible barrier, allowed them to get one opening pick. But VP, I mean, even when they lose one, even when a pick goes against them, they do not give up. They don't give an inch. In fact, they continue to push the aggression, even when they're down players, even when the fight's against them. And that's a mark of an elite team, a team that, you know, can bend before breaking.
Okay, that is a visual bug there. Leaf does not have their ultimate active right now. That would be quite strange, considering we are now heading over to the second half. And remember, only 2 ticks is what Virtus Pro needs on this first point. We are not going to see very much of Clintar.
Just the one, I think. I believe.
Oh, you're right. Counting from the other direction, excuse me. That is even worse for Peps, naturally.
Peps, what do they have here? What's left in the tank? Maybe a hook. At least one team fight here. Give us something. Battle back. Challenge Virtus Pro. Don't let them take the throne for free.
Big damage on that front line. Shu is, oh, buddy, he just
Thank you
ceased
for
to
the
exist
drone.
right there. Okay, you're in deep trouble now. Just the one tick, as Jake pointed out. Finzi was low, but is going to be brought back to health, and now Shu might have to just portal back into this fight. Gonna have to be quick about it, though, as Teemo now starting to suffer some pressure on the absence of their other tank player, and the invisible boundary is enough. Peps are forced off the point. It's a full-scale retreat. White flags waved, and Virtus.pro take a sweep in this series.
Oh, you don't be hitting the French team with the white flags, Mitch. That's too much. That's too much. But Virtus.pro, I mean, you got to give it to them. Our first champion's undeniable. And you've got to wonder, after a performance like this, will we be seeing a repeat championship time and time again? Because this wasn't just a 4-0. I mean, this was an obliteration by Virtus.pro. I mean, if there are levels to this game, there's a couple of them between these two teams.
Absolutely. Virtus.pro, obviously, we put them in this game because we felt like they'd be the strongest team. And yes, they have become our inaugural Rivals Fight Night champions for EU. We're going to have to get Lime Pro and the Fnatic boys out here to see if they can challenge this team, because right now they look head and shoulders above the best that Europe have to offer. Puckett, what a showing. And I tell you what, they saved me some sweet babysitter money. So honestly, my heart goes out to the boys. They're still doing me good after all these years.
Yeah, Nevix and Finzi, they owe us a few favors. You made them look good for many years. Uber, I got to give you a shout out. Still, I think the best play-by-play in the business, hands down, regardless of game. How did you pick up all of these heroes, all of these characters, all of these abilities with the short time span, knowing as much work as you're doing right now?
Yeah, I mean, casting's a full-time job. I'll do it 40 hours a week. I cast 5 days a week, and then I spend my evenings being bad at games or watching VODs. So it's basically my hobby and my vocation combined. It's the only way I can squeeze it in, brother. You know how it is. You know the hustle.
Still staying healthy as well. Shout out to my guy Jake as well. The knowledge bombs throughout the show. Jake, for anyone who missed the earlier parts, what did you learn that's new? Because I know you're already 19-2. You're at the top of the heap on the leaderboard.
Dominating.
How are you going to be 20-2 after tonight?
Well, I'm excited to play a little bit of Winter Soldier. I mean, honestly, the performance is put on. It's clear that to be at the top level, you really need to have Winter Soldier in your Duelist kit. It's a character that I haven't played so much of, so I'm really excited to try to bring that out, to learn a little bit more. And I mean, there was real masterclasses put on by Hardest, by even Leaf brought it out at times. But really, you got to put the crown where it belongs on Sparker. I mean, head and shoulders above on the Winter Soldier.
Who is your MVP? Well, you can find him 3 times in the top 10. He goes by the name of Sparker, and he is signed by Virtus.pro. The Bucky, devastating, hamburger helper, ground and pound, whatever you want to call it. Sparker had the highlights. Walk me through some of the best ones, Uber.
Okay, I mean, again, Sparker is massive. Like, you know, going back to the start of this series, like, he's playing off angles at times. He's just looking for these picks, right? Constantly pulling enemy tanks out of position or disrupting a Venom. It doesn't feel like sometimes at low levels there's much you can do against Venom. He's always in your face, he's always pushing you. But Winter Soldier's perfectly geared to deal with him. Pull him in, knock him up, knock him back, hit him where it hurts. I mean, you know, Winter Soldier kind of does everything. And it's important to point out that Tainted Voltage also grounds airborne units. So there's niche applications for Winter Soldier to basically have game against every single other hero in Marvel Rivals. There aren't any true counters to Winter Soldier, I think. And but you got someone like Sparker at the helm here who's able then to, you know, have these big ultimates. We talked about how even against a big healing ultimates, it's still reasonable to try and go in with his Kraken Impact and get all those debuffs applied so you can get resets later in the fight, because that duration is quite long. It's 8 seconds, right? You have 8 seconds to get somebody to that threshold of health to get your resets. So it's such a powerful hero, and really it's the star player's prerogative to pick up the Winter Soldier and take the game over.
You know how you banned Wolverine against Leaf? Maybe you want to ban this guy against Sparker.
Yeah, I feel like maybe this would have slowed him down a bit. This only makes me more excited to see, you know, what else Sparker has in the tank. Because with gameplay like this on the Winter Soldier, you better believe this guy does something nasty on the Hela. You know, something he can bring out on absolutely any character in the game, and, you know, storied player in the genre. It's great to see him here on Marvel Rivals. And I love that you were mentioning, Mitch, like, I want to see this guy on LAN. You know, I want to see this whole Virtus.pro taking it to the rest of the world. Because right now, maybe there's no challengers in Europe. I mean, we didn't see much here today in the Marvel Rivals Invitational. We're going to have to get some more teams on next week, see if anybody can take Sparker to task and potentially match his performance on the Winter Soldier.
Man, it's so sick. I do want to say that, like, I'm so glad we could have a team like Peps here because their fan base are completely unmatched. Like, there are no fans like French fans, especially the Peps army. So big shout out to Fefe and what he's built with Team Peps, and big shout out to them who, you know, this is a gut punch series for them to get swept in, but they've been in the chat supporting the whole time. So big love to them, and thanks Fefe for the raid as well.
Yes, the Peps fans have been loud since the very start of the show, even before we began. Thank you for being here. Great showcase against Luminosity Gaming. Virtus Pro, though, was on a different level. They are the final boss in Europe, and for their efforts, they will take home $1,000. Give a shout out to Phi, Sparker, Nevix, Finzi, Drydro, and Saipe. It's basically the whole European Union. I love it.
Yep.
Uber, final thoughts before we let you go back to your kids tonight.
Thank you. Yes, I'm great to be here. I think we're starting off something fantastic. Just really thankful, honestly, for everybody who turned up. Thanks for the teams for giving their time and coming and playing. We hope to only make this a bigger project. Big shout outs to VP. I can only hope the gap in EU closes a little bit more as time goes on, because I'd love to see these Peps fans at big events as well. Looking forward to more. Big Puckett, it's been a pleasure.
Absolutely. And for you, Jake, if I recently came into a lot of personal money that I want to waste on professional training from Jake Overwatch, how do I get that done?
Look, I'm more focused here on the talent work now. I think this is my calling. My real enjoyment here is taking it to, you know, these top level players and getting to tell the stories of the best players in the world. So I just super happy to be here, to be able to watch a team like Virtus Pro put in work, and I'm just really looking forward to the future in Marvel Rivals, to getting to, you know, lands or who knows what comes next in the future of the game. Excited to be a part of building that here in Rivals Fight Night. We're going to be back for more week after week, bringing you the best of the best in NA and Europe for now. So I just, like you guys said, I want to shout out the fans for coming out, for supporting this as we kick it off here, getting started. But we have a long way to go and really big ambitions here at Rivals Fight Night.
$4.99 to get out of Diamond. Hit up Jake OW on Twitter. In the meantime, we're going to a break. When we come back, I am going to rinse this board, bring in some fresh casters, and we are going to reset as we head over to NA. See you in a minute.
Again.
Welcome back, everybody. Rivals Fight Night continues, and I've got some fresh faces joining me. We've got Avast and ZP. Avast, I'm pumped because I've known you for about 7 years. We haven't ever worked together. How do you feel about NA playing Marvel Rivals?
To be honest, Europe always has, I feel like, a little bit of an edge starting out with a bunch of these because realistically, you know, these guys, they're bums. They're working. America, we're fighting for survival over here. They're working out. They're grinding. And comparatively, Europe, they also have like a lot of really, really good players overall. They're really talented FPS. And also on the secondary point, Puckett, the reason we haven't worked together is because you've always been like, oh, he's stinky. I don't like him. And before this, you said that Jake and Uber were the most handsome possible caster pair. It didn't even give us a shot, ZP. Not even a shot. Not one chance. They couldn't even. He's just like, oh, that'll do, pig. That'll do to us.
It's kind of the skincare routine, you know, you either got it or you don't. And let's just talk a little bit about what ZP's bringing to the table tonight, because ZP, you have been doing so much work behind the scenes. When you're not doing play-by-play, you're making calls to me, you're making calls to Hex and getting the whole crew together. What was it like building this talent roster?
It was wild. It was one of those things where it's like, okay, you know, the entire Avengers Assemble, it was that. But for broadcast is exactly where we're at right now, where we had to figure out, okay, who can cast this game? Who's going to be awesome at casting this game? Who do we know team-wise? Where, by the way, big shout-outs to Crimzo, where in terms of navigating the Marvel Rivals landscape, Crimzo has been phenomenal. The coach of Sentinels just helped us get every contact we needed, helped us, you know, matchmake behind the scenes. Super, super cool. But look, it's kind of been an all-hands-on-deck experience. My Discord DMs have never been more flooded, but so far today, you look at the first half of the show, you look at what we're putting on, it's all definitely been worth it.
If you need a hella 1 trick, go to Jake. If you need a hella 2 trick, go to ZP. My man plays Winter Soldier and Hella, and he has carried me throughout our games.
Yeah.
Avast, though, when you're playing, are we a Vanguard? Are we a strategist? Are you playing duelist these days? What's your ideal?
Typically, I main losing with ZP is my biggest main, because typically when we play, we only lose. So maybe he's only giving his best juice to Puckett, perhaps. He's not giving it to our duos. But overall, it's a flex, you know? A little bit of Magneto, best Vanguard in the game, of course. Strategist, I mean, obviously, you know, I have a lot of background with that. So I think strategists are very strong currently. And we're going to see it in the games, too, that strategist role determines a lot of the tempo here in this game and determines like a lot of what you see in the ult fights and a lot of the skill expression as well. So realistically, I mean, you gotta roll up on the strategist.
Been very involved in the ban and protect as well. We have 2 new teams going at it though for the first time. This is Intergalactic taking on Extinction. ZP, tell me a little bit about these NA rosters before the winner plays Sentinels. What should we know about these 12?
So we gotta know here about Intergalactic and Extinction is that there are teams on the newer end here in the North American competitive scene. There's been a whole lot of teams showing up where, yeah, you get a lot of the old hats, right? Where, you know, Nevix goes back to like 2015 as far as hero shooter gameplay goes. But Extinction and Intergalactic, both newer teams, and Intergalactic not to be slept on here, where they did pretty well in the Valhalla tournament that went on just recently. They were able to take maps off teams like LFO. I mean, were they able to put together a full tournament to get to the grand finals? No, but they were able to take down Shikigami at one point, and even though they lost them in the lower bracket, it's kind of the classic new team, new game setup, right? Where you have bursts of talent where you look really good, but consistency maybe is a little bit of an issue. But that's one of the exciting things about a brand new game, Marvel Rivals, that we get to be on the front lines looking at these teams as they develop from new kids on the block to, you know, champions of the league as time goes on.
Now you can see here for Intergalactic, we are going to see Window. You got Doomed, Senior Hoff, one of my favorite Wolverines to watch. Is he going to get to play Wolverine? And a Hulk there. Now these are our players' ideal characters. We won't necessarily see this comp. Is a Hulk going to be in the mix for NA tonight, Avast?
I mean, realistically, Hulk is a fantastic Vanguard to play. You have so much value from the shields, from the gamma burst, being able to actually shoot people from far away. But also, you're not seeing a lot of Hulk play in EU, and I imagine we're not going to see it that much in A either, just because teams have been really wanting to focus on sort of these double shield compositions, the Sustain from Doctor Strange, Magneto, and sometimes if you want to swap it up, you bring in the Thing, you bring in Venom to really allow yourself to put that pressure into the backlines and also give you a lot more sustain. And Hulk seems to have been flown by the wayside a little bit. I think he's just like not as popular as he used to be.
Fidel and Nuxstar are going to be taking over the strategist roles. We will see some Luna, we'll see some Loki. On the other side of this matchup, we have Extinction ZP. What should I know about our challenger tonight?
Yeah, I think like Extinction, I think between the two teams, this team is probably a little bit lower on the power ranking scale. But again, it's so early that they definitely have the ability to be very explosive, right? This is a team that also has significant hero shooter experience, right? Especially in the tier 2 level in previous games. So this team in general, it's not like they're coming in without any competitive experience, right? It's a team that actually, is reasonably accomplished in the past in terms of like what their players have done. And, it's just putting it together in a new game. I think overall, in terms of what to expect from NA relative to what we saw in EU, is I think player-wise, I feel like NA, for what we've seen, definitely more willing to run things like Thing on average. I think you see a little bit more Storm, less Hella bans. For what we've seen, like teams are more willing to fight the Hella. That also could have just been a EU-specific thing where EU was going out of its way to ban Hella a little bit more. I mean, more so on the Pep side, but we'll see. I think meta-wise, we're definitely going to be seeing a different take from EU, which you kind of expect regardless of game, right? EU and NA, different stylistic approaches.
It's going to be sloppier. That's what we do in NA, but it can be a whole lot more exciting at times. Avast, give me your preview of what we should expect before we see Sentinels in the grand finals for NA tonight. What are we hoping to see here in the Challenger match?
I mean, realistically, we're probably going to see a very close matchup. I mean, hopefully it's a lot more reminiscent of Peps LG, which would happen in EU versus VP Peps. Obviously, they are going to have that disadvantage of playing a series previously, but these teams have played a lot, and they have a very similar power level. I think comparatively, they have very strong rosters. And like ZP hit on there, is that's going to be the coordination, because when you watch some of the best teams play, it's when the neutral ends, when you get to these very ult-heavy fights, it's all about the coordination, the cycling of those ults. Can you burn through the Fate of Both Worlds? Can you get a Kraken impact out just in time to, get the culling effect, get that instant 20% execute on the health? And I think that realistically, when you see these squads, they're going to be scrappy, but they're going to be close. And you really have to keep an eye on just how well those duels players are going to be performing and getting picks, and also making sure to avoid a lot of the value from the strategist ults.
If you're looking above, we had a fantastic 5-game series between Luminosity and Team Peps. Peps ran out of gas against Virtus Pro, but now we have turned our attention to North America. This is our opening fight. It'll be a best of 5. So first to 3 wins moves on. The winner, of course, playing Sentinels in a best of 7 for another $1,000. Big shout out to our supporters. Also, I don't know if I'll get in trouble for saying this, but I believe we are working on another sponsor. So if you guys got that money, you want your name right next to our logo, you want to be featured on the same screen as ZP, hit up ZP on Twitter at TempoZP. We got this game kicking off in just a moment. I saw that the players were just figuring out how to get in the lobby. ZP, is this always an NA issue? Are the players less intelligent than Europeans?
Well, in my experience, when it comes to the players, it's less about the intelligence again in the lobby and more so the bladder and battle control coming into the game. Where I cannot tell you how many times, regardless of game, where you think you're ready to get in for NA and you get told someone is on the can. Never fails. Always happens, and the bathroom breaks in NA, historically, vastly more common than in EU. In EU, I'm not even convinced they use the bathroom. That's just kind of where I'm at least not in the middle of a series. I think they're more just gentlemanly about when they go.
Yeah,
fiber difference.
Nice.
Yeah.
Extreme fiber difference.
Kaluj says this is going to be a 3-0 intergalactic, and it's not even close, by the way. Do you trust Kaluj at this point of that?
I'm going to be honest, if people are familiar with Kaluj's background, notorious troll. However, he might not be trolling in this particular instance. It could be a 3-0, but also that's just sometimes the way it goes in Marvel Rivals. I feel like the snowball is very, very powerful in this game, and you can just like lose a series off of one ult, one mistimed ability, and realistically 3-0 is possible, but as everyone should know, Ludodon, otherwise known as Kaluj, he is the troll, and we should think for ourselves, independent thinkers here on the broadcast. So I'm going to pray for a better game than that.
I think we had to hit up Kaluj's management and be like, hey, could you play as like your name? Like not like another name, like your real name, like Kaluj. That'd be cool.
I literally went to Crimzo at the beginning of the day and said, hey, look, I know Kaluj has been playing as Ludodon, but you've given us his roster name as Kaluj. Can you make him change his name to Kaluj? He's like, oh yeah, he'll just get an account named Kaluj. It's like, great. So we got that sorted. You don't want that confusion where people are like, they keep saying Kaluj, but who's this Ludodon guy? No.
Yeah, we got it all sorted out. Shout out to Gator back in the chat as well. Kaluj, sorry for giving you a hard time. Thank you for playing for us tonight. Best of luck with your $1,000 matchup upcoming. Leg day has been here since the beginning. It's over 2 a.m. and he has been waiting for this moment. The Royal Palace, the opening domination. Avast, get me excited.
I mean, Royal Palace, domination in general, you're going to see some very, very hectic fights. is you're going to be seeing high ground plays. You're going to be seeing everything all over. And the most important part when we head into this series, and I think ZP and I are both going to watch out for yourself, of course, Puckett on the desk, because I know you're going to be watching this very closely, is what are the bans coming out for these teams? Because the ban meta here for the ban protect phase is so important to determine what are the comps you're going to see. Are they going to be choosing to prioritize Hela? Are they going to want to play a triple Vanguard style with maybe, throwing an Iron Fist on the Duelist, throw in, maybe even just a Namor? It really just depends on what the teams are choosing to prioritize right now, because there has been a little bit of a meta shift going on, and really everyone's still experimenting since the game's so early of like, what is the best comp? But you're probably going to see still a lot of Winter Soldier, always be expecting to see the Bionic Hooks come out, a lot of Kraken impacts come out, and a lot of Cholines.
ZP, my brother just texted me, what is this game? So my brother watched me when I was working on Overwatch League. It was a little overwhelming. As a Halo guy, there was a lot of colors, a lot of stuff going on. This game is Overwatch plus another level with the team ups. So can you explain what a team up is in this game? Because the picks and bans can totally negate one of those before we even get into the map.
Well, what Team Up is, first and foremost, right, is that you're making a game with the Marvel IP. How do you want to approach it, right? These are characters that have deep relationships with each other, that have been in like multiple issues with each other for decades. And how do you respect that in game? It's like, oh yeah, if these two heroes were playing with each other, they'd probably do some cool combo attacks, right? So I feel like that was the philosophy that went in behind it, and just the idea of certain compositions, if you run two heroes that you would expect lore-wise to kind of work well together, they probably have special abilities when they work together. Things like the Black Widow Hawkeye team up, where they're going to be hitting harder, and Widow's going to be benefiting from being able to take advantage of Hawkeye's after images, right? It just, you have stuff like that involved where it's like, oh, these two characters have worked together a lot in lore, and if I play them together, I get a benefit. That's awesome.
Yeah, so John, to simplify it, Hulk can throw Wolverine like a cannonball. It's pretty dope. You're going to see some awesome stuff tonight. Avast, we have our map. We're about to get into the ban and protect stage. If you are trying to remove the strength of the enemy team, who are the key, characters right now that can just totally dictate the playstyle?
I mean, we saw it a lot in the EU series. If you were here, if you weren't here, Wolverine. Wolverine is 100% a hero that many people have to be afraid of, especially if you don't have a fantastic Wolverine of your own, because he requires so many resources. If you have the Magneto, he has to take every bulwark for your allies to keep alive when the Pharaoh leap comes out. If you're playing the Thing, he has to take all the embattled leaps to get the damage reduction, plus the immobilization zone from the Yancey Street charge. So pretty much, Wolverine has to go. We have to do something about this guy. Otherwise, it really depends on the team. It depends on what their strengths are. You likely will see, potentially Loki getting banned to prevent team ups with Hela, because she gets those limbs. You're able to get the instant reses or the bonus health as well that goes on to Thor or to Loki. Also, just the regeneration domain in general is so powerful. And then sometimes teams don't want to play Groot, even though Groot right now is an extreme meta pick. You might see teams want to get rid of the Groot, try to force more dive style compositions. It really just depends on the squad, but really be on the lookout for like Wolverines, Lokis, potentially Hela, just to get them out of the way.
ZP, do we see any non-2-2-2 comps coming out of the NA teams here for domination?
It wouldn't be unheard of, especially when you look to Sentinels. Sentinels is a team where every now and then they decide, you know what? Let's do it old 3-2-1. They don't go full goats, but they do say, we're going to do 3 Vanguards, back it up with 2 strategists, and then we'll put all our DPS eggs into the Storm basket, maybe into the Winter Soldier basket. Generally speaking, if you do a 3-2-1 setup, it's going to be first point oftentimes, not usually second and third. Something to sort of gum up the works, draw time off the clock, but then you're still pairing it with like an over-the-top, really powerful duelist character, right? That could shine even when they're the only one that you have.
Shout out to all of our co-streamers. The hard part is over. The players have figured out how to get into the lobby, and we can begin the ban and protect phase. Opening up first, we will see a Wolverine removed, so no one's getting abducted this game.
No Wolverine on the field is pretty big there for Extinction. I mean, I've seen some of the games here from Intergalactic. And Intergalactic, I mean, they have a strong Wolverine player, like you talked about, Senior Hoff. I mean, he is very, very strong on that pick. So very good that it's out of the way for Extinction. I'm sure they're bringing the side relief as Namor gets banned, which also means that we could be seeing some dive, Puckett and ZP. A little bit of dive coming out here.
Yeah, look at the protect right now. Here's the telling part, right? Anytime you go to protect phase after the bans, you kind of get an idea of how are they going to build the composition, right? What are you going to go around? And they protect Loki. that makes sense because you think about just watching NA competition, well, really competition in general. Loki is very much in the we're either going to play him or we're going to ban him type of mode, right? It's just way too strong as a strategist right now relative to how a lot of people run. So at this point, makes sense. But the Thing Protect coming out also kind of makes sense. It's more of a North American special where North America has been way more bullish on the Thing comps.
Avast, what time is it?
Clobbering time, Puckett.
Good
It's
answer.
clobbering.
Good answer, my friend. Nailed it.
Depends on
One
what
for
the
one
final
on the
ban
night.
here is, too. I think on like what pretty much what Intergalactic want to do here, what their final pick wants to be. Because with Groot being gone here as well, that means that they're like, okay, you can double shield it up, you can play a Doctor Strange, you could play Magneto. It's gonna be Storm, which means that we are looking for a very
Pick your
ground-based battle more than likely, unless they want to play Star-Lord, which is a really meta pick right now. Star-Lord so strong with the Galactic Legend, also the Blaster Barrage, and also just those propulsion. The propulsion be able to get around the map almost infinitely because it's not a cooldown, it's on a resource meter. So could be a very likely pick as well into a team that maybe for Extinction wants to play a little bit more ground-based game with the Thing.
ZP, we're going to Royal Palace. We've seen a whole lot of Magneto. Do you combo Magneto with Thing?
I think you combo Magneto with anything you want right now. I think Magneto is just the one character in the game, especially from the Vanguard point of view, that it's hard not to get value with Magneto. Sure, some teams might not always play him, but it's also hard at times to say, oh, you shouldn't have Magneto here, just because Meteor M is one of the best delete strategist buttons in the game. On top of also being an ultimate that can be used to save your team, depending on what's coming in. There's times where you'll see a team come in with a Punisher ultimate, and it's just immediate Meteor M directed at the Punisher, just instantaneous reaction. So yeah, seeing either team run Magneto, not too surprising to me.
We have 4 of Seagull's flock making their way into our Twitch chat. Shout out to everyone on YouTube as well as X.com, better known as Twitter. This is Rivals Fight Night. This is North America. Your Challengers match begins. Intergalactic versus Extinction. Avast and ZP on the mic.
Avast, as we take a look at this here, you look at the difference between the team comps here. One team, well, here's the thing, and the other team, not so much.
You said my line. You said my line, ZP, as everyone rolls out here. Intergalactic going to be looking for a lot of poke, obviously. He's laughing. He took my line, and he's laughing.
I do what I did.
And really, it's still going to be a relatively similar composition, right? With Winter Soldier and Hela on both these teams. There's going to be a lot of neutral poking, a lot of just fighting without the ults yet. And really, we have to look at Pinnacle to make a lot of space with the charges, with the embattled leaps, to just try to force Intergalactic back and give some more space to his DPS, or rather his duelists.
Yeah, the other thing to look at here too, you look at Strange in the front line, but it's also the Hela battle that's going to be taking place up above. And top one gun in real danger right now, getting poked all sorts of down. It's got to be doomed on the other end. So Hela pressure going to be a little bit better for Intergalactic to kick things off here. Both teams struggling, building up towards first ultimates here, and already got a Mischief on deck as Doom takes down his counterpart.
And there's going to be the invisible boundary coming out from that God of Mischief copy, as right now Intergalactic needs to back up. They're looking for an engage, and there is going to be the fate of both worlds. A lot of damage coming out here from the boost as Nook just trying to rotate back and forth here on the auras. And Extinction, they need to back up here a little bit as they've lost another player. They've lost Flamay.
Yeah, I mean, the early pickoff goes against them, and Intergalactic just smart in cycling ultimates after. And now you take a look as we head into the next fight here. Intergalactic still has enough gas in the tank here of Vast to keep it rolling forward. They can use Hela to stall, and they can also, of course, just fade a 2 worlds to kick things off. They both worlds.
Of course, and there's so much sustain as well, because remember, there's the team up going on between the Loki and the Hela. So anytime that Hela gets a finishing blow, they're going to be able to res the Loki if they're down, or just give them bonus health. So there's so much sustain here for both these teams as the poke happening. Soldier, and you're not going to find the Winter Soldier there, as there's the Astral Flock. Doomed had to back up, and there is going to be the Goddess of Death looking to force Strategel, and it is going to be the Invisible Boundary used.
Yeah, immediately you see the response of Meteor M, and not going to get too much at the end of Goddess of Death as the Extinction trying to make this their time. Kraken Impact out here from Senior Hoff. Not too much happening there. A little bit of headway now being made here by Extinction onto the point. Flamay able to get one. Intergalactic fighting back. Agamotto used, and Extinction still looking relatively pretty. Kraken Impact now out, going the other way. 2 down, and Avast, they're just going to evict Intergalactic from the point.
Evicted, and also, not getting the Omega resets there for the Kraken Impact, but still more than enough value for Felipe there. Getting 2, the Regeneration Domain was already used, which was one of the most crucial cooldowns you can have the strategist to kind of deny a lot of those ult impacts, especially versus the Kraken Impact, as Extinction holding high ground. They are going to have the God of Mischief, so they can sustain here. They have the Goddess of Death too. So really just a lot of options to sit here, force a lot of cooldowns early for Intergalactic, because they have to think about how do we get in? How do we get them off our high ground?
Well, if you're God Mischief, apparently all you want to do is become a pop star, is what we see in this composition. But Extinction just holding here at the choke. Thing versus Thing action between the two. Leap back to the remainder of the team. Extinction looking for a little bit of a disengage here. God of Mischief in action. It's going to be Invisible Boundary placed instead here, creating a little bit of a room here to hop on over. Both things, a little bit fisticuffs. Goddess of Death been used here by Top One Gun and immediately just burned out. Not something that lasts forever, Avast, in these fights.
100%. And Intergalactic already down 1, and more importantly, Monotone gonna have the later Invisible Barrier. There's gonna be the Kraken Impact coming out on a Senior Off, gonna be getting 2 from Shlevi, and Extinction holding so strong here on the point. And that early pressure onto Window took so much damage on the high ground, having to use the Embattled Leap, having to use the Yancey Sweet Charge means that Intergalactic, they didn't have a lot of health going into the fight. They had to use some cooldowns early, and they had to burn, most importantly, their Strategic Ult, that Fate of Both Worlds, very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, how's Intergalactic run into this next fight right now? I mean, you look at tools you want to entry in, it's not ideal. I mean, maybe you go for clobbering time, but time is also not on their side anymore, Vest.
No, and really they had the Meteor M. They might have to use it offensively here. Pop it, absorb a lot of the damage. They know there's no strategy ults up. Yep, there is going to be the Meteor M coming out. And does he get one? No, he does not. But it has made the space here. Intergalactic has made it off the high ground. They're desperately trying to touch the point, and they can't. Oh, no, ZP.
You know what? It may be a new game, a new broadcast, but letter number never dies is what I'm seeing from there, Avast. But
to be fair, I don't think that was a homegrown C9. I do think that was a Thing charge, like pushing him off there a little bit. So unfortunately, Impunity just could not get the touch. But still, a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and I think you have to give it up for Extinction there, where the round didn't really start particularly well for them, right? Like, they end up losing first fight. Doomed ends up getting the better of Top One Gun on the Hela v Hela matchup. And, you know, first fight pickoffs, pretty rough for Extinction. Eventually, though, they're able to cycle ults effectively, get back in onto the point, and then they just hold, Vest. They just simply hold after they get control.
And that's what's so powerful about these positions here on the dominance game mode is that, or domination game mode, is that once you have that initial cap, you're able to take very, very aggressive positions, especially when there's a high ground differential, which most of these maps will have. And you can just poke so aggressively, just trying to make the other team use ults just to get out of the spawn, just to make it to the point.
We got swapped, by the way. Senior Hoff now hopping over the Star-Lord. A little bit of change up here, more wide open stage. You like this swap?
I do. I think there's been a lot of Star-Lord play, and it's so important because Star-Lord is not only so mobile because of that rocket propulsion, but just as importantly, the shift. He's invincible during that time, and he's able to just like continue to go in. There's right there. Look at that. There's the Blasted Barrage forcing the Regeneration Domain and the Invisible Barrier.
Yeah, it's a great early strike. Now for Intergalactic, they're actually going back in. They're not actually respecting the Invisible or Boundary all that much at all. And Doomed in over the top. Goddess of Death immediately grounded. Meteor M being thrown in by Blue FPS on the other end. Both teams still at full strength. Invisible Boundary gonna be dropped now by Extinction. Intergalactic Extinction fight tooth and nail. Support ults being used. Intergalactic countering. Fate of Both Worlds. And now it's Top One Guns. Goddess of Death living up to the name this time. Not taken out early.
And that was just beautifully played from Extinction. Extinction, sure, they had to pop that Invisible Boundary earlier from the God of Mischief from Flamme, but the great thing about Loki is that Flamme's already using 60% to another one of those ults. It builds so quickly, you just farm damage and healing from the Mystical Missiles there and running the Doppelgangers and just pretty much everywhere throughout the map. And having that late Hela ult after they committed, after they tried to use all their ults to get in there, just meant it was a pretty easy cleanup there for Extinction. And now Intergalactic needing to recontest. They are going to have 2 ults, soon to be 3, but not, I would say, ults that are going to be very, very easy. But there is no strategist ult for Extinction.
When they start out Galactic Legend, look at the force out some cooldowns, maybe get a kill if you're lucky, or just burn down the Hela. Senior Hoff, great positioning. Blaster Barrage follows it up. Clean, easy engage here from Intergalactic, and very efficient when it comes to economy of Vast.
And Extinction, I mean, they just desperately needed to get that God of Mischief up a little bit earlier so they had the chance to maybe pop an Invisible Boundary. They tried their best with the Regeneration Domain with the Doppelgangers, but unfortunately Intergalactic they knew their win condition. They knew there was no strategist up just yet for Extinction, so they could get in there, pop the Galactic Legend with Window, making the space alongside Impunity, and that was really well played.
Extinction now looking for the way in, 40% to 37%. Very even here on our second stage on Royal Palace. Bionic Arm looking for the pull. It's going to be enough. Instead, Meteor M going to be used in response. Visual Boundary down in response. Both teams tooth and nail right now, looking for the key first pick off. Kraken Impact still in reserve. Here we go. Looking to the back line. Loki Clone first, going reset. One more time, drops on in. As another on deck if needed. Opening the way here, helping Doom to get the first pick off. Invisible Boundary gonna be down once more. Extinction trying to buy some stall here if Ostwald down.
And unfortunately, I mean, Doom getting that pick, like you called out, was so crucial because now they're having to fight back here from a disadvantage. They're backing up. They've lost all this point control and Extinction. I mean, they're going to have to back here just a bit as Intergalactic continue to hold on to the point. So well played from Doomed after those ults are exchanged, just looking for that early pick. And Extinction here having to walk again. They're going to have the Goddess of Death CP, but Intergalactic, they're likely just going to go in with the Galactic Legend early, knowing there's no strategy. There it is.
And direct on to the Hela. Absolutely good for the Hela. Forces out the Goddess of Death as a saving maneuver. And that was just, can I stay alive? No, you just get burned down. Doesn't even matter they used her ult. That is legendary in and of itself. Blaster Barrage right into the backline. Senior Hoff showing off the power of Star-Lord here.
And exactly what I thought was going to happen there did happen. And it was so well played from Intergalactic where the Star-Lord pressure, and that's why that map in particular, the Bifrost Garden, is so strong for that hero because he has so much room to maneuver. And Hela, sure, she can get up in the air with the ult, and she can zoom around with the Astral Flock, but she does not have nearly as much presence in that air, as much ability to just like force a fight, despite, you know, she has great pick potential, but not nearly as much overall pressure. And they used that Star-Lord so well for Senior Hoff, just continuing to give the bulwarks, letting him be really, really aggressive. And Galactic Legend is just brutal when there's no strategy ults available. Even if you have like the regeneration domain from the Loki, it just only saves you some time.
Well, particularly too, on a map like that, there's not a lot of natural cover. It's so wide open that Star-Lord essentially has the skies to himself. And you think about the tank composition you're up against, realistically speaking, sure, you know, Magneto can provide some protection within there, but if you're running a Thing can just kind of be like, hey, moral support. You know, could leap to you, but overall, it's actually quite hard to keep the Hell alive there, even using Goddess of Death as a defensive cooldown. Then, you know, even as we change stages here, Avast, we still got the Star-Lord on deck.
Very strong point for this, honestly. So there's still a lot of room, a lot of headroom for Star-Lord to move around for Senior Hoff. Intergalactic rolling out here, looking once again to set up a charge, try to catch someone with the immobilization field. As Extinction, they're going to be poking, they're going to be looking for anything because while they have the Winter Soldier, they have a lot of options to potentially get an early pick from the Bionic Hook from Schleepai. But so far, not finding much.
I just got Window smashing their way on in. Down to the back, looking for the Doctor Strange. Drops on in, clobbering time ready. Magneto out of the fight. A little bit of repositioning here. Both teams down one, though. Doom was able to win the Hela v Hela matchup, so 5v5 and early control going to Intergalactic here.
Now, they did use the God of Mischief, you know, pop a Fate of Both Worlds there with the copy, but still, I mean, you'll take a first fight win 100% for Intergalactic. Because now they're going to be controlling the point. In Extinction, they're going to be likely just looking to use the God of Mischief of their own, just open up the space. So they come here to the high ground, and Intergalactic, they should not let them in for free. They should try to keep them here in the choke and make them use a lot of cooldowns just to get out. As Extinction, I mean, they're nearing nearly 4 ults.
You gotta think they want to open clobbering time here if they have seize the opportunity. Clobbering time immediately coming down. As Valter gonna be there though, forces out Fate of Both Worlds in from Flamme. So that's in response to clobbering time. Kraken Impact from Schleepai. Looking. For now, just onto Thing, backed out. The Agains have been silenced. Still looking for an entry in. Now, Fate of Both Worlds in once more for Intergalactic, the real version. We'll see where this one goes.
Here comes the Galactic Legends ZP, and what's so crucial here is that they're gonna force the Fate of Both Worlds here right now, and also, I mean, too late, it's already over. The Fate of Both Worlds is ending, and the Galactic Legend now off the very late pop. They can just push, they can take all these kills, or rather, all these limbs very, very late, as Intergalactic gonna keep chasing here, trying to find some more staggers.
This is absolutely ridiculous. It's where Star-Lord also shines, where after you've gotten a numerical advantage in the fight, the other team just is trying to desperately disengage. He's got jet boots to just chase everyone down. Ridiculous.
There's another reason why Star-Lord's been seeing so much play here. The chase so strong as Doom getting a very late pick, as Schleepai has made the swap onto Star-Lord in return, going for the mirror here. Saying, okay, you know what? Well, not the full mirror, obviously, because no Thing for Extinction, but trying to contest them a little bit more as they're being so aggressive. The Blaster Barrage coming in, there's the Bulwark, and Window just giving them no space here on the Thing, continuing to take the fight to them.
The focus fire from Intergalactic has been incredible, but Extinction, 5% left to go. They must get on point. Map 1 at stake here in our best of 5 Arrivals Fight Night. Top 1 gun into the air. Here is Hela. Goddess of Death in action, looking for any vulnerable targets. Might have that in the Luna in the back. Does. high value pickoff here for Extinction as they look to stay in this round.
Oh, and Sleep by there gets the Galactic Legend. There's no strategy ults right now for Intergalactic. And Fidel going down there was so huge. One important find for top 1 Guns player who, yeah, did his best Sia cosplay, took down to Chandelier. But more importantly, now I guess it's more of a Miley Cyrus, I guess, than a Sia. It's more of a Miley Cyrus. But very, very important for Extinction there to get that pick from top 1 Guns player onto Fidel. Denies all the healing, denies the chance to build a Fate of Both Worlds. And then Sleep can pop that Intergalactic Legend with pretty much no contests. No strategy ult at all.
I think that the key is here, though, is that Intergalactic, they were able to be so aggressive at holding. Extinction's comp of S, it's not really built to going directly to the choke point. It's more of a wait and see sort of situation, and they have to be perfect from here on out. Meteor M coming on in from Impunity, looking, just deletes 2 effectively with the aid of Senior Hoff. Intergalactic immediately back in there. Fate of Both Worlds to seal the deal. And this is looking like map 1 will go the way of Intergalactic.
And we talk a lot about the value of Magneto, and there it was right there for Impunity, who comes in, immediately deletes Monotone. The Fate of Both Worlds gets popped. That's the only thing that can burst through that strategy ult. That's one of the only few abilities, without the use of like a crack and impact or anything like that, is the contest is going to come out here, and it looks like Intergalactic, they should still just clean up all these kills.
They went straight up into Hela's realm there off the portal. It's just like, this was not exactly where we expected to go, as Hela's just raining down death via the Goddess of Death. That's Intergalactic Avast taking map 1, and to me, the entire tempo of the match just seemed to shift once Star-Lord came into play.
100%, and I think as my PC there lags a little bit, because I'm gonna be honest, ZP, I'm just saying 100% because I don't know what you just said, because my PC DC'd for like
I said the tempo shifted once Star-Lord came to play, for round 2 on. Senior Hoff.
So crucial, crucial. And I 100% agree, because Star-Lord, it just gives, there's a reason he's been played a lot for a lot of different teams across EU and NA, and it's just so much mobility. You have so much mobility, you have the ability to pressure throughout all the map, you're constantly synergizing with, maybe if you have a Mantis, you can have the ability to actually get a cocoon so you can revive, or you just have the Magneto, you can get the bulwarks, you can pressure effectively with your blaster barrages, with your Galactic Legends, and because of that mobility, it's very, very hard to pin Star-Lord down, and he does a lot of damage.
And you look at who is doing damage here too, backing all of it up, where, yeah, Star-Lord pretty effective, especially on the final blows end, but look who's in the thick of things with Window, where this is one thing we see, whether it be on heroes like Groot or in this case Thing. I mean, you rely on your tanks to do a good amount of your damage output to sort of act as the check on otherwise really, really strong heals in the game from the strategist lineup, but, we're going in the highlights here, and, Goddess of Death had its moments, especially here.
Top 1 Guns player, I mean, consistently has been a very strong player for Extinction. I think has a very clutch ults, but the real story here is you watch the Galactic Legend. Now, I don't know, yeah, this one actually is going to be one of the ones to watch, because Galactic Legend and the way that you can force those strategist ults early, which is what Intergalactic did repeatedly, just getting the pressure on, forcing the strategist ult, means that you can just pop a free Galactic Legend. You put a metal or an iron bulwark on him, and he just goes on in, cleans up, and there's very little you can do if you don't have a Star-Lord of your own to contest. I mean, you do have a Winter Soldier who's all around probably the most meta duelist, but it doesn't have these strengths here, these very niche strengths of just being able to abuse these very, very high ceilings.
I think to an extent you are a little dependent on your Hela player if you're running a Hela to act as a check on the Star-Lord, right? Like Hela, of course, doesn't really care if you're in the sky or on the ground. And we saw that on the other end, right? Where Doomed, Schleepai came in on the Star-Lord, and he was basically baptized with a few Hela daggers to the face. That's how that one worked out. But Puckett, we're back in it here. You just saw map 1. What you like?
I like the Thing. So I got 2 questions for you. One, does the Thing take damage?
Does he
yes, is the first answer. He does take damage, but in that particular match, he was not taking damage.
Okay, and then 2, should Monotone be doing as much damage because he had 8,000 less healing, but on Luna Snow, it seemed like he was prioritizing maybe helping out in the team fights?
Well, I mean, that's a question. I think that's a question for the teams themselves, right, Puckett? And I think for Extinction's the unfortunate reality for them is that they were on the back foot a lot. They were on the back foot a lot. And when you're sitting there, it's like, okay, well, I'm Luna Snow. I'm going to be trying to, or even when I'm playing Invisible Woman, I need to make a play. I need to have something happen. And both Invisible Woman and Luna Snow can do a decent amount of damage with the icy arts that pierce. And even Invisible Woman's primary fire does pierce through enemies when it comes back to her. But the reality is, no, she probably should not have, I mean, or I'd rather Monotone should not have been doing as much damage as they were. They probably should have been doing some more healing, but everyone was dead. So they probably just couldn't heal as much as they wanted to.
Okay, so it's just domination in the flow of the game type thing. I was just trying to think about this early on in the series. Will we see an aggressive strategist like a Mantis coming out later? Intergalactic takes this one. It goes to our first round 3 of domination. So ZP, how tight is the matchup from what you've seen?
I think it's a lot tighter than people might have expected going in, where, at least by people, I mean Kaluj. Kaluj was very bullish on Intergalactic just sweeping, and look, maybe it'll be a sweep, but also could be one of those classic, it was closer than we expected. You know, there's 3 O's and then there's 3 O's. And I think between the two teams, I think what you saw from Extinction was that maybe certain matchup compositions are less favorable for them. Like, if them going in here, getting rid of the Star-Lord could be a good idea, just given how they performed in the Star-Lord mirror, which was not very good.
Is there a counter to the thing? What's the hard counter with no Wolverine?
Realistically, I wouldn't say there necessarily is a hard counter, but there is comps that you can definitely punish the thing on. I mean, you can never go wrong with having like Hela, Winter Soldier, having a very strong front line. The simple reality is the thing has to be punished by the overall comp, right? Without a Wolverine, there is no true hard counter to a Vanguard. And I mean, Loki's been protected, Namor's been protected. So
is this a Luna
we're
ban?
looking at potentially once again, like we're gonna see like I mean, if there's no Luna ban, Namor's definitely getting played like 100%. I feel if you're gonna protect Namor.
Hi, little one. Surprise!
Oh, there we
guest.
go.
We got a mini Puckett in the building. And there is the Luna ban, as predicted. Sorry, Squid Boy, you can put your icy one on chill. It's just the 2 little guys. Now, Avast, without your icy squid, is it even worth playing? Like, can you still make use of Namor the same level as the other duelists?
Without the frozen spawn, which no is not the name for the shrimp you're going to find in the freezer section, but I do think that overall that Namor could still get plenty of play. Namor could still get tons of play here, and he's a very overall strong hero. I mean, you have the Aquatic Dominion, you have the ability to just like constantly pressure people from the flanks, which you see a lot of Namors do, where they just constantly go for the flank picks, drop the Aquatic Dominion, and get an early pick on like a strategist or maybe a duelist. So even with Luna Snow gone, doesn't mean that Namor is going to be gone. And for Usual Path in particular, this map, there's a lot of flank potential, especially because you have the Blessing of the Deep to get up the high ground to rotate, you know, out of bad positions because you're invincible to all damage during that time. So we shouldn't count out Namor yet. We definitely should not.
Absolutely. ZP, it is a party here on Rivals Fight Night. Everyone staying up past their bedtime. Shout out to the Europeans. We're going game 2, though, between the NA squads. Intergalactic looking for 2 maps in a row.
You know, one tradition of Avast that has continued here, because I don't believe we're going to see it. Maybe we will. I don't think so. I feel like the spawn room hero trolling continues. The Shlipai showing the Widow. But wait, the gates are... The gates are open. The Widow is still here. What is going on?
The gates might be open, but don't necessarily trust it. I do think if there's any map to play the Black Widow, it's going to be this map because the sightlines are so huge, CP. But really, you see the portal tech here. Look at this behind them. That's going to be the portal used from Blue to let Shlipai actually peek behind Intergalactic, trying to get a pick. They're a little cheeky with it, but see, there's no pick, so they're going to make the swap.
Yeah, it's a quick swap. Again, some habits perhaps do not change. But it is Extinction on the attack. Intergalactic back once more on the defense. And, you know, interestingly enough, you take a look at compositions here. Shlipai gonna be over to Star-Lord. Not Star-Lord on the other end. So perhaps clearer skies for Shlipai this time around. A lot of ult building beginning, but also the Hela pressure just says no way.
And really here for this map, I mean, comparatively to the last domination that we just saw to the Royal Palace, is that Hela has a lot more options to deal with the Star-Lord. Hela with the Soul Drainer can, and because also the skybox isn't quite as high, especially in this early part of the map here and the push for Extinction, is that Doom's gonna have a lot more options, and Senior Hawk both, to contest Shlipai. I mean, you know, you can either try to fight the flanks or you can sit in front of the rest of the team and look for poke damage, but it's not gonna be nearly as effective because you're just shooting a bunch of Vanguards.
On some level, obviously it's a full-on team thing, but on some level, what is it on your Hela to stop the other Hela here? Because I feel like Doom has just been a huge brick wall. Window, though, down. see how Extinction takes advantage of that. Intergalactic down a Vanguard early on. And we got Goddess of Death in over the top from Top One Guns player. Looking to break things.
Oh my gosh, that might be the most impactful tainted voltage I've ever seen. ZP, that's going to be the orb from Street Fighter. I've never seen it get two, especially not at this level. I mean, the damage that came in, I mean, off the early pick from Extinction as well, just letting them walk forward, take that fight. Sure, they forced the invisible boundary, and they were all able to force the God of Mischief, which is huge for Intergalactic, because sure, they're not going to be able to hold on first, but can they get out with the portal?
Well, they get out with the portal, and now they immediately use God of Mischief, drop the invisible boundary, and take the fight to Extinction. Extinction, you gotta look to blue FPS here. Has the Meteor M on deck. Doom, though, able to take down Hela. 2 already down. There won't be a Meteor M coming on in. And Intergalactic, that is a full-on recontest that forces Extinction back to spawn.
I mean, the clobbering time. Here's the thing, ZP. Here's the thing, is that clobbering time will sometimes do that because Extinction, they popped both their strategies earlier in the fight. Sure, they traded with Intergalactic, but because they have that portal available for the recontest, they had to be so careful in that fight for something like that happen to come out from the Vanguard, come out from Window, and Window played that perfectly, getting through the portal, dropping the clobbering time, taking so much space, allowing the picks to come through, as now Extinction are back to square one, just coming back up here through the street, through the hill.
They have to find some way of entry. I mean, they have 2 Vanguard ultimates online. They go for the Bionic Arm Pull, does not hit. Extinction dealing time against them. Kraken Impact to kick things off. Gets 2. Schleepai with the pull. Doomed. Goddess of Death under pressure. Meanwhile, Schleepai still saying again and again and again. Gets another and goes for one more. There's no brakes on this train.
Oh, that last one gets interrupted, so unlikely they're getting another cooldown reset there, but still the space, the picks got it from Extinction, from Schleepai, allowing them to finally get this point A. As Intergalactic going to set up here, they did not get any back spawns, so they're all going to be available here to take this next fight. They will have the Eye of Agamotto, and they're also, I mean, pretty much both Vanguard ults here. As Extinction continuing to look to make this progress go further here, you want to get to carry this momentum forward, and you have both strategies ult, which means you can survive the Vanguard ult pretty easily. You just have to be wary of Impunity's Meteor M, which is pretty much the only thing that can burn you through those strategies ult.
I mean, Senior Hop also could just be really, really sneaky with Eye of Agamotto, but Pinnacle moving on in. No clobbering time yet, just a little bit of disengage on the other end. Meanwhile, Agamotto coming on in. Meteor M in over the top. Where's the targeting gonna go? Into the back line, but it's a great regeneration domain into the back. No one dead yet for Extinction. Now Flamme, God of Mischief, keeping Extinction in the fight. Pinnacle drops clobbering time. And it's Intergalactic down 2 here, Vast. Now is question more of stall.
Down 2, and they want to commit. I mean, they drop the invisible boundary and the clobbering time for Window. They find everyone, and I thought that fight was over off of some amazing plays from Extinction because, I mean, Top One Guns player hits the Soul Drainer and pretty much denies the Eye of Agamotto entirely. But from Window, but I mean, luckily, or rather, denies the Eye of Agamotto entirely, and then additionally, they have the Force Physics to get the pick as well onto that Doctor Strange. But they just get caught by the clobbering time. The invisible boundary keeps everyone alive, and Intergalactic played that so well.
Extinction back on in. Intergalactic looking to hold on. Minute 30 left here. Time not really on Extinction's side. Been a very good defense from Intergalactic so far. Unity. Laying in some poke here on the Magneto. Top One Guns player, though, able to get a great pick on the Star-Lord. Sets things up. Kraken Impact now. Schleepai looking to snowball over and in. Gets another pick. Extinction up 2. And this time, Avast, I don't think ults are going to save Intergalactic on this push.
No, and that's one of those times where you talked about what does your Hello player have to do? That's what your Hello player has to do, ZP. It has to get the early pick, has to open up, especially in a fight when there's not as many ults on the board. As Extinction finally getting to round the bin here a little bit. But Intergalactic having to recontest through the choke as Impunity coming through early. Just dropped the Meteor M just to get in.
Meteor M, no pickoffs that time around. Schleepai, though, finds thing early. Meteor M in over the top, looking. Doom, though, is able to pick off Flamme. Big pickoff here for Intergalactic, still into the fight. Goddess of Death gonna be popped. And Extinction right now just a little bit scattered, having to take cover in the cubby hole here. The visual boundary now going to be used as Extinction tries to reset the fight. Top One Guns player down, both Hellas out of the fight. Schleepai here on Winter Soldier trying to make something happen, but guess what? It might be clobbering time. Window looking for the opportunity here and now.
Yes, they have to be watching here because Window, I mean, holds on to the clobbering time. There's no strategy ult for Extinction. There's the bulwark used. Are they going to go for it? No, they're still holding because this spot is so powerful as the boundary popped from the God of Mischief as Window gets in, does not drop. I'm sorry, I thought it was going to be clobbering time, but they're just going to wait to kill the Runestones, get rid, and there it finally comes in.
No kills though. Absolutely no kills come off the clobber time, and top one Gunsplayer turns around on Domed. Now, top one Gunsplayer, Gauss of Death over the top, not instantly dying, putting the pressure onto Loki, takes down Loki, gets the thing for good measure, and that is a reversal of fortune and then some as top one Gunsplayer continues to roll forward.
Extinction not living up to their name. They are not extinct yet. They are continuing to fight back against the linear passage of time here, ZP, because they really, with their backs against the wall, they've been continuing to get clutches. I mean, I thought there in that moment, the God of Mischief gets popped. They walk forward, Window. They know they had forced the regeneration domain. They can pop the clobbering time, get those picks. They just couldn't. They couldn't. They had the cooldowns available. Everyone lived as Extinction gets those picks yet again. The top one Gunsplayer continues to get so much value here on the Hela. And Intergalactic, I mean, they have to be thinking, like, what are we going to do about this guy?
Well, I'm going to open up here Invisible Boundary for Extinction. Looking back here, Sleep Eye, Kraken Impact. Over the top, trying to get any sort of reset. Hasn't gotten yet, but now connects, gets the reset, drops on in 3 eliminations. However, Impunity with the Meteor M, evening things out, leaving the fight somewhat winnable here for Intergalactic. 3 on 4 as things start developing. But you look at Blue here in the back, stuck Earthbound, can't Meteor M due to the thing just coming on in. But the payload is still moving forward right now, Avast.
They're getting a lot of pressure even when down those picks. And the Vanguard frontline here for Extinction doing so much. Blue holding on to the Meteor because they want to save it for the strategist ult as the clobbering time comes in, forces the God of Mischief. And this is so huge now because now Senior Hoff can theoretically get some of these resets, keep the Kraken Impact coming through, and they can hopefully chase down these limbs.
You think that'd be the goal right now, though? Okay, goes in over the top, says high ground, Kraken Impact, absolutely.
Oh, so smart.
One more time, over and in. Sleep Eye gone again and again. It just does not stop. Senior Hoff just keeps jumping. And this is in overtime. Final push opportunity for Extinction. They still have to keep running into the Bucky blunder, and it's not working out well.
And that was so well played from Senior Hoff because they popped the Kraken Impact at the end of that fight, and then crucially, he saves it. You have 8 seconds to save to have the cooldown before it expires. And he just made sure to finish the final Loki clone so he could have the Kraken Impact for when the recontest happens again, when all the rest of the players are trying to come through yet again for Extinction. So Senior Hoff plays that so well, and you're going to see that a lot from Winter Soldier players, where the cooldown management, the resource management of the Kraken Impact when you have like Loki clones or Loki doppelgangers on the field is so crucial. And in that moment, that really gave them the edge they needed to make sure they could finish the fight.
I think the other thing that's really worth noting there too is just at this level of play, the level of coordination you get off the Kraken Impact too, where you have to think that on comms, your Bucky is straight up just calling, saying, look, I'm going up here, focus fire, right? Because it's a group effort. You open with the Kraken Impact, you get enough damage that they fall down, you get your reset. Like, you need that level of team coordination to keep the Kraken impacts continuing to happen, which is why even at this level of play where, conversely, you'd think the other team would be more on the, okay, how do we keep people alive? It's just difficult when the other team is just so coordinated on the level of, we will focus fire this.
That means I get to do it
100%. As now we look towards Intergalactic's offense here. And what's so important for Intergalactic is that they know their win condition. ZP, we've seen this many times before, and the win condition, knowing what you have to push to, is both a blessing and a curse. And it looks like they're actually be rolling out on the Rocket Raccoon a little early with Fidel, trying to build a very early CYA, get that damage amp, and also when they're working with the Winter Soldier, the very crucial team up, the Infinite Grit, that's pretty much allowing constant damage, infinite ammo.
You're 100% running the Rocket here for your Winter Soldier.
And they've swapped.
Okay, well, at some point you go, maybe you don't need it. Something on the other side, I think, just shifted them away from it, be like, no, we actually don't need Rocket here. 3 bullets in your clip, they'll have to do.
And there's going to be the Bulwark onto Window just doing the anti-street charge coming on through, and there's the immobilization as well, but unlikely you're going to find any picks off that note, not just yet as the neutral fight going on. And what's so crucial to watch right now, ZP, what are the ults? What's the God of Mischief here for both Lokis? And it's ticking up. Nook about to have the God of Mischief first.
Not gonna have it first as Window just going bowling. High value off that Yancey Street charge. There's not gonna be enough interruption though for Intergalactic to make this push work. God of Mischief already popped here from Flamme Extinction. looking to force at least the same off Intergalactic. Fisticuffs still flying between both things. Doomed able to take down Hella counterpart. Setting up Intergalactic with the +1 pick. 6v5. Invisible Boundary now going to be dropped. Intergalactic, though, still working at an advantage. As you see Pinnacle right now starting to get poked and prodded down. Meteor M from Impunity in over the top. Back the other way. No! As the Kraken Impact used. Not going to get hit by it. Shlipai takes down one. Extinction fighting on back.
Oh, and there was just a series of unfortunate events. However, the fight is still going on. This Doom gonna go down very, very late. As Intergalactic holding here on the point, the off angle right now for Senior Hoff, just doing so much. Playing here on the flank with the Regeneration Domain. Gonna have another Kraken Impact. Gonna make Pinnacle try to back up here a little bit, but Extinction, I mean, their spawns are close. They're holding here on the fight. Is Top 1 Guns player finally gonna pop the Goddess of Death, finding Senior Hoff and pretty much removing them from that flank.
However, immediately getting hit by Doomed on the other end. Doomed doing super, super well in the Hella v Hella matchup. Extinction now stuck fighting this back. 5v6 once more. Meteor M in reserve for blue, looking for the opportunity. Goddess of Death going to be used on the same note. You use Meteor M to take some of those shots away, drop it on down, take down Senior Hoff. Pretty decent value there coming in from the Magneto ultimate. And now the anti-street charge, Extinction fighting tooth and nail. They have not given this up at all so far, Vast.
And Pinnacle going down a little late though, so Intergalactic with the close response can finally maybe round the corner, but not if Top 1 Guns player is going to do that. Top 1 Guns player has had Doom's number on the second half of this map. And now Intergalactic have to wait. They can't fall off the pick. They're going to have to wait for all the respawns to get back up. And sure, Invisible Boundary is going to be up for both squads here. But what's so crucial, what's so important to remember is that the longer this goes on, the better it is for Extinction because they're going to be building plenty of ults. They're going to really have to rely on Impunity's Meteor M here to maybe get some value through the Invisible Boundary and Monotone.
I think you're looking at Impunity or you're looking for Galactic Legend. Senior Hoff should have it built before the minute is up, but we are in the final minute here of point one. Extinction looking to pick up their first map. Visible Boundary right now being held by Fidel. Just watching Team HP very, very carefully. Intergalactic though getting poked on down, and it's not in time. Impunity goes down. That is brutal. The Kraken Impact now gonna feast on the remnants.
And the one hope here is that, okay, 30 seconds remaining. There is going to be time for Intergalactic to make it back. So they can be happy that they at least removed the Kraken Impact. That's gone. They're going to have nearly, I mean, 5 ults for the upcoming fight. But really going to be coming up to a 4 ult situation as well for Extinction. So it is relatively equal. Pinnacle will probably get the clobbering time. And right now, there's going to be so much pressure on how do you force a strategist ult? Where does Top 1 Guns player, or maybe, you know, even Doomed, get the off angle to get a pick early?
I think you start with Galactic Legend. I think you look towards Senior Hoff. What Intergalactic was able to do the last time. Window moves on in. Clobbering time. 2 already down. Galactic Legend not even used. It's the window show. Backed up by Impunity with the Meteor M. 2 down. And Extinction in a rougher spot right now. Senior Hoff pops the Galactic Legend anyway. Sometimes Vast, you better be sure.
I mean, that's just better safe than sorry. I think right there, Intergalactic, like, we do not want to be first held. We were aura farming. And we've lost aura points now. We almost got first held. And that's probably the best case possible scenario for Intergalactic, outside of saving a couple more ults, is that you go for the initial engage, window goes in with the Iron Bulwark, and they're able to get a humongous clobbering time to get an early pick, stun everyone, and then just follow up, because that's really the best case scenario for them. But now, I mean, they're coming into a fight where Extinction used no ults because they were knocked out so fast that no ults were used here for Extinction. So you have to be really careful not to be caught in the ult cycle.
And I think Extinction, when you look at how this ult cycle may start out, I mean, most likely scenario, either Clobbering Time or God of Mischief into Invisible Boundary, right? Is probably what you would expect right here. Wouldn't really expect Goddess of Death to come out unless Top 1 Guns is about to fall to Doomed in the Hella v Hella matchup, which, by the way, you still gotta watch in this situation. It's the one thing where either team could go down by 1 at a moment's notice. Often as Hellas take risk, but Window goes a little bit deep, gets taken on down, and Top 1 Guns player just continues laying in the daggers.
That's just, I mean, here's the thing, CP. It's a masterful thing performance. I'm never going to get tired of saying it because Pinnacle, it's a classic thing moment where runs in, gets the bulwark, drops clobbering time, forces cooldowns, stuns everyone. Top 1 Gun player says, okay, here's a pick. Fantastic. Okay, they're not unstunned, but they're low. Here's another pick. And you're just being a nuisance. The thing is so survivable. He's so annoying when combined with the bulwarks for Magneto that he's just running in, dropping ult. Okay, so, okay, I'm going to leave now. Bye-bye.
We gotta ask Puckett how many of those you get broadcast. Like, what is your overall?
I don't know what the limit is.
Clearly, there has to be a limit. However, back into it. 1 minute left for Intergalactic. Still behind on time. Extinction holding on a great defense here thus far. Top 1 Guns play though under pressure. Doomed able to take him down before the Goddess of Death can come in. Intergalactic now working with a +1. Schleepai looking to even the odds. Kraken impact dropped. No resets here just yet, and it's Galactic Legend in off the other side. Gets rid of the Bucky threat and looks to carve up what remains. However, Invisible Boundary limiting some of the damage, even as Intergalactic takes the tempo lead, moves over. They get one more fight here, though, on second of S, surely.
An Intergalactic Duelist Masterclass there. I mean, Doomed taking those fights on Hella v Hella on the flank, gets the early pick, allowing all that pressure to remove from the field, the Goddess of Death to be gone too. And then Seniorhoff is like pretty free to just take that fight, drop a Galactic Legend. Sure, it doesn't necessarily get any picks there, but it does give enough pressure to where they have very good, strong control, can clean up the fight here. As Extinction, they have to be worried. They have to be careful of anyone looking for the flank. They're going to look for the recontest right now. They do have the Goddess of Death still. They still have the clobbering time. Oh, the early sight. They have the very early sight on a Seniorhoff. Can they chase him? Probably not. He's so mobile on the Star-Lord.
Top 1 Guns player, a little bit off on the hunt, goes to the high ground, clobbering time used by Pinnacle. No pickoffs here just yet. Intergalactic still full strength. No, Seniorhoff caught by Schleepai. And here comes the Goddess of Death in on the top. Not immediately interrupted, picks up one, and the bolts just keep on falling. Doom, though, Goddess of Death on the other end takes down Loki. Intergalactic not out of the fight just yet. Meteor M from Blue, FPS looking, searching, what's the right target, and decides it's the thing, Extinction. Hold on strong here in overtime, and that is going to even things up 1-1.
Remember I said Kaluj likes to troll?
Yep.
It's 1-1 now. So, just saying. Just saying. Just saying.
The Kaluj intel proving a little bit questionable. Maybe this was Kaluj just hoping. We saw what happened in the EU. We didn't want to have a full best of 5 NA. However, maybe it's happening. Extinction showing real guts on the second point defense. And also, I mean, it kind of showed that they were way better at dealing with the Star-Lord this time around, too. It wasn't a thing where play Star-Lord, win game, like we saw back in our domination map.
I think the swap to the perma thing also helped them a lot. It gave them a lot more pressure to just give a lot more space for Schleepai in particular. Because when you're playing the Winter Soldier versus no Winter Soldier, it just allows you to have the option to pretty much you need the space to look for bionic hooks. You need the options to also just get all that extra damage because Winter Soldier does so much consistent damage. Similar to the Hela, but also a lot tankier because every time that he's popping an ability that's related to his bionic arm, he's getting bonus health. He can brawl so effectively. He can displace people with both the Trooper's Fist and that hook to where I think you have to think about like, okay, it's not just the fact that the comp changed, but also on top of that, the map, just way less maneuverability for the Star-Lord, which really gave, I think, Extinction the opportunity to contest a lot more.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll put you a little bit on the spot here because obviously this was a pretty close game and it was a turnaround too, right? Where Extinction was able to even up the series. But from what you saw right now, what was the biggest difference on an individual level that Extinction did better in map 2 relative to map 1?
Realistically, I mean, first of all, this was a really cool play. Before I even, I'm gonna hit you with a non-sequitur, ZP. This was a really cool play using the Black Widow with the portals from Strange to try to get a pick on the back line, just using it to look from behind them. But most importantly, it's honestly top 1 Guns player. I think the Hela difference was huge, not in that actually like a diff, but more so just the amount of pressure, the amount of picks that top 1 Guns player was getting there in these fights repeatedly. And because of that, Schleepai was a lot more free to also get a ton of value. So I think really the Hela value on this map, and we talked about it a bit, how having the Astral Flock, the ability to get to high ground, to pressure, to have the Goddess of Death, to add even more pressure post Strategist ult is so crucial, and top 1 Guns player succeeded.
I think there's a difference in prioritization too between the two, whereas it felt like top 1 Guns player, while not neglecting the Hela v Hela, was more willing at times to take the L in the Hela v Hela matchup if it meant that they were getting something better on the rest of the team, right? Like top 1 Guns player is basically dodging Doomed, I feel like, for half of that and just looking for team value. And that's risky when you have another Hela hunting for your head the entire time, but in this case, it seemed to pay off.
Sure, I think the overall, you have to always think about the delicate dance of, am I looking to win individual fights on the flank, or am I looking to give a lot more team value, right? And sometimes the answer is very, very gray as a duelist player, because if you get a pick on the flank, that's team value, right? You have a lot more freedom, you have a lot more damage on the field, but also it's dependent on, okay, can I pressure out the Vanguards? Can I force some early strategist cooldowns, maybe even an ult? And realistically, top 1 Guns player did a really good job of balancing it between them. And Intergalactic, definitely no slouches, but it definitely felt like they had a very big struggle on first point, or not, on point A in particular, in terms of breaking that initial hold.
And that's something you definitely see, particularly on Convoy and Convergence to an extent, where you can beat a point, but you can still feel really bad about a point, right? Where if you have to burn most of your available time, and in the process of burning that time, you get to the next point, you're just effectively under immense pressure from there on out. But you know who's not under pressure? Chris Puckett.
Yeah, I'm big chillin'. I'm letting you guys do the hard work tonight, and I am just enjoying the NA broadcast. All right. Why don't you run 2 shields against a Hela Avast? Can I just not do it when Thing is on the table?
You definitely can. You can run. We've even seen double shield comps like Doctor Strange, Magneto still getting played against Hela. It's just the problem with that map is that because of all the huge flank angles in particular, it's very hard to control the Hela. And I think also for both those squads, they really wanted to use the Thing to give value to the aggression, to make sure to break through because of how just really choky the chokes are, which sounds crazy. It sounds the same to say a choke is choky,
chokes.
but the ability to drop the Yancey charge through and just displace people, put some immobilization where they can't run away, and also give embattled leaps to the people that are taking very aggressive fights, including your flanking duelists, is crucial there. And I think that's where the Thing opened up the space for, you know, the Hela, the Winter Soldier. And you definitely could still see Magneto and Doctor Strange being run, but I think both these teams prioritize having the Thing and the option to be extremely mobile and extremely aggressive through some of those more difficult terrain options.
It's been fun to watch. Everyone's winning their own map, at least so far. We're going to Intergalactic pick next. And ZP, walk me through kind of the expectations of what we have, because this is a best of 5, right? You pull out your best card now.
Yeah, I think you 100% do. You never want to be in the situation in a best of 5 where all of a sudden you have the pressure on you of you must win no matter what, right? It's 1-1. You're not quite in a life or death situation. Your tournament life is not on the line yet. But I do think one of the really cool things about the format we have here is that if teams have a particular map identity, if they feel great about the map that they are on, they have the ability to bring it to their hometown, right? Like use hero comps that may be a little bit better for them, use strategies that have been great for them. And you know what? We can talk about it all day long, but that cat Puckett also adorable.
Yeah, I'm just getting surrounded by toddlers, kittens, and Marvel heroes. All right, Avast, we can keep talking like nerd strat and stuff, but I want to have the fun time. Can we talk about which hero needs to be added to Marvel Rivals next? It could be anyone from the X-Men, Marvel's universe, you choose. Who is it? And you have to give me their 3 abilities. Think about it. Get creative.
It's tough. It's tough because there is a lot. There's a ton. I have to really bust out my Marvel. I honestly.
Ignore the ban and protect. They're gonna get rid of
They're
gonna get rid of
Silver
Wolverine.
Silver Surfer. They're doing the Fantastic Four stuff anyways. Give me a Silver Surfer flying around the map. They're gonna be able to just like delete planets at will. Probably can't balance that ability, but imagine
Planet
if they
deletion,
could just delete the map. But I mean, I imagine ZP probably has a bit of it better. But I mean, realistically, we are also in the ban protect phase.
We're ban protect, but I'll get one out. I'll get one out, and this was for everyone that gets a reference here. You add Doctor Doom, and one of the abilities is Foot Dive. I don't care what the other 2 abilities are. Those 2 at a minimum. And he needs to yell out Foot Dive. You do that.
Why he only dives with his feet? Yeah.
I don't get it.
If you don't get it, it's okay. It's not for
ZP and
you.
I have way different Reddit feeds, I'll tell you that. Well, we're getting down to the final bans, and here we go. So Loki's going to be protected. We got Groot protected on the other side. You can see Namor not going to allow any diving, and you're not going to see any Wolverine taking out your main. Storm's not going to be on the map. So what do you do here with your final ban? Get rid of a Hela?
And Hela could be interesting. I mean, with Groot protected and Loki protected and Namor gone, I mean, there's almost a chance where it's like, okay, Invisible Woman. That's a pretty interesting one because it means there's not going to be a boundary. You won't be able to force physics to like stop the engages either. So maybe Intergalactic looking to cook a little bit here for potentially a slower comp. Play with the Groot because we are on symbiotic surface, and this is a very, very strong map for bunkering a bit, especially on that point A when you're on the defense or even on the offense, having the walls. So maybe Intergalactic going to go for a little bit of a slower composition, especially with Invisible Woman gone, I guess.
The chat is caught up to Foot Dive, ZP. You're amongst them. Enjoy it. Shout out to you guys. Green Goblin was the best answer. That is Velocity DN. If you have a better Marvel character to put into Rivals, tell me who it is and what are their 3 moves. We'll answer it in the next break.
I gotta say, looking at Symbiotic Surface as we head to go into this, I definitely think it's a map that you could play a little bit slower, and defensively you just have more options to not necessarily get immediately dove on, right? Like, I feel like there's cheekier setups you can do here. I think it's also, you talk about heroes that work well here. I don't think it's any surprise that you got double Groot right now, Vast. Just given the ability to set up just ridiculous wall setups, both for damage and defense.
I mean, considering they were both protected, they were protected obviously, but also these comps are pretty reminiscent of what you see on this map a lot. I mean, you're going to see a lot of Strange, you're going to see a lot of Groot, you're likely, I mean, Magneto comes in the mix, and there's going to be a lot of poke as the Winter Soldiers looking for hooks, the Hellas trying to find picks. No crazy, no Moon Knight, nothing trying to farm a hand of Khonshu or whatever, but instead just going to be doing a little bit of poke, looking to get here onto point A entirely. And they do.
Yeah, and they just immediately remove Bucky from the equation, is what we see there. So, quick pick off, taking Schleepai out, and you think about Extinction on the attack here, Vast. Well, it delays things. When you lose your Winter Soldier that early, you kind of just have to take a step back and have a breather.
Take a beat, have to take a little beat, be like, man, like that stunk. I got picked early, and now I do the walk of shame back here to point A, and see the Groots just bombarding each other. And what's going to be so important also is this duel of the Groot walls. When you see the Iron Lash walls, when you see the Thorn Lash and rather the Ironwood walls, looking to separate the heals, looking to find an early pick on isolation on someone, as Impunity on the off angle here, dropping a lot of damage. A great cryo freeze there coming out, or absolute zero coming out from Fidel, but unfortunately not really able to get much.
God of Mischief going to be used as both Lokis decide to enter their pop star era. Both teams still at full. Kraken Impact, though, that breaks the fight wide open. Senior Hoff absolutely demolishing, sending Extinction right back to spawn.
I mean, sometimes you just drop the Strangling Prison plus the Kraken Impact, and it's just over. It's never been more Jover than it is in that moment, because that's just a lot of damage. And they pretty much already forced the God of Mischief. So it's so difficult to break it, as the portal being used here from Blue, getting them behind Intergalactic, taking this high ground return, very, very common, but it does remove the pretty much the brutality of this choke, the brutality of that position, and now they're able to look for a little bit of a stronger push.
I think so much of this maybe depend on Schleepai and the Kraken Impact, particularly on the setup, right? It's the ultimate that both teams have been using to sort of put fights over the top. They just get the Groot, though, for free. Now Kraken Impact into the back. Do they keep it going? Agamotto used in response from Windows. Not gonna be enough to turn the fight. Let's Doom take down Schleepai. Stops the Kraken Impact train. Goddess of Death
Hellafite
used on the
Goddess of Death.
The old Hellafite as both get brought to ground. Flamme on the Doom, though. Takes him out immediately. Extinction trying to get a little bit ahead, but as I say that, Senior Hoff able to turn right back in. It's gotten real scrappy here, Vast. 2 ticks, though, on point for Extinction as Intergalactic looks for a way back in.
Oh, the split here from Intergalactic is really brutal. Can they get the pick? They couldn't, but Intergalactic is doing so good here, trying to keep the split. Fidel caught behind, gonna go down, as now Kraken Impact gonna be used, but really getting nothing there for Senior Hoff. But more importantly, it does give them a little bit more time, but I think Extinction should have all they need to potentially close it out, but it's still anyone's game, as the God of Mischief coming out. Fate of Both Worlds gonna be used, and this is gonna keep everyone for Intergalactic alive. And now for Extinction, you just need a good Strangling Prison. You need anything. Oh, but they're gonna get caught first.
Ooh, the Strangling Prison comes on out. Intergalactic trying desperately to keep this point in their favor. Flushing Extinction out, and you look at the time right now, Vast. We're down to our final 35 seconds.
There's
Extinction.
none. There's no time.
Right now, they're thinking about here is what is the best way to put our opponents in prison. It's all about Pinnacle as they go for the setup.
Doctor Strange analyzing the timeline, saying perhaps there's one timeline out of 1 billion where I can cap the A. And you see here what's so crucial is that for Impunity, putting these Thorn Lash walls up on the ceiling where they can't be easily shot, getting a lot of damage when Extinction tries to approach from that little room here on the right. As the dueling taking place, still no ults here for Intergalactic Extinction. They need a strong Strangling Prison. They're gonna have also the Fate of Both Worlds to keep everyone alive. And there it is.
They go for Prison into Goddess of Death. Everyone's still alive, though. You got Fate of Both Worlds coming in for both teams. Everyone is dancing, looking for the way over. Intergalactic Legend now going to be coming in over the top, answered by Agamotto from Window. Both teams still looking for a crucial first pickoff.
Good.
Strangling Prison now for Impunity. Is this going to result in some eliminations? Not quite yet. Extinction, though, on Death's Door. Pinnacle, super low. Flamme back into a top 1 guns player, able to take down 2, keeping Extinction in the fight, and this might be it, Avast.
Oh, Loki is such an incredibly strong hero. I mean, that Strangling Prison for Pinnacle was like, okay, surely that'll be it. Wrong, because there's going to be Nuk dropping the Regeneration Domain, which not only drops an insane amount of healing, but until the Runestone is destroyed or the ability ends, it converts 30% of the damage back into instant healing. So everyone lived through Strangling Prison. Okay, that's fine. Intergalactic, they have a Strangling Prison of their own. Surely they'll win it with that one. Wrong. Loki, Regeneration Domain. No one dies, and then it keeps everyone up, and everyone gets the chance to come back in. But Doomed, I mean, getting the early pick on the top one Guns player means that they're not going to be able to control the high ground here at all, as Intergalactic taking this fight very aggressively.
Yeah, the quick Bucky pickoff into the bionic arm. Senior Hoff put on a little bit of a show. 2 eliminations here. Moving on forward. Now Dr. Strange in his sights. Kraken Impact locked and loaded. I don't know if you use it right at spawn here, but you just try and finish off the Strange, and Blue FPS barely living in the moment.
That would be a little BM. That would be a little BM. You see the hook here, trying to be caught. Nope. Not going to be able to get the hook around the corner. Maybe in a different game, but not this one. As Extinction walking forward, putting this pressure. Good walls. Going to be forcing them to break that. As Intergalactic, I mean, they have some ults up. I mean, in fact, by more than just some, they're about to have 4. Extinction, they're looking for something, anything to try to open up this fight.
Senior Hoff's been super aggressive, but okay, window down early. Now, what do you use to try and turn the fight back in your favor? You get top 1 Guns player down, Doomed off the Goddess of Death, even things out. And here we go. Senior Hoff grabbing the Kraken Impact. Response, though, in Fate of Both Worlds, Intergalactic. 1 for 1 here with Extinction. Both teams looking for the key pickoff window. Setting up here on the top. Eye of Agamotto.
It's such a strong position here. I mean, Window just looking for the Eye of Agamotto. There's going to be the Fate of Both Worlds. Window trying to keep everyone alive. They want to live. They want us to just trade the Fate of Both Worlds. There's the Agamotto. You got to hit a lot, but can they clean up anyone? They can and get Sleep Eye. That's huge. Off all that dark magic, the dark energy there for the Maelstrom of Madness.
Also in the middle of that, Goddess of Death comes down for top 1 Guns player. It does nothing. The damage onto Group Pinnacle down. And once more, we are in time hell for Extinction. Only 20 seconds left to go right now. And
this is a little worse, ZP. I mean, they're further away from the cart. I don't even know if they can touch. And also, Intergalactic, they're not going to want to let them touch. They're going to push extremely aggressively, try to get a pick. I mean, sub 10 seconds. Are they trying to portal? Looks like they're trying to portal. They're getting Strangling Prison. They're not going through the portal at all. I mean, they're just stuck. Oh, they made it through. I can't believe it. The group walls for Pinnacle. This is insane. ZP, they've entirely flipped the map. They flipped the map.
Defensive attack, reverse, the ultimate Doctor Strange magic comes into play. Senior Hoff, though, having none of it, takes down top 1 Guns player immediately. Intergalactic mad at the old switcheroo. And Impunity, though, picks off several. And this is going to be enough to go around. Doomed in on the follow through. And the switcheroo does not actually be that effective in the end. But they had to do it just to at least stay in the round.
It was close. I mean, I really respect that they had the gall to be like, okay, we are definitely not going to touch by foot. We need technology. We need portals. We have to think with portals here. And so they go for the portal directly in front of Intergalactic, and Pinnacle trying to put all those walls up, the Ironwood walls, the Thornlash walls, just to block the damage for long enough. And despite the Strangling Prison that comes out from Impunity, I mean, they're able to make it through the portal just in time, get the contest. And I really thought in that moment, I was like, oh my gosh, a miracle. A miracle's occurred. We're going to see a miraculous push. No, not quite. Miracles don't occur that often.
It would have been a great storyline just because of how that happened with all the pressure directly into the spawn. But we are swapping upsides here. And of course, sometimes you'll see a change in strategy, sometimes not. But, you know, overall, what is your read on this map and what is a good defense versus not, right? Like, is that a defense that, you know, you feel really good on, you're setting up an easy attack, or are you just happy if you get first point right now?
That's an extremely, I mean, in general on Symbiotic Resurgence, I mean, this is a hard map to attack. It is not necessarily uncommon, at least even at the high elo levels, to be first held to where you're not going to get point A at all. But if you're Intergalactic, you can feel really happy because they didn't even get the second point. They didn't get to point B. So you have a lot of time to work with. You know exactly where you need to push. And oftentimes, just from the cart distance that occurred there, that offense for Extinction, just having a good cap on point A and a really strong snowball into the second half of point B means that you could probably cap this like very, very smoothly, depending on how it goes for point A.
Look at the heroes here, nothing really being changed up. Both teams pretty committed to what they feel is strong on this map. And yeah, once more, in these early fights, I feel like so much is dependent on just early group walls, early bionic arms, abduction, actual abduction coming on in, and yet
he still managed to live with the Cloak of Levitation, thankfully.
Cloak of just get me out of here, Cloak. Not quite Jarvis level command, but you know, close.
Jarvis, levitate me. As the Cruz to make the random point early, regeneration
still
domain
alive.
actually forced.
Oh.
I mean, this is actually pretty big for Intergalactic, I think, ZP, because they got a little bit better positioning and they forced a much later regen domain.
Yeah, and the regen domain
the
isn't there to
forward
save Pinnacle a
lash
second time. So regen domain, great the first time, not available second time. Doom taking down top 1 guns player Extinction, down 2. And you talked about a first point snowball. It's looking chilly and it's looking rather spherical.
I mean, the ball is rolling down a hill somewhere. Newton is smiling, saying, oh, gravity, it's working. It's working here. Because right now, like, Intergalactic, I mean, they have to be really happy with that. And it was so crucial. I mean, especially in the neutral fights, when you force that regeneration domain, probably Loki's most powerful ability by far in his kit, that just opens up the opportunity. And like, yes, they had to use theirs like shortly after, but they got a little bit of extra time there, and they were just able to put up a good wall, find Pinnacle off the isolation, off the damage from the Twin Lash wall. As Intergalactic coming up on nearly 4 ults. I mean, Extinction, luckily, they didn't have to use anything in their bank because they all died before they're all limbed. So it's going to be a relatively equal fight in terms of the old territory. Well, not anymore.
Yeah, not with 2 pickoffs immediately here, setting up Intergalactic for success. Extinction, they do use God of Mischief into Fate of Both Worlds, and it's double again. It's again in stereo between our 2 Buckies. Schleepi looking for a way to turn around, buy Extinction a little bit of time where they need to buy some time. It's 4.5 minutes left for Intergalactic, and they might not need that much of it to put this one away. Completely one-sided here so far.
And that one chance from Schleepi there maybe could have gotten another reset, but was frozen, hit with the absolute 0. Pinnacle gonna make it back, but the Strengthening Prison, no one goes down. There's no damage, there's no heals for Extinction here, and Intergalactic should be cleaning this up unless one of the mighty gods from the Marvel Universe themselves shows up and decided to wipe them all. It's very unlikely anything else is going to happen.
The one above all is not available right now. It has not been returning the voicemails from Extinction whatsoever in this situation. Gods of Death immediately going to be taken on down. Intergalactic piling on elimination after elimination, and they should be able to just leisurely slide this one in for a map 2 victory.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. And I mean, really, there's a lot of props to Intergalactic there. I mean, the defense setting up, because you get 1 clean point A win, which is what happened there, getting the early pick, didn't have to use too many ults, and then you just have so much time there. And if you can just snowball, get an early pick, I mean, it's pretty much done there, because the time advantage, the position advantage, it's just so hard to overcome in that situation. So a really, really good defense from Intergalactic.
It's a good defense that puts Intergalactic on match point, but the one trend we've been seeing, at least in the BO5s, not necessarily the BO7s, because VP was just on another level, but generally speaking, the old adage kind of holds true that being able to go to your own map, especially when you can choose any game type in the game, the only rule we have for picking your own map is that you cannot repeat a map, just seems to play to the strengths of these teams here so far, Vast.
Can we pause for a moment, guys? Pinnacle at 100% accuracy on Thing. Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's very big. That's very big. You know what? I think you've really called out the most important part of the map
hitting
there,
analysis. All right, as exciting as it is to break down a game in a best of 5 series that doesn't call game series, I would like to take our attention and turn it on to chat. In the beginning of this game, I asked you guys, what character from the Marvel Universe should we bring into Marvel Rivals next? We've had some great answers. Avast, do you know who Gambit is?
I do know Gambit. I'm looking to make my name for myself out here. I do, of course. Who hasn't seen the movie? Of course, we all love Gambit.
If you were Gambit, what were your 3 moves?
We're gonna throw the exploding cards.
Kinetic card.
I'm going to make a really, really good seafood boil because I'm from Louisiana.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna hit someone with a metal rod because I think he's got like a metal rod that he hits people with.
Yeah, he's got a staff. It's pretty dope. We're gonna keep working on that one. Lesseru says, Sandman, the passive sand body, so standing on any of your abilities would heal and generate bonus health. The Sandstorm is a horizontal sand wall, large visual blocker, and it slows enemies and speeds allies. A Quicksand is AoE. It fields and drags enemies towards the center. Strength intensifies with time spent in the Quicksand, and an ultimate would be something like a Hela. I like these. These are getting strong, ZP. Have you come up with anything better?
Have I come up with anything better?
He only gave one ability, by the way. He just gave ability based off feet. That was it.
Well,
That's all I heard from the doctor.
Well, look, it's
That's all I
absolutely
heard.
iconic within what it does. But okay, you want to go to another thing? I'll piggyback here. We'll do a little bit of caster synergy here. If you're going to add like Gambit into the game, right, and think about how you're going to do Gambit, well, one of the team ups there, you'd have to have Rogue, right? Like iconic old school X-Men pairing.
Like this.
Have Rogue in there. You can have an ultimate ability where you just, kind of like Loki's God of Mischief, but also just hurts people at the same way. Like no one actually goes into an interaction with Rogue where she steals your powers and you actually feel good about it at the end. You actually feel quite drained. You might be in a coma for like 10 years of syndication if you're talking about something like Captain Marvel, right? So, Rogue, you got a power steal ability, you got flight coming on in, maybe something along the idea for super strength that, she stole. I mean, just cool abilities. You can even like get the power stealing in from different mechanics, right? Too, not even just the ultimate. So I think there's so much room for creativity there. And then, power up with Gambit where, maybe you use parts of Gambit's abilities without putting him into a coma.
The
Something along
seafood
those
boil.
lines.
The seafood boil.
Seafood
She
boil.
gained
Why-
strength by eating some crawdads, perhaps.
Let's take a look at some of these highlights, and while they roll, keep the ideas coming in all the chats. We want to welcome in Sinatra's viewers, over 2.5 thousand, tuning in to our first Marvel Rival show here on Fight Night. Check out all of the broadcasts, and a big shout out to Hexagrams behind the scenes. If you guys want a clean feed and you want to join the watch party like Seagull, Sinatra, and crew, you can host your own. Just hit up our producers. We'll take care of you. Back to these highlights, though. Intergalactic chooses the map. They look pretty darn good on it. Who stood out in the Game 3 decider so far? Avast.
I mean, sometimes we disagree with the in-game choosing of the MVP, but Impunity got it, and I have to agree because Impunity, I mean, we're seeing some of those highlights there. On the Groot, such good tech. I mean, even in this play where it maybe ended up failing, the strangling prison thrown from the low ground, trying to deny that last second contest, but the usage of the walls in particular, and that's when they're really gonna separate a really good Groot player versus a good Groot player, is how do you use your walls effectively? Are you using the tech to get the most value out of those Thorn Lash walls? Are you making sure to separate people from healing, to isolate them from the rest of their team? And Impunity did that expertly, while also mitigating damage for his own team. And I mean, just once here again, that's the opening pick on that point A, off the Thorn Lash wall, off that regeneration domain getting forced, and Impunity played expertly on this map. And there's a reason why I think they protected the Groot, because they knew this is going to be central to their strategy.
Fantastic call outs there. Keep your eyes on Senior Hoff. He and Intergalactic looking to seal the deal. They're on match point when we come back. In the meantime, do us a favor. Head on over to our YouTube channel. Drop a subscribe. And if you're watching on Twitch, hit that follow button. We are already over 2,000 followers. It is just the first of many broadcasts coming your way. Marvel's Rival Fight Night. Be right back. You are watching the first night of Marvel's Fight Night. Welcome, everybody. Chris Puckett on the mic. We got ZP and Avast, and two of the best teams in North America fighting for their chance to play for $1,000. It's a best of 5 leading up to the best of 7, and this could be the final game. Will Intergalactic be able to finish it out? Or will we see Extinction forcing us the distance? Avast, ZP, let's break down what we've seen so far, because this is just the NA portion of the show. We already saw 2 matches from EU, and there's clearly a juggernaut over there. Virtus.pro, best team on the planet, or just in Europe, Avast?
A little early call. I mean, considering we haven't really seen very much, cross-region play at all, essentially. I would say that in general, looking how clean they look, though, Virtus.pro might be a favorite. I mean, might be heresy to say, because I know Sentinels later today in the BO7, we're going to be seeing Sentinels play, and Sentinels, Clout match, of course. We can't be dogging on the Clout too much, but Virtus.pro look very, very clean, and we got to give Sentinels a chance in this new, their new roster, give them some time to gel, and see how are they actually going to look before I make the comparison, but Virtus.pro might be the team to beat worldwide currently.
Benzie calling out that we need to take a look at mutants as well. Lots of teams coming to the surface here as the top squads in their region. We hope to feature them all on Rivals Fight Night. So find us on Twitter. Let us know who you want to see. And of course, spam that chat. Before we jump into the next game, we're going to see Extinction choosing the map here. But ZP, I saw a fantastic suggestion. We need more Vanguard. What if we had a Doc Ock who gets to free float if close to walls? So it's kind of like a flying character, but you're dependent on walls and stuff.
I would love it. I think the wall climbing mechanics in the game and also the web swinging mechanics in the game are some of the coolest that we've seen within the hero shooter genre. Also, I think a good chance to introduce the anti-team up mechanic, because Doc Ock is a hater. I feel like he needs extra special bonuses only versus Spider-Man, does not like Peter Parker one bit. But also, I have another thing to bring up right now that Seagull brought up, which is a very important observation, is that apparently within Seagull's chat, everyone is saying that Avast just looks like a park ranger right now. Full park ranger cosplay.
I was wondering, are you like at Yosemite or where are we working nowadays?
check on the redwoods after this, actually. So I mean, it's gonna do a night. I'm just gonna check on some trees. I mean, I'm keeping both the cast and the forest. Okay, Groot and I were tight like that. All you need to know is that this is some of the finest resold Park Ranger uniforms you could ever find. If you ever need a hookup, you know who to call. Okay, so, but if you get lost in the woods, don't call me after making fun of the fit. Do not make fun. Do not call me.
Avast, true or false? You own a reptile.
Don't own a reptile.
Okay, not yet. He's going to be a snake guy eventually,
Not
ZP.
yet.
All right, we're jumping into this map. We've got it on the screen for us. What can you tell me about game number 4?
I think the fact that we're hanging in the Hell's Heaven right now, it's kind of interesting because generally speaking, I mean, when teams are picking maps that they feel favored on, a lot of times teams will go to Convoy or Convergence, but going to Domination, to me, it just feels like going into this Extinction wants a straightforward map, whether it be win or lose. And I mean, they also, when you see teams go to Domination too, there might be some sort of comp where they feel like, hey, we actually have like a key mechanical edge, because it's more of a game type where it's less heavy on some of the deeper strategic plans and more so on we're just going to play better, for lack of a better term.
Right. Well, let's take a look here at our ban and protect so far. We've seen a lot of Wolverine ban. There he is again. Extinction hates that guy.
I think
other side?
Wolverine being banned makes sense a lot for a domination map, in particular Puckett and ZP, because especially for Hell's Heaven, because this map, you know, you get to the Super Soldier Factory, you get to the Frozen Airfield points, it gets so enclosed, and the map's going to rotate, where Wolverine is incredibly strong. The Pharaoh Leap can cover so much just ground, catch a player very easily, and with the Last Stand also, when so many people are going to be grouped, unless you're doing really effective splits, Wolverine makes it smart. And I mean, also, there's another Groot Protect. So you know Immunity's probably going to be playing some Groot.
Will we see more things, ZP?
I absolutely think we are going to see more Thing, unless it gets banned, which I don't think it will be. I think in this instance here, I think both teams have shown they feel pretty good about playing Thing. So worst case scenario, you go Thing for Thing. The Star-Lord Protect coming in from Extinction actually is pretty interesting to me, given the fact that you think about which team looked really good with Star-Lord back on our first Domination map. It was Intergalactic. It was Senior Hoff just going wild on the Star-Lord. So in this case, they've gone with the Star-Lord Protect, and they go for the Hella ban. So I think to them, it's like they're okay with the Star-Lord Mirror. They're just not okay with the Star-Lord Mirror when they have to deal with the Hella.
Yeah, they're saying, we're going to run it. We just want to not get picked out of the sky. On the other side, is that Invisible Woman being banned? I believe so. So let's
That
see
is
what
an
we
Invisible
bring out
Woman
on
being
the
banned,
strategy.
which it makes a lot of sense when you think of the fact that this map is very, very strong for her kit, but also when you have Star-Lord being protected, so you know Star-Lord's probably going to get played. The Guardian Shield, her secondary, is so strong for very mobile heroes because you can give them a shield, 300 HP, it gives them healing as well, slows enemies that come near, and you can redeploy it at will pretty much. It's got a pretty low cooldown. So Invisible Woman not being able to be comboed with the Star-Lord means that you're gonna have to find a little bit more answers that maybe are a little bit less ubiquitous, less versatile. You know, you play with like a Mantis, potentially just like keep with like a Cloak and Dagger, or you know, the ever-present Loki. So overall, I think it's a pretty interesting ban because it's pretty much just mitigating the value that you can get from a hero like Star-Lord.
So are we seeing Loki? Are we seeing Luna? Luna has to be in the comp, right? ZP, what do you expect to see here? Cloak?
I think when in doubt, in terms of supports, there is like kind of a general tiering. If you're gonna take a guess, like obviously teams might have specific strategies on maps, but I think if Loki is available, Loki will be played. I think if Luna is available, Luna will be played. And part of that is that Luna's ultimate, Fate of Both Worlds, it's just incredibly good at presence. And guess what? If you have Loki, you get it twice, right? And you take a look at the comps here, doesn't look like that's gonna be changing anytime soon.
Here we go. Game is ready. Extinction trying to force a game 5. Casters, take it away.
Take a look here, Avast. It's a Hulk sighting. And Senior Hoff off the group.
I mean, I see it. The Hulk Tua leap on that thing. It's finally here.
And not only that, it's triple tank. Window is on the Strange, so Senior Hoff doing the old flex, triple Vanguard action in play versus an old 2-2-2 on the other end. So more pressure on Extinction for their duelist.
And it makes even more sense now with the Invisible Woman ban, because having Invisible Woman for a triple Vanguard setup here when you're just playing the Star-Lord for Duelist means you won't have the force physics to bring them into range of your Vanguards. So this is actually an even smarter ban now, because Extinction having to back up, I mean, the triple Vanguard, it's getting so much pressure, but they are finally going to pick right there onto Senior Hoff, as that's going to mean that they can drop the Fate of Both Worlds, try to find some more, and yeah, they're also going to make sure that Bruce Banner, he's back. No more Hulk, just Bruce Banner time.
You know, one thing that I feel like is universal across hero shooters is that if you're going to run a triple Vanguard composition, it's also a composition that doesn't really like giving up first pick. If you give up first pick and the other team is running something more usual like a 2-2-2, it's probably over. That fight is not going to end in your way, because all the advantages of running a triple Vanguard composition is that you're really tanky, there's a lot of space being taken, and people don't usually die. If someone dies, now you're just down a duelist, which doesn't feel great.
For sure, and triple Vanguard still puts out a lot of damage as well. I mean, the Vanguards all do a lot of damage on their own, but you're right. I mean, there's so much sustain here. They're really relying on Doom to be the pick driver, and also to have just a lot of displacement, a lot of value from the Vanguard ults, as there's going to be the Force onto the Fate of Both Worlds. There's going to be the Kraken impact as well, as can they clean up anyone with that culling effect? It looks like no, everyone's going to live.
I am ready to put on a show.
Galactic Legend in from the top one guns, looking for a pickoff right now, but there's a lot of meat on the other side. Not easy targets, and it's Impunity just running around giving people the Hulk fists, which
and that's the beauty of this comp here, ZP, because okay, you have two duelists, but we have meat. We have a lot of meat, which means it's very hard to burn through them unless maybe that Kraken impact is getting a ton of value. You know, they're able to focus those that have had the culling effect. Maybe they can get a strategist, and with Impunity running around Hulk, you can also drop the indestructible guard, which means that everyone gets shields on the team. It's so much valued in terms of just mitigating the damage, and all that damage that goes into shields then turns into ult percentage for Impunity. So he has even more Monster Hulk form.
Just hanging out on the wall. A little bit of action here, and all right, Hulk going on in, ult used. A little bit of disruption, just completely obliterating Luna Snow. Gives up his life for it in turn, but still a quick knockout. Setting the stage here. Extinction, though, more than enough ability to brawl this back as Intergalactic down one of their Vanguards, and early Agamotto. It's gonna be a fall through.
They did not know. ZP, the answer to that, they did not know. They did not know about the Eye of Agamotto there. I mean, really well positioned from Window, and even with Impunity going in, gonna trade his life there for a pick, that's still great because, okay, pick, they think we can come back in, that Hulk's coming back, and Window just gonna reposition with the Cloak of Levitation. And also what's so crucial with this team up 2 with Hulk is that because of the Gamma Maelstrom, Window can hold on to all that dark energy, all that dark magic at 100 and not be anti-healed, which gives them even more pressure when they release that. So overall, Intergalactic just playing the comp super, super well right now.
Well, Extinction, they're loaded for Bear. The question is, do they use it here or wait for next round? I think they probably use it here. They open up Galactic Legend, top one guns player, into the sky. Fate of Both Worlds in action. Ults being invested on both ends. Kraken impact in. Schliepai just gets impacted himself instead. Extinction down one early on. The ult bank fully drained. And Intergalactic looking none worse for the wear. Extinction.
And it's probably just a slow loss here, ZP, unfortunately. I mean, there's a chance, but as soon as Blue did not get value with the Meteorium, did not kill anyone through any, did not get any limbs through the strategist ult, just means that Intergalactic just gonna survive, gonna last for so long as Intergalactic clean up here on the point. And you know, that's just a situation where you really just want to get one. You have to find one to maybe stop the sustained value that's gonna be happening to Intergalactic when you're forced to be on point there.
So that's interesting to me, and I'm curious if this is going to turn out to be a more regional thing, because it would be such a reversal of historical, trends between the regions, right? It's funny to me that in EU, you don't really see too much in the realm of the triple Vanguard comps for the most part, and then you get to NA, and it's like, yes, we will triple Vanguard. We will find ways to use it. Not on every map per se, but Intergalactic, not sure they're really going to change here, and I know it's something that you look at previous public matches for Sentinels before they became Sentinels. They were partial to it at times also, so, using some of the flexibility here in Marvel Rivals with team compositions just to say, you know what, sometimes we do want to use triple Vanguard.
And sometimes you just want to bring out the big green thing, you know? You want to bring out the Hulk, and I think it's so crucial. But realistically, it's also just so many strong team-ups there, especially with the Doctor Strange. The Indestructible Guard just gives so much value. There's really no other ability in the game that gives you just that much damage mitigation from a Vanguard that instantly with the shield. That then converts into pure ultimate percentage. So outside of maybe like the regeneration domain, is he an early portal coming out here? Window gonna take them up directly onto the point. So you would think, oh, maybe we're gonna fight for high ground. No, instead we don't need that because we can build the stairs. We can just walk up to the high ground.
That's right. I mean, well, you don't need anything as flashy as flying. Use the stairs. Simple and effective. But what do you think here of Thor versus Hulk as both teams start slowly grinding things out here? Agamotto on deck for Windows, takes down opposing Doctor Strange early. So Intergalactic starting out strong. And again, Hulk, Thor, what do you like?
Thor is very interesting here because you're going to be dropping the Awakening Rune a lot. It's all going to be based off of, can I throw that damage, just try to cleave through enemies, get a very, very quick God of Thunder. But for the first fight, at least, it did not give a lot of value. Intergalactic going to be chasing down these frags, continuing to find one. And what's so good about Hulk here, again, we talked about the shields, but the radioactive lockdown means that we can also exile players. That player can't do anything. They're not going to be able to shoot. They're not going to be able to heal. They're just going to be stuck until damage is done to them. So Intergalactic playing this so well. And for Extinction, if they're going to play the Thor, I mean, they don't have like a hella team up right now. They aren't going to have the reses. They aren't going to have that damage boost. Really, Thor just needs to get a lot of value here with the God of Thunders and just trying to displace maybe members of the back line.
A little bit of Blaster Barrage, top one guns may setting up for the Galactic Legend. Extinction, a full ult bank here as they move on in. Top one guns able to find Impunity. No Galactic Legend required. Agamotto used by Window. However, down one, it's going to be difficult for them to convert on. Galactic Legend use Fate of both worlds in Extinction. Burn in the bank. They head directly onto the point. Keep their tournament life on the line, because if they lose this round, that's it. They will not be in the money match.
Oh, the Strangling Prison coming out. Great Eye of Agamotto, though, from Sleepy, keeping everyone alive for the time being. They now have to survive through the Intergalactic Legend. A lot of pressure here onto Doom, who's going to get pocketed, but finally going to find Pinnacle, and now they're stuck here in the room, the bunker. It's not looking good. The Blaster Barrage, and it looks like that's going to be it here as the fight going to be over. And Extinction here on a last fight territory, and really, I mean, Intergalactic playing this triple Vanguard drop so well. They're getting so much value from the Hulk. Doomed allowed to just come in, force cooldowns, get late picks, as Extinction just have not had the chance to get any return. And I mean, they swapped counter Hulk.
Avast, Intergalactic is now knocking on the door of Sentinels. They can feel it. The best of 7 money match in their sights. Extinction, last fight to stay in the first Rivals Fight Night for North America. Doomed immediately takes down Flamme. A huge pick, a trade that you gotta like if you're Intergalactic. Extinction now down 2. Intergalactic looking to put this one away. 99-0. Extinction, how long can they delay? Doesn't look like it's gonna be long, as Intergalactic book their ticket to fight Sentinels for $1,000 right after this match.
And I mean, I have to give so much credit to Impunity. I mean, Impunity played the group masterfully on Symbiotic Resurgence, played Hulk here expertly on Hell's Heaven. I mean, in that last fight alone, when they have the portal recontest, everyone comes out for Extinction, hits the radioactive lockdown, denying all the Luna snow heals, making sure they can't build up towards Strategist ult, and then while it's happening, giving shields, finding picks, supporting Doomed, and I mean, overall, Impunity just played this so well.
Yeah, I think you look at Impunity's contributions and it cannot be understated. Where, yeah, the MVP says one thing, but Impunity, overall hero pool was great throughout the series, flexing on multiple different tank heroes and, you know, making the Hulk difference, as you mentioned here, just very much known to the point that you get the swap at the very end, almost desperation out of Extinction. But, you know, between these two teams, you know, we thought it would be close. I think it was close at points, but Intergalactic just showed more flexibility and, you know, I think a little bit more tools that they could rely on.
Can we talk about that flexibility? Because I'm looking at these numbers. Senior Hoff busting out the Groot, the triple Vanguard, dropping 15,000 damage. He still gets to play that DPS role that you're always craving. I love it, this flexibility we saw from Intergalactic. On the other side, for Extinction, if you had a Wolverine, does that comp ever exist, or is that just the hard counter of Avast? I know we banned him out.
It's definitely a lot harder. I mean, and I think that's why that was banned, right? I mean, I mean, actually, to be fair, it was technically Extinction that banned them, correct? So realistically, yes. Extinction didn't want to play into Wolverine. So, but it's definitely a lot harder because Wolverine's pretty much the only full Vanguard counter in the game currently, because not only does he do a ton of damage displacement, his damage is based off a percentage base of the target's health. So the more health you have, the more damage he does. So I do think that, like, if Wolverine's on the field, you probably don't see a triple Vanguard, but you have seen some games, and I mean, even Sentinels themselves have played it under their previous banners, or even in Europe, where you've seen triple Vanguard potentially beat Wolverine occasionally, but it's definitely not easy. And I think without the Wolverine, it makes it almost, you know, much more likely that triple Vanguard is going to be run and a lot harder to be beaten.
A beefy comp, that's for sure, and it's good enough for Intergalactic to take our game for our MVP. Are you ready? Can you guess who it is, Avast? The one, the only.
Wait,
Hoff Boss, take a look at the Groot. I overruled you in the Discord while you were talking, sucker.
I'm flabbergasted. I was like, oh, this is so easy. Like, I know who this was. Like, I put in my vote, and once again, Puckett undercutting me. Now, I will say, Senior Hoff obviously had a great game. I mean, a very, very good game. Showed the flexibility. I mean, there's nothing that we can complain about with Senior Hoff. I think they were very, very crucial. And
I just asked the editor
also,
which clips are sexier, and they're like,
this clip is so good.
And this is for a good reason, right, ZP?
Yeah, of course it's for good reason. Who is playing your Bucky? Bucky is going to get the biggest highlight clips in Marvel Rivals right now over every other character because everyone wants to hear again get said like 5 times in a row, and it also often happens, right? So, but also, it helps too for Senior Hoff. Very impactful Star-Lord play, especially going back to how we opened the series on Domination, right? Where Senior Hoff goes Star-Lord after a rough round 1 and just easily brings Intergalactic through for 2 straight rounds. And look, flexibility, whether it be on the Star-Lord, whether it be on the Winter Soldier, or at the very end, flexing the Groot. However, Puckett, there may be retribution. Avast will remember this day that he got
I will say, I mean, I'll lodge a protest. I would have had impunity personally, but Senior Hoff, obviously, I mean, on the Star-Lord, on the Bucky, I mean, you could even say that something as they're on the Team Intergalactic, an intergalactic legend himself, perhaps an intergalactic legend himself, even. So yeah, overall, I think that Senior Hoff had a really, really strong game, and I can't be mad about that pick. I think the MVP was well deserved, showed a lot of flexibility, but impunity heads in chat, rise up. Puckett has taken that away from you, and has also spit it in the face of all Vanguard players.
I would also like to request that our amazing Solomon behind the scenes creates the Park Ranger pick of the day. If we could crown impunity, I know you already have the montage ready. Let's just throw it up on Twitter. In the meantime, we've got to talk about what is in front of us, ZP, because this was just the qualifier matchup to get to the money battle.
Yeah, and of course, here's how it works here on Rivals Fight Night. We invite 2 teams. They fight off for the rights to go against our defending team. And, you know, this is week 1. We had to appoint a defending team based on previous performance, and that team is Sentinels. They were the best team. We were able to get the show up here today, and there's a lot of hype behind them. They are super good. They nearly won the last invitational that was done in North America, and look, they are strong. They continually scrim. They're an incredibly flexible team, and Intergalactic, they are going to be tested to the absolute limits in our best of 7 money match.
I'm told the fans love them. They're making them a logo as we speak, and as we speak, we're going to commercial break. We got one more battle to go on the initial fight night. It's Rivals. Don't go anywhere. Be right back. Rivals Fight Night #1. That's right. You caught us on opening night, the first broadcast where we featured the best in EU and NA. We already did the European broadcast. You have Finzi. He is just marinating in his glory right now in the chat. He is watching his future intergalactic competition, though, because this team from NA has now rise through the challengers. They're taking on Sentinels, the big dog, ZP.
They absolutely are. And look, this is a team where, too, again, you look at recent history, they took a map off Sentinels when they were LFO in the past. So going into this, while Sentinels is almost certainly favored due to their overall competitive history and just their recent results, you cannot sleep on this intergalactic roster, including some names that Avast really likes.
Of course. How could we? I mean, of course. How could we ever pass over Impunity? There's no way we could ever do that, right? We could never pass over Impunity after performance. Not after the glazing that just took place. Surely not. But overall, I mean, Intergalactic, we just saw them. They beat the challengers earlier in Extinction. Even though Kaluj did a little bit of trolling, he did correctly predict that Intergalactic was going to win.
He was one game
overall,
off.
They looked really good. Yeah, just one game off. But I mean, overall, I mean, looking at the next map, it's going to be kind of a clash once again, because ZP, I think you talked about it, but they lost the map earlier. I mean, or they beat, I should say, took a map off of the now Sentinels roster earlier in a different tournament. And, you know, you see that performance here, Puckett, ZP. I mean, do we think there's any chance? Do we think there's a chance, you know, that they're going to have a very tight BO7?
Anything could happen with the bans. I'm seeing individual characters totally change the gameplay from these squads. So that's what I have to wait for as we get into this. I love that we're starting off with Dom and loser picks from there on out. And ZP, we should remind everybody, this is no longer a best of 5. We are going to test your full map pool basically with a best of 7 and probably your entire character pool as well.
Yeah, that's a really cool thing in this format, right? Is the fact that we change up maps after every map and the losing team gets to decide on where you go to, right? So you can really give yourself ideal conditions for your hero pool and what you've actually practiced the most. I think the challenge here for Intergalactic is going to be is that Sentinels right now within the NA scene is one of the most versatile teams around. I'm not sure you can really ban them out because I've seen them personally play a whole wide range of compositions to max potential. So in a way, if you're Intergalactic, you have to focus on playing your game the most and less about, I think, about taking things away from Sentinels here.
Now, I got to give a big shout out to the Sentinels crew. I was working on the Call of Duty League. I've been moving. I have a 3-year-old. I have not had time to game. But they did invite me and ZP to like 5 days in a row of scrims. And we got the chance to watch the old meta and a little preview of the new meta. ZP, we're not going to give anything away because we know the competition is watching the stream. But is Kaluj the player to watch? Is it Hogs, Super Gomez, or is it a player on the right side of that screen?
I think one of the biggest storylines for the Sentinels roster, just because it is history making, right, is that the Aramori is the first woman player that Sentinels has picked up, and just being able to play at this level of competition and just dominate is super, super cool to see. I think a lot of fans out here are tuning in, not just for Sentinels, but especially for Aramori. But, you know, lesser stories there. Kaluj, of course, a very storied player within hero shooters as a whole. You know, it's not surprising to see Kaluj playing more of a frontline role here on a Vanguard, and, you know, was the player that Sentinels ended up picking up to round out their roster because they were doing trials for a while, right? Overall, across the board, very stacked roster. And to me, personal shout out beyond all that's been said is Hogs on Thing is inspirational stuff as far as I'm concerned.
Hogs on Thing, something to look out for. Of course, Rymazing is going to be on the DPS role if you want to watch a duelist. One of my suggestions in this matchup. Avast, what makes Sentinels fun to watch, though? What makes them one of the best in North America, if not the best right now?
ZP kind of hit on it a lot, is that they're extremely flexible. They're very, very flexible. And also what, I mean, we just also watched the last match where there was a lot of triple Vanguard being played. Guess who loves triple Vanguard? Sentinels. Sentinels rosters played a lot of triple Vanguard in some of their previous tournaments. So there's a high chance we might even see that mirror matchup and see, okay, who's better on the triple Vanguard comp. But they have a kind of a almost limitless amount of flexibility for this squad. And I think that's what's so crucial about being a very top team. And when you compare them to like Virtus Pro in EU, right, is that they also have a lot of flexibility. And so when you look at for Sentinels here, that's going to be the thing to watch, is like, how many different compositions can they flex to? How many different heroes can they play? And Sentinels should be able to be very strong on all of them.
We got some diehard Sentinel fans in the chat right now. They're freaking out. Karova had a penny as their icon. ZP. What other characters, heroes will we be seeing as we're going to our first map in the best of 7?
I think one thing that you might end up seeing from Sentinels that you haven't seen as much within NA, and you saw it come out a little bit in EU, is that I do think you might see more in the realm of, you know, again, flexibility, where if they have to run something like a Storm, they can run something like a Storm. They've run that in other tournaments. So it's not like secret info. They enjoy running Storm. They enjoy running Thing dive comps. They can run double tank. going into Hell's Heaven, I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe took a page out of what we just saw in our last domination map and simply decide to go, on the triple Vanguard, right? I think that would make a whole lot of sense with how some teams in NA have been approaching domination as a game mode, particularly on Hell's Heaven. But we'll have to see. I think the cool thing with Sentinels is we won't know until we see the bans and the picks actually come through.
I don't know. There's no Penny. There's no Penny Parker, Puckett. I just gotta blend it. There's no Penny Parker coming through. Kurova has the Penny Parker. That hero is not. If Penny Parker is played during today, that would be incredible. Especially because also Kurova is their strategist player. So that would be even more impressive.
Okay, so we're probably not going to see a Penny. Will we see? I'm trying to think of who has just been absolutely removed. We haven't seen any Magic so far.
No Spider-Man. No Spider-Man.
No Spider-Man. No Mr. Fantastic. Like 30 seconds of Iron Fist. ZT, any other duelist that you want to see? The chat is asking, what is the best duelist right now?
Best duelist overall, I mean, it kind of depends on what criteria you're going to use. I think when you look at Sentinels in particular and what they could play, it would be Rymazing on the Star-Lord. I think a lot of teams playing Sentinels might just take Star-Lord out of the equation immediately. But also, I mean, Sentinels is a team where they can drop the Iron Fist and have it be good, right? Like, their pool into the duelist goes a little bit deep. I don't know if you'll see anything along the lines of a Spider-Man come into play, but, we'll see. But the first band's coming out here, Magneto and Groot both gone. Yeah.
That's very interesting that Magneto is banned. You don't see that happen too often because it's, like we've talked about, one of the only solutions to strategy ult, as Wolverine is protected. So we're gonna see the Wolverine for sure. And there's no bubbles, which means if you don't have a Wolverine player for this match, I fear for you, because Wolverine's gonna be running absolutely
He's about
rampant.
to eat you up. Penny Parker might be coming out just for some spider traps. All right, let's take a look at what else is gonna be banned here. I have a feeling it's gonna be supports. Nope, Hela is gonna be out here. So strategist unaffected. A lot of Vanguards being involved, and we will see a Wolverine Sentinels after seeing Impunity running the group. Make sure he will not be in the mix. On the other side, a third Vanguard will be banned. It's time to get weird, Thor.
Or villain.
I mean, they know that triple Vanguard was in the cards. They know it's in the cards here. I mean, that's why Intergalactic made these bans. Wolverine's protected. I mean, they've essentially just said right off the bat, like, okay, like, you are not getting triple Vanguard in this match.
Well, the other thing, too, is of the Vanguards you do have, you've taken away some of the strongest Vanguard options, and those that remain have to run into the blender that is Wolverine's Claws going in here. It is going to be, I think, absolutely end up being a Wolverine versus Wolverine mirror match. I think the tanks that end up getting played here are going to be super interesting, because I think both teams will probably run Thing mirror, but what you see as the next tank with Magneto and Groot being off the table, I think that's going to be super interesting as far as you're talking for Vanguards.
No Doctor Strange as well. So it's domination. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We don't have to really worry about portals too much on this. But this is going to be a brawl. It's time to jump into it. And we see a vast favorite player from North America once again hulking out.
I mean, I'm so happy to see it. I'm so happy to see it, honestly. And I guess to be fair, it was a little early jumping the gun on saying no triple Vanguard, because guess what? You could just play the triple Brawl Vanguard, the triple Dive Vanguard. I mean, you don't see the Hulk Thing Venom too often, but these are three of the beefiest dudes that are gonna be running at you here, and they're gonna be doing a lot for the mitigation, because I mean, you have the Indestructible Guard, you're gonna have the Embattled Leap to give the damage reduction as well from Thing. So Intergalactic doing some interesting plays here to give a lot of brawl potential, and also potentially mitigate Wolverine, who's currently not on the field.
It's super funny that Wolverine protected, but it's more so the threat of Wolverine, which changes the tank composition as, it's going to be a little chaotic here, but Hogs immediately just finds Doomed in the beginning. Kind of interesting to see a Star-Lord just get crunched by Thing super, super early, but already one player advantage for Sentinels. Intergalactic having to find a way back in, and when you're running these tanky setups, again, losing just one player, it is a difficult mound to come back from as Kalush gets the better of Senior Hoff.
You see what Essentials are doing so well on this first fight is, okay, they're not playing triple Vanguard, they still have double Duelist, and that means that you can't fight on point directly. You're not going to be able to deal with all the help, all the mitigation that's going to come up from Intergalactic. So they split. Rymazing goes to a flank. They make sure that if they ever get pressure, they can drop the Blessing of the Deep. Super Gemez also looking for a flank, trying to find pickoffs, trying to get a lot of value from the Bionic Hook And it worked expertly because then they're split trying to find anyone. And because Kaluj is on this Thor probably one of the highest DPS tanks currently in the game, just because of the Awakening rune, and it cleaves through the enemy team. And it worked expertly because all the split focus means that Sentinels could just get the picks they needed.
All right, Sentinels, Intergalactic staging here. It's Sentinels on the defense, Intergalactic looking to flip this back the other way. Right, amazing. Just laying in some damage on the Namor in the back line. Has the horn, good to go. Might be flinging some whales sooner than you may think. Sentinels now move forward. Fate of both worlds going to be used. Doomed in, Blaster Barrage, Kurova down. Early pick off here for Intergalactic, and this is where you're running a tankier comp. You can be a little bit more aggressive after pick number 1. Galactic Legend in over the top. We'll see if this is enough to turn the tide. It's looking good for Intergalactic.
I mean, and with no strategy ult here, Doom just going to be cleaning up. Intergalactic making the swap over to the Namor, doing the second duelist. So crucial there because now they can more effectively fight the Sentinels double duelist comp. I mean, despite the fact that Rymazin's on Namor, there's still a lot of heals. And also with the Idle Aura just able to go out onto the Star-Lord means there's still a lot of healing going out, a lot of sustain to Doomed. So Intergalactic making some good swaps there. Intergalactic Legend doing very, very big with no strategy ults. And Sentinels looking to retake, and they're going to still have that big whale getting ready to go out.
You know, there's a little bit of a mind worm that's happened here with Intergalactic, where it's Galactic Legend, but we both of us have called it Intergalactic Legend. They've taken over the Star-Lord ability.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's a tough one.
But we're looking at Impunity right now, hanging on, checking his watch, going, what time is it right now? It's not quite a clobbering time, though I think most of the watch is pretty much set to that. You see Impunity now, moving forward, looking for the right time, gonna drop. Clobbering time. Oh, getting focus fired in turn. Impunity barely surviving. The heals, though, very good for Intergalactic, but comes at a cost as Nuck is focused down instead. Sentinels still picking up 2.
And that's exactly what you want to see. I mean, if you're Sentinels, getting able to force early Fate of Both Worlds and then walk back up, drop the Hornet Proteus, get a pick. It's gonna be a late kill now, a late Delim now. On to Window is Intergalactic. I mean, they still have a decent amount of time. I mean, the banks here relatively equal. They're gonna have at least one more fight for sure. Pulling back up, got a Mischief, Hornet Proteus available, and a lot of pressure now gonna be on to Aramori to see, okay, how does she mitigate the damage coming out here from this Hornet Proteus? How do they stay alive with this regeneration domain?
I think it's gonna be a quick God of Mischief coming on in all likelihood. Kaluj, though, right now, God of Thunder on deck in the front line. Just saying, I dare you to come fight me. Punches Senior Hoff right in the jaw. Drops a God of Thunder right after Sentinels, working one up. God of Mischief used. Fate of Both Worlds. It's a dance-off in play. The Sentinels right now just roll back to point going, no back cap. We would like to keep this point. Thank you very much.
Now Sentinels, I mean, they made it here to the point to defend. Intergalactic here as well. The Galactic Legend gonna be over at this point. Actually, still just pop, I should say. And there's no strategist ult now for Sentinels as Super Gomez continuing to find 1, find 2, find 3. And I mean, Sentinels, it was well played from Intergalactic, but Sentinels just keeping so much pressure throughout the entirety of that first point and just making sure to remove those strategist ults.
You know, we had the Bucky blunder a few maps back where you saw a team have to go in and just run into again and again and again. Well, when you don't have strategist ults up and you have to touch the point, and you got Star-Lord yelling out Legendary, you're not really feeling good about your odds to live there either, as Super Gomez just got absolutely stat pad at the end.
Can I chime in real quick here, gentlemen? Aramori is nasty on this Loki. Observer, please put the camera on the Loki. It is the only strategist I'm willing to play. I need to learn how.
Thank you, Puckett. Thank you. Observers, you can take the ramblings of Puckett and you can take them under consideration, of course.
Do you notice that Puckett has just grown in power as night has gone on? He's just slowly...
I know, he's giving dictator vibes.
I know, he really is. He's just like, hey guys, I'm here, happy to be part of the team. And then slowly you just see it's like, oh yeah, that's a fine request. That's a fine request. And before you know it, it's just like, it's
There's no Puckett in team, says Puckett.
Just when she has all, you know, just when she has all. We can wait.
But he's definitely right. I mean, Aramori, obviously, she's very, very good on the Loki. He's been played a lot of it for the squad of Sentinels. And what's so important here is Sentinels hold on to the Horn of Proteus here and also Fate of Both Worlds for this next point.
I mean, they get a little bit of savings from the last game. Senior Hoff, though, going on the backside now on the Thor.
Oh, no, my goat Impunity! He did not hit the clobbering time.
Meanwhile, Kurova just got simply abducted to start things off there. Intergalactic off the early pickoff, off the quick, just kidnapping See if this is what they need to get first point. They're just about there. Sentinels stuck having to fight this back. 5 versus 6. Kaluj just getting punched into oblivion. Has to take a step off the point. Cap going the way of Intergalactic. And this is kind of things here where you have an advantage, but you don't necessarily want to chase too deep. As you know, it's about to be back to a 6v6.
100%, especially not on the Super Social Factory. It's so hard here with the rotating point and this really small choke. And there's gonna be the metal cannonball throwing Senior Hoff on the Wolverine. You know, not getting too much. Gonna back up here as Sentinel's walking in with six ults here for this fight.
They're rich. They're absolutely rich. They're looking to spend. Intergalactic will see if they can hold on. Fate of Two Worlds used early on. Gomez, though, able to get the early pick on the window. Sets up Sentinels now for the 6-on-5. Intergalactic, what do they invest? God of Mischief has been used. Last stand ready here for Senior Hoff. Senior Hoff slashing and slashing, looking for anything right now. Into the back. Still last stand on deck. Kaluj, does he use it now? He does. Into the back he goes. Kaluj down. Intergalactic able to get one. Even to back out. Intergalactic still in control of the point here too, Avast. Fate of Both Worlds coming in as Aramori now on the clone.
And Sentinel, so I mean, Aramori playing this so well, getting that late God of Mischief. Still, despite the picks, despite the last stand from Senior Hoff, they sustain here on the point. They're able to stay alive. Really, really good ults. And Sentinel's still in control, finally getting the cap. They're going to have a clobbering time as Intergalactic walking in. Sure, 2 clobbering times, that's fine. I'll have 2 clobbering times. But it's, in return, you're just going to have to watch out, like, okay, who's going to force perhaps a regeneration domain, something early.
Well, speaking of clobbering time, Hogs check the watch, dropped it, but also got dropped in turn. Thing for thing, as it were. And now, right now, back to what is setting up to be another 5 versus 5 Sentinels in control of the point. Intergalactic looking for a way back.
Oh, I don't think you want to go up there, Amazing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The Wolverine was there. That was problematic.
Well, unfortunately, the Blessings of the Deep were not a blessing there, ZP. And there's going to be an early pickoff as well as Intergalactic making it here onto the point. Sentinels downright amazing. That's a lot of damage here. And Senior Hoff should be able to run wild as already there's going to be the Fate of the World. There's going to be a Kraken impact as well from Doom as Intergalactic in complete control of the point. I mean, I'm sure Hogs can delay here a little bit, but really, they just have nothing. And oh no, they're going to commit the Fate of Both Worlds here for Sentinel ZP, thinking they can last a little bit longer, and they just couldn't. They lost too many picks.
I think what happens is as soon as they use Fate of Both Worlds, like 2 people just happened to get dropped that weren't in it at the time or right before. It was just a little bit unfortunate timing, as you called out. Intergalactic now, perhaps 1 fight away from evening things out here in our first map, in our best of 7 money match here on Rivals Fight Night. 3 ults on deck for Intergalactic. Gotta think we're about to see Nuck do a little bit of dancing via God of Mischief here in just a moment.
I mean, there's going to be the early Galactic Legend coming on out. Super Gomez trying to get pressure, but so much Namor damage here onto the high ground. So well played from Window, making sure to keep the pressure on. Sentinels now made it to the point, but they're going to have to try to survive through this ult barrage.
The horn comes in, Intergalactic with 1, but here's Rymazing. A far better blow of the horn. Takes down 2. Sets up Sentinels here for the flip. Might not be Avs here just yet. Aramori finishes off the God of Mischief, and Sentinels pushing us to what should be a final fight now, Avast. Getting spicy here in map 1.
And absolutely beautifully played there from Kurova as well. I mean, Kurova gets the value from the Fate of Both Worlds, lets Super Gomez lives, take those players off the high ground, and just as importantly, gets the freeze onto Senior Hoff to make sure it's a very quick finish. No chance for the last stand. Doomed trying to get a pick there with a buy on a hook. Doesn't find anyone just yet, but gonna farm up that Kraken impact. And you see Hogs playing really, really deep. It looks like he wants to come up behind them. Oh, they have the scout. They have the scout. Window gonna see that, but nothing really gonna happen from it.
I think, look, you have a little bit of time on the clock. You don't have enough for 2 fights. If you can get a sneaky fight start, you go for it. Hogs, though, right now, you see the pressure just going on the Hogs. Hogs gonna have to rejoin the rest of Sentinels. Ultimates, though, being built on up. Galactic Legend ready to go for Super Gomez. Hogs, the time is nigh, but Doom decides to open things up with the Kraken Impact. Diving on in. Has another reset ready to go. Rymazing, though, gets on to his counterpart. Namor for Namor. Sentinels.
Oh,
6,
and
4,
Rymazing
5.
blocks that reset there, ZP, so there's going to be no more Kraken impacts as well. Sentinels looking really, really strong here on the point. The Galactic Legend going to be out for Super Gomez. Intergalactic in a really tough spot. Sure, the last stand will come out, but it's just not going to be enough. They can probably sustain here for a little bit longer, but I think Sentinels has this in the bag.
Overtime ticking on down. Intergalactic cannot touch. And Sentinels taking our first map in our first to 4, best of 7, whatever you want to call it. First to 4, a little bit more accurate, but we don't see draws too much. But that was back and forth. You know, people that may have went into this going like, oh, Intergalactic, they're just gonna get crunched. not quite the case there, Avesta. Definitely made a case, if nothing else.
I mean, there's definitely still flexibility for this roster. And also, just remember, pushes up Glasses nerd voice. Yeah, remember, the first to 4 means we can draw CP, so we may have to say sure it's first to 4. But I do think that Intergalactic showed a lot of signs of life, and it's really interesting as well to have Window make that swap over to play Namor for this squad. So they don't have pretty much a second Vanguard player. they're pretty much using Senior Hoff as their second Vanguard because Wolverine is so tanky in the situation. So it shows that there is a little bit more life to Intergalactic than we think versus a team that Sentinels is looking like the raid boss, the main boss of the lobby, but they have something in them for sure.
Well, I think the other thing that's really worth noting too, especially in general assumptions on play, right, is that people don't like fighting Wolverine. Wolverine got banned throughout most of the day, EU and NA. A few exceptions here and there, but Wolverine got banned a lot, and the general idea is like, well, if you're not running Wolverine, at least run the Wolverine mirror. Sentinel said you can play Wolverine, we don't care. And Puckett, I know that definitely had to get your interest.
So I was reading chat during most of round 1, and everyone was just saying, they tried to counter Kalush. It can't be done. Do you think removing all those Vanguards was going after his player pool of Avast, or do you think it's just trying to set a certain play style?
Realistically, if you're a player at this level, and Kalush is a player at this level that, yes, has Kalush played a lot of those hero tanks, like what we would say is like Doctor Strange, Magneto, etc. For sure. And you could even say that potentially those are his best heroes, but he has a flexibility to play plenty more than that, right? So I look at this, I look at the Wolverine lock-in for Intergalactic, and I say like, okay, sure, they might be wanting to counter and like take Kalush off to heroes that maybe he's not as good at, but he's still going to have plenty of other picks in his pocket here. And I feel like it's much more just a play style option than it is just, we want Kalush to be countered. We want Kalush to feel bad. Everyone bully Kalush.
You saw the galactic damage being done. Star-Lord back in the mix. ZP, this seemed to be a character that was either in the game and heavily featured or someone that is going to be banned. Will we see him moving forward for both sides?
I think we're going to see him moving forward. I think both teams actually really like playing Star-Lord, so you can argue for Intergalactic, do you ban Star-Lord because maybe Sentinels likes it more? Coming into this, as I said, I think for Intergalactic, you don't try and play a flexibility game with Sentinels. I think you play what you're good at, but the reality is, at this level of play, Star-Lord gives you a lot of options, heavy, consistent damage, one of the better playmaking ultimates in the game with Galactic Legend. And look, it's also one of those heroes that scales up better with skill. The better you are with tracking aim, the better you are with mobility and game sense, the more you're going to get out of Star-Lord, which is why it's so valued at this level of play right now.
One of the most annoying ultimates on the planet if you aren't ready with your Luna Snow. We'll see if Star-Lord makes it through for the next few rounds. I do think you have to target Rymazing, get him off the Namor potentially if you see domination in the future. We're going to a convoy though, I feel, for game number 2. The players get to choose though. Intergalactic, what's your strength at Vast? What do you choose to back yourself up in the series?
I mean, it's just hard because I think no matter what map they're going to pick, Sentinels will be prepped. Sentinels are going to be prepared. There isn't really like a clear cut, like 100%, oh, we should play this map. I mean, anything where you can maybe like force some more group play. But the problem with that is that Sentinels are also more than ready to play a tons of groups. So like maybe if you wanted to take yourself to like a Convergence even and play like the Symbiotic Resurgence again, like we saw versus Extinction. But I mean, really, they just need to find something like, hopefully they have a pocket pick because Sentinel's going to be so well-rounded, and it is Symbiotic Surface. There we go. So, okay, maybe they're trying to force the Groot here just for impunity. So I guess, you know, it's happening again. They have a chance.
It's time. ZP, if you're going to get it, stop them before they gain any momentum, because that's what I learned from Sentinels in the opening round of Domination, is once they get their ultimates rolling, they are very smart with it when they choose to use them. They layer them perfectly, and they are just going to control the map. I'm looking for a star player, though. It can't be a tank, can it? It has to be more than just the Vanguard. Are you looking for a strategist, or are you looking for a duelist to step up here for Intergalactic?
I think for Intergalactic, it's still a full team effort, but what I will say is that it might be more on the Vanguard side, because if I'm Sentinels going into this draft, and you, again, you're a team that really flexes the fact that you are a versatile team, right? If you've watched the previous matches, and you saw how much that Intergalactic got done with the Groot, you don't have to run Groot yourself here on Symbiotic Surface. You can just take the Groot out and say, no, you guys have to play a style of game that maybe we're a little bit more competent at, and you're going to be forcing Impunity to change off of what would probably be his preferred hero on Symbiotic Surface. So to me, if I'm Sentinels, unlike Intergalactic, where Intergalactic wants to play to their strengths, if you're Sentinels, you kick them while they're down and take away the things you know they're good at.
Does Avast have a lava lamp, chat? Let us know.
Well, Groot's gone.
As we have
Groot got
the
banned.
Groot
Groot got
ban in. Sorry, Impunity. You got to play Hulk. Nope.
This is probably the most Vanguards you typically in this match, which is so because of how strong Sentinels is at like the triple Vanguard comp, is you're probably the most Vanguards you're ever going to see. With Groot being banned, Magneto being banned, like, and there's the Wolverine. And remember, Sentinels is still on red side as well, which means that like they're like, oh yeah, we're cool with that. Like we're gonna get rid of the Groot, we're gonna play the thing. It worked for them last map, and I think they're going to continue into this map.
Wolverine protected, Thing protected. One more ban after the Hela is going to be canceled out. And here we go, lock in. You don't
they
know what
ban-
you're doing
Surely
by now?
it could be a strategist or a Vanguard here, right?
They could ban Strange again. I mean, they might just like
Yeah.
the idea of changing the dynamic of the tank gameplay. And no, instead,
Star-Lord.
smart. Honestly, smart. Even as good as they've been on the Star-Lord, I feel like for Sentinels, they like Star-Lord just a little bit more, but to me, the ban of the draft, and it was part because I set up, so maybe it just pumping myself up. But look, if you saw the last time they played Symbiotic Surface, Intergalactic, you got so much mileage out of the Groot that Sentinels, they were watching the same match and they go, no, you don't get to play this. You're gonna have to beat us a different way. No Groot for Impunity. Love it.
Avast, was that Hogs protecting the Thing? He got the in-game MVP from round 1.
I mean, I imagine it was a group effort. I don't think Hogs gets to drop the solo protect button, in the ban.
But he's like, yo, guys, I need my character. Come on.
I mean, he might be. He could be hopping in and be like, I'm gonna freak out if you don't protect the Thing. I just can't do this, guys. But more than likely, I think they really just have a focus around the Thing for this map. And Thing is also really, really strong. I mean, you have the charge to make space. You have the ability to root people in place with the immobilization field. You can give the damage reduction when you're coming through the choke as well, because attacking that point A and defending, it's so hard. And with the clobbering time, you just have that AoE, like that AoE stun. So Thing is strong, very powerful. And I think for Sentinels, it's just a question of like, how does this integrate into the rest of your strategy? Because you're probably going to see a Thing.
He's thick, too. Take it away, ZP.
The mission area.
I have to say, I love the spirit of having Jeff, even though you can't play Jeff. The fact that Aramori, she just respects the fact that one day it'll be a thing, and you can just simply walk out as Pajama Jeff. Don't say it, Avast. I swear to God, do not do what you're about to do.
I mean, realistically, it's also just like a slight optimization there, Will is right, because you have the bubbles to give the speed boost as well from Aramori, and then just immediately do the doppelganger with the the devious exchange. So you roll out really quickly. But I mean, no, I don't think the Jeff spirit will live on just potentially. I mean, I don't know exactly what you were thinking I was gonna say, honestly.
I thought you were gonna make a thing pun. I said the word thing, and I'm just
no,
I've actually activated his trap card.
I thought you were going for like a My Name Jeff thing, and I'm like, oh, we're doing
no.
Wait, what are we doing here?
No, absolutely not. But we are into it. It is going to be Sentinels here on the attack. Amazing. Right now, just on a little bit of monstrosity control on the side.
Dueling Senior Hoff, yeah, they're on the and with both Luna Snows up, that means there's going to be that Frozen Spawn team up for both of them. But the pressure here, the pressure from Intergalactic, just so much damage. His window on the Doctor Strange builds up a humongous amount of stacks there, using that cooldown because I mean you drop the primary fire, you drop the melee, you just build an incredible amount of dark magic for the Maelstrom of Madness. And while the duel is happening, Intergalactic just kind of walked over Sentinels.
Yeah, and speaking of compositions here, are you liking the triple tank for Sentinels on attack for this particular map? Or, Intergalactic right now, they're not running it themselves. They're just running 2-2-2.
Well, I mean, I think it depends on we could discuss it too as the fight goes on, because Kaluj already gonna take down Nook, and that means they just completely cancel the God of Mischief. It's gone.
Oh, that is a massive horde from Senior Hoff. Perhaps the biggest whale we have seen all day long as Intergalactic just clean sweep Sentinels off the map. Triple Vanguard.
I don't think you go in there, Doom. I think you go back. What a play, ZP. What a play. I mean, like, it was looking very hectic there, the portal, to make it the point. You think Sentinel's like, okay, you get an early pick on Duck, you completely deny the value from the God of Mischief, but just that combination of the Crack and Impact plus the Hornet Proteus, it's so much damage early, and it's so hard to respond if you don't pre-pop a Strategist ult.
Sentinels, another crack at it. Only a minute 30 left. A lot of time has been burned away here thus far. Kaluj in on the Strange. Eye of Agamotto warmed up, ready to go. Just needs to look for the right opportunity. Doesn't want to get in a situation where it doesn't get value, instead over the top, using this as cover, could drop right down. And Intergalactic, I think that they sense it out a little bit here, Vast. They realized it might have happened if they stood in the doorway. Agamotto still gonna be used, and that is a dead Luna Snow. Kalush still finds the opening.
Could make the argument that maybe, okay, like it's a little bit of an overinvestment. You had a pick, you had a ton of point control, but it guarantees the point there, right? And they set it up, Kalush using the Cloak of Levitation to get above them, trying to set up, hopefully they're going to recontest. I can drop the Eye of Agamotto on them. And for Sentinels, I think you can walk away from that being very happy, only having to drop 2 ults. You didn't have to use the Fate of Both Worlds. You didn't have to use the Horn of Proteus. That's just 2 Vanguard ults right off the bat as Super Gomez here on the Thor. And we can talk a little bit more about this triple Vanguard here and why particular Thor. And the reason I really like the Thor here for the triple Vanguard is Thor, because he's able to use his shift to go up the high ground and to do so much damage with the Awakening Rune. It's so strong.
Right now, everyone is burning ults. No one, one person's died. Hog's actually first to fall in this big ult exchange. Fate of Both Worlds still active here for Sentinels. God of Mischief gonna be invested same time. You see Sentinels right now, down 1, getting forced back a little bit here in the moment. And it's just a full regroup a little bit, just waiting to be back at full strength. Now moving in, Aramori gonna use the stolen ultimate. Fate of Both Worlds. Senior Hoff, though, off the horn, puts a quick end to the push.
And Intergalactic seeing the opening there. I mean, they played it slow. There's a little bit of poke back and forth, and they just make sure to be, as soon as that Fate of Both Worlds is popped, they're looking to drop a combo. They're looking to try to catch them there on both sides, on the underside of the high ground. And Intergalactic drops the Eye of Agamotto and the Horn of Proteus, and it's like, okay, fight done, well played. They'd removed Super Gomez from the high ground too, or at least pressured him off. And Intergalactic playing this extremely well on the defense so far. Sentinels looking to come back in. Sure, they'll have some Vanguard arts of their own, but there's gonna be a Fate of Both Worlds. So Intergalactic have plenty of sustain options as they're just gonna poke from the high ground.
And Intergalactic doing a great job of buying time. Again, only 2 minutes left for Sentinels. First point really was not super swift for them. And you look at this, Doomed with just a quick little flank check. All clear.
Always have to be on the lookout.
Yeah, I mean, if someone's on the flank, just quick Bionic Arm. Punish him for it. Bionic Arm attempt, though, comes out, does not hit the Strange. Kalush, perhaps the most slippery backside around. We have Clobber time in from Sentinels. No eliminations from it here, though, just yet. Fate of Both Worlds coming in from Fidel. And Intergalactic, Kraken impacts from Doomed. Just clean it up.
Oh, and that was absolutely beautiful there from Intergalactic. I mean, they approach. Hog's going to drop the clobbering time, but they have so much damage. And sure, they had to trade 2 ults for that win, but there's still going to be plenty here. I mean, actually, technically 3 because they dropped the clobbering time of their own. And just the reset's totally worth here. As Sentinels, they get to walk in here. Plenty of ults. But now Intergalactic, they have the options to, okay, do we look to potentially drop the Agamotto Horn of Proteus combo yet again, since we control the high grounds? Sentinels have to worry about all the flank pressure. They always have to be constantly watching for the Namor. Gonna force a very, very early Blessing of the Deep. Get him off the high ground, maybe. They don't. Look, they don't get him off the high ground.
If they can go for a Time Whale, I'm all for it. Work in progress on the
Time Whale. I like that. I like Time Whale is pretty good.
We'll see how they set this one up. Kraken impact, though, in Super Gomez dancing around. The horn comes on in. Fidel gone. Sentinels up 1 so far in this fight. God of Mischief used by Nuck. Intergalactic looking for anything that can even the scales. No other ultimates really able to be used here. Impunity might be checking the watch soon. 94%. Clobbering time soon to be ready to go, but Intergalactic Vest, I think they'd rather just back up a little bit, get back up to 6, and then use it if they can. But Impunity nearly falls. I think that was a regeneration domain that just barely saved him in the moment.
Clobbering time comes out, though. Catches the backline. Can they get anyone off of Hogs' clobbering time? I think they can. There's the damage. I mean, so crucial. They're still alive for the time being, but they have no ults. The regeneration domain, though, keeping everyone alive, but it might just be the slow loss. But Nuck, however, holding on to the God of Mischief, there is a chance it could stay alive. Yeah, there it is. Fate of Both Worlds invested. Regeneration domain once again proving. God, what a strong part of the Loki kit here, even off of that.
Yeah, Intergalactic, they can just double dance here because Fidel immediately going to follow up with another Fate of Both Worlds as Intergalactic feeling nice and healthy here on the point, looking to get decisive damage down. Aramori, though, coming in with the dance of her own. Fate of Both Worlds after the God of Mischief. Super Gomez, Kraken impact. Doom, though, getting far more. 2 down. Both supports out from Doomed. Just eviscerates the backline of the Sentinels.
And he still has another reset as well. Another reset. Just going to keep getting resets. Super Gomez up, alive. Could do it all, but I just don't think there's enough health. No, there isn't.
No, the
and Intergalactic, I mean, just played that so well, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, the problem there is that in the dueling Kraken impacts, the first strike of the Kraken impact coming from Intergalactic just eviscerated the healing that was available. You lose both your Luna and your Loki, you're not going to be sustaining that much longer in the fight. That's just how it goes. So a spirited defense from Intergalactic.
And I mean, this is what we were talking about where with Puckett earlier, where, okay, what's our map picks? I mean, it's definitely showing that Intergalactic are very comfortable on the Symbiotic Resurgence here. They're definitely they're very, very comfortable on this particular map. But also, I mean, Intergalactic, they have the legs to stand up against Sentinels. I mean, this is a team that we're like, okay, this might be the Kings of NA. Obviously, it's our first Marvel's Fight Night, so we don't have like the narrative totally imbued yet of who's the defending champ, who's the warrior of the arena. But you know, we're going based off the current vibes, the current wins, and Sentinels definitely was that pick. And I mean, Intergalactic having a really good.
We need a moment of clarity here because both in chat and on broadcast, there's been a little word mixing. It's day number 1. It is Rivals Fight Night.
Rivals Fight. Sorry, Rivals Fight Night. There's no Marvel. We're not. Yes. We're technically not associated with Marvel. I'm so sorry, Disney Corporation.
Thank you.
We don't have that in our name. It's the Rivals
Marvel
Fight
Rivals.
Night, where they're playing Marvel Rivals. They're playing Marvel Rivals.
Do you listen to this guy? Puckett is here just eating in the background. It just drops. It still has to drop in. Exactly. You know what? I'm done. We're gonna go ahead as Puckett enjoys a sandwich or whatever delicious snack he has in the background. Intergalactic.
It's
4
hummus.
minutes to attack. Actually, that sounds really good right now. But Vaz, what do we see?
I would love some of that. I mean, I'm currently seeing pretty much the same comp. I mean, this is like to be expected. It's the same comp for both sides here. No major adjustments. Intergalactic, since they're still going to be playing this pretty much the strange thing, you're just looking for, okay, how do we make space? How do we immobilize someone? How do we find someone that we can pick off here? Maybe drop a Maelstrom on Madness on his window. It's really, really low. I mean, both Vanguard just getting absolutely pounded on the approach.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the goal here is you're taking damage, you're building up ultimates. Ideally, you don't give up a pick, because you give up a pick, you're going to get sent back. Intergalactic, though, is getting completely pummeled. Regeneration Domain, the only thing keeping impunity up, but it is gone. However, God of Mischief is up, and Nux just barely saves Window. The poke from Sentinels has been overwhelming. Intergalactic, though, all that poke damage they convert into an earlier ultimate. They use it to take down Super Gomez, and now they have the 6v5 Sentinels. Up to them to respawn. God of Mischief from Aramori into, oh dear Lord, the whale. The horn was huge from Amazing.
I mean, it was looking a little, things have been looking a little grim lately. Another thing joke, by the way. I mean, I think overall that was just a really well played though from Sentinels because, okay, Nuck absolutely farms the God of Mischief off the regeneration domain there in the choke when everyone's just taking so much damage. Gets a little bit earlier. They can get a ton of pressure on a Super Gomez, catches them right before Aramori is able to get God of Mischief. But the Horn of Proteus in the choke, I mean, it's just so brutal. There's a reason Sun Tzu talked about this in The Art of War. I'm pretty sure about how chokes are very, very strong. You should throw your whales down there.
I mean, look, I just think The Simpsons predicted back in the day when they said nuke the whales because it would have stopped this from happening. Namor would not be a top tier pick without these summons. But Super Gomez, Kraken impact. Over and in. One down so far. Looking for a little bit more. However, horn is blown. This time, though, no one falling down from that one. Nuck able to punish Super Gomez. And Intergalactic starting to turn this fight around into their favor, Avast.
Yeah, I mean, and just the Eye of Agamotto plus the clobbering time, both those Vanguard ults lock down Sentinels, find early picks. They can't follow up, even with that great damage. You're going to be able to contest here with the portal. Get it with the high ground. And what's Intergalactic planning to do here? I mean, they only have the God of Mischief. Well, that'll work because Hog's already down. Kaluj getting pressured, gonna try to drop the Eye of Agamotto. Can they follow up? I don't think so because there's just so much healing here for Intergalactic right now.
Intergalactic, only a minute 20 left, trying to hold off Sentinels. Sentinels looking to win this off on point A. Horn dropped to the back from Amazing. No one getting hit by the whale this time around. Sentinels, though, still looking for the way through. Aramori, God of Mischief. Fate of both worlds.
Hey, there's three Lokis up here, by the way. Amazing. You know about that? You ever heard about that one? There's 3 Lokis just all shooting you with the mystical missile.
the tale of the 3 Lokis that absolutely do not care about you being there. Yeah, I've heard that one before. Also, Intergalactic winning the war of attrition right now, getting the convoy moving on forward, and this is very winnable now. 3.5 minutes for Intergalactic.
I mean, and once again, Intergalactic, I mean, they had the heals up. The Horde of Proteus, unfortunately, for Amazing, just didn't find the value they needed, like maybe a pick to probably get something in that fight. And then because of that, I mean, the reposition coming up from Nuck, sitting on the high ground. 3 Lokis doing all that. Jake talked a little bit during EU, but Loki does a lot of damage. A lot of damage with the primary fire. And having 3 of them all shoot you, I mean, that's like the worst case scenario if you're a flanking DPS. And seeing 3 Lokis there, and they have regeneration domain.
I mean, I just, generally in lore, I mean, 1 Loki is bad enough, let alone 3. It's just not a good time, but Window, Agamotto ready to go. You gotta think he's eyeing the Sentinels all clumped together. It's prime time, the stop time, but on the other end, it's Doomed. Just crunches Air Murray with the Kraken Impact and is not stopping. Again, count at 3, enough to set up Window, and Doomed himself for 1 more.
And then, I mean, I don't even know if they're going to be able to contest here, ZP. I mean, they have full cap. I don't think it's going to be possible. No chance a portal's going to be opened up in time. And there's going to be the cap. I mean, map goes the way of Intergalactic. And this is versus who we're thinking is potentially going to be the chance with Sentinels. And they played that so expertly. I mean, the value from the Kraken Impact, it's so critical. Getting the culling effect where you have that 20% health bar where if it hits that 20%, it's an instant death is so good for a chase down or to finish up kills on the point.
And you know, I think we kind of set this up at the beginning of the match, so I think it's really good to just draw the story back into where we're at, where Intergalactic also won this map earlier against Extinction, but when they won it against Extinction, it was off of impunity, just having a world-class Groot. Sentinels came in here and they took Groot away. They correctly recognized it as the strongest thing Intergalactic had on this map going into it. No Groot, no problem. Intergalactic just changes things up and evens up the series 1-1. You gotta love it.
I mean, maybe no Groot, but they do have a Brute. They have the thing. So, you know, they had that going on for them overall. But I mean, you're totally right. I think like Intergalactic showing some flexibility here on this map and showing that this is a very, very strong map in general, very strong pick for them. And they played it expertly.
That was pretty fun. I like the Thing action. More importantly, I like the Kraken plus Whale action. The Horn of Proteus plus the Kraken Impact is probably the most deadly combo we see on a Convoy map. Avast, how close, though, were the Sentinels from full holding?
I mean, they were close. They were close, but I think, unfortunately, after that exchange where they go for the portal in and they're not able to get an immediate pickoff, especially with the Horn of Proteus used, you kind of highlighted it, Puckett, a bit, how there's a couple things that can burn through Strategists. And one of the most consistent is Magneto's Meteorium. The other one is using Kraken Impact, you know, a Horn of Proteus, trying to burst through all that damage all at once, you know, and realistically, they just didn't get the pick when Rymazing came back. They didn't get that Horn of Proteus value when they went for the recontest. So it was close. They had an opportunity, but it wasn't that close.
Intergalactic strikes back, and now it's going to be Sentinels map pick. ZP, knowing this roster, and for those just tuning in, maybe we can bring that roster back up. What should we know about our current final boss here, Sentinels, on Rivals Fight Night, without Marvel in it?
Again, this is a roster that's really flexible, so I think going into the next map, it wouldn't surprise me to see us go to either Convergence or Convoy. I don't necessarily think we're going to go to another domination map. I think something like Spider Islands could be where we're potentially going to go, something where you could do setup plays, right? You can flex into the fact that this is a roster that also can play really strong flying threats, or at the very least, make you waste a ban on them, right? So I think for Sentinels, when I look at the duelist end, right, I think Rymazing in particular, super, super versatile. And at times when they do run just one duelist, it'll usually be Rymazing. Sometimes it'll be Super Gomez, right? But there's just enough to kind of adapt to every situation. But in this case, I think Intergalactic, if there's a key defining point for me, Avast, I'm looking at here, I feel like Doom just had the Winter Soldier game of his life.
Doomed and Senior Hoff both had a great, but you're definitely right. I mean, like the Kraken Impact, they're helping help the Horn of Proteus, I should say, getting those kills through the strategist ults. I mean, Doomed had a fantastic series, and overall continues to show the impact of Winter Soldier and why he's a perma pick for almost every team. There's pretty much no DPS that's as ubiquitous that does as much for a team as Winter Soldier.
This finish was just absolutely insane. You had the Winter Soldiers on both sides just slamming the ground. Whales coming from both directions. And at the end, it's Intergalactic tying up our score. We are in a best of 7, $1,000 on the line. As we take a look back through the highlights, I was just trying to keep track of how many different characters Senior Hoff has played throughout the night. I think I'm up to 6. If you've seen any more versatile, chat, please give him a call out so we can bring it up to our producer's attention. We're looking for an MVP.
I give some credit to Window here, by the way, because I mean, you talk about flexibility. Typically, it's a DPS flexing onto like Vanguard for the triple Vanguard. Window, I mean, though they lost the map, Window flexed onto Duelist. Window going off that Vanguard role onto Duelist on the previous map of Hell's Heaven. So I mean, you don't see your tank I should rather your Vanguard player is making that swap over to Duelist that often.
One thing
Great
I'd
call
love
outs. Go ahead, ZP.
No, one thing I'd love to hear over time, and look, I don't expect production to ever track this because I don't think there's an easy way to do it, but I would just love to see how many agains we're up to on the count, even just today, let alone where we're going to be like 3 or 4 weeks from now. I just feel like that number is going to
That's
be
a chat bot.
absurd. Yes.
Yeah, we need AI to help us out with this one. Absolutely. There's been a whole lot of agains, and we are just getting started. That was map 2. Map 3 is loading up. Sentinels, we're waiting for the map pick in the chat. ZP highlighted a few. Will we see any Loki ban? I was looking through, and a lot of the compliments in the chat were the Loki saves on both sides of Vast, not only just throwing up the lanterns, but also copping the Luna ult.
Loki, it's always tough because I think Loki is so universal right now for all teams, where as a strategist pick, you can't really go wrong playing Loki. You can go wrong playing Loki in ranked. If you ever play Loki in ranked and your other strategist is Rocket Raccoon, then it's wrong. Then it's wrong. Probably should not be playing Loki. But when you're actually playing with like other strategist players that are playing very impactful defensive ults, like the Fate of Both Worlds or even like the Invisible Boundary, it's almost never a wrong pick. And I think for a lot of teams, they've played so much Loki that they're like, you have to have a really strong pocket pick comp to not play with the Loki, because he just gives so much sustain to survive through things like, oh, we have no ults, we need a regeneration domain, oh, we can pressure out some of the flanks here with the mystical missiles. So I don't know if we'll really ever see a Loki ban, especially if we get to Midtown. Guess what? Loki is really, really good on this map too. And guess who's also really good on this map? It's gonna be Hela. No, well, Storm, yes, but also
He's kind of like,
yeah, Hela would be a great choice. And ZP, I know that's your main. So is that your go-to on Midtown, or what duelist would you be bringing out for the ideal setup?
I mean, Hela, I think at this level play is really interesting because you kind of have this side idea of like, okay, do you think you're going to win like the Hela versus Hela matchup, right? Like, it's not even so much as like, do you like playing Hela, but also is there someone that is going to make things really tough for you if they also play Hela, right? And then on top of it, it's kind of the dynamic of, well, do you expect something like a Storm to be in play, right? Like, if you think the other team might play a Storm, or in metas where like Iron Man might be relevant, then it's sort of a weird thing of, if you don't have someone that can also play that, even if you have a good Hela, do you want to play against that where your Hela, might have to go against something like a Hela into a, into a flying character and just make things like really, really difficult if you're not able to match it 1-to-1. So I think there's a lot of factors at this level play in terms of like who you ban and pick and why.
I think I was supposed to throw to a commercial break, but we got 1,100 viewers here on the Twitch channel. YouTube is popping off. Same thing on Twitter. Shout out to everyone tuning in from around the world. Shout out to all the watch parties. The numbers keep growing. ZP, as we're getting into this game number 3, we got to remind everyone what is up for grabs. This is Rivals Fight Night. You guys have done this with a few other titles. How does this format work? What should I look forward to as a fan who just hit the follow button on the stream?
Well, what you got to look forward to is that every week we are inviting 2 of the very best teams in a particular region, in NA and EU, to kick things off here, and they will go against our defending team for $1,000. It's very, very time efficient as far as the viewers and players are concerned, because just tune in every week, see some of the best matches of one of your favorite games, and that's it. You get the full storyline, everything, one day, and you're done. Love it.
Here we go. Bans are already in. Magneto, no. Groot out. Vanguards are getting attacked once again, and they're going to protect the sky. Star-Lord back in action.
Central. I mean, I really loved also during that spiel that they were like, okay, enough talking, ZP. We need to get to the bans. They just throw that one up. And I overall, though, I mean, Star-Lord being protected from Sentinels here, I mean, it's not surprising because Midtown, this map has a lot of high ground. There's a lot of high ground. There's also a lot of morphine, a lot of pretty much changing geography on this map. And Star-Lord's able to navigate it really expertly. Bucky's going to be protected for the side of Intergalactic as well, which means that they want to have the counters. They want to have the options to potentially, you can poke flyers with Bucky. You can also get the Kraken impacts and make sure to get picks with the Bionic Hook too. So they have some good options.
It's Sentinels pick, chat. Let us know who is going to win this game as the final ban comes in. Venom ban for Intergalactic over on the Sentinel side. No more Wolverine again? We'll see what they do. In the meantime, let us know, who do you think is going to win this game? And a social experiment. Who is the best duelist in Marvel Rivals right now? ZP, you go
right
first.
heroes could make all
Who's the best
difference.
duelist in Marvel Rivals right now? Oh man, well if you're talking about NA, I still think you might want to give it to Rising. If you're going over the EU, that is a tough call. Because in a way, with how much damage he was doing on Vanguard, I'd almost say Nevix, but clearly that's not the case.
Your show, Vast. I'm handing it
Oh,
over.
my show.
I thought we were
Thank
jumping into
you.
the game.
You know what? Thank you so much, Bucket. I'm glad that you're letting me know. And this is what it's all about on the broadcast. You have camaraderie, you have verbal cues. It's amazing. I mean, really, the duelist conversation. It's a little early. Personally, if I'm going to EU, I might pick Sparker myself. I might be a Sparker guy. But I don't think there's any wrong answers. That may be like, you know, myself, if you were to put me in the conversation, but
Well,
I'm not
It's
playing
not me.
so it's
As
very
evidenced by our duo games, it's not me. Although, you know, I think I'll say in my defense is that it was probably a bad idea after a very long day to be like, hey, I'm absolutely tired. Would you like to lose some MMR with me? That was basically the
exactly
invitation.
how he said it, and I accepted that offer. That's exactly how he said it too.
Yeah.
That's the crazy
And,
part.
There was D-ranking done that day, but we're into it here. 1-1, as close as it gets in our best of 7 money match here on Rivals Fight Night. Winning team takes home $1,000, and of course gets to be the defending team next week. It's going to be Intergalactic though on the attack to kick things off here. And anything surprising you team comp-wise right now, Vast?
Not surprising, but who could have thought? You see a Loki, you see a Thor, and you see a Hela, which means that you're going to be seeing that pretty much all that value from Hela when they get the limbs, rezzing players that have fallen, getting bonus health as well if they're not fallen. So Sentinel's playing a very like tanky style here, trying to anchor up here on the point, try to make sure that Rising on the Hela gets a ton of value. But Intergalactic playing this so well, making sure to try to split around, get damage from both sides as Nuk on the Loki goes, sets up some doppelgangers, and actually gets a pick. Gets multiple picks, really.
Yeah, and Intergalactic just able to, you know, roll on through early on. Not too shabby here early on Midtown. And, you know, take a look here. I think you kind of have to look at where ults are building for the next fight. You have to think Aramori is just going to be a quick God of Mischief into Fate of both worlds. And it's just going to be buying time for Hogs, Collusion, Gomez on the triple Vanguard comp to find an opportunity here.
You see clobbering time gonna come out. Hogs getting caught, but you see Doom gonna be popping this Kraken impact. Actually not getting any resets here, ZP. The Eye of Agamotto trying to find some, but oh my gosh, the burst. You can't get safe through the burst there when Window has the full Maelstrom of Madness.
Right, Amazing though went down early. They lose the Hela early in the fight. Fate of both worlds still active. Intergalactic though working at a one-man advantage here so far. So who's gonna go? Agamotto gonna be invested by Kaluj.
Clobbering time
Lot
good
of
here from
thunder.
Hogs or ZP as well, so it keeps a lot of stun here on the point. But Doom gonna have another Kraken impact here. Touching hero to the point, getting one pick, gonna get the reset, have more resets available, a little low, but getting healed up here from Fidel. And Doomed, I mean, on this, we've talked about it a lot, but on the Winter Soldier, Doomed has been getting so much value here for Intergalactic.
Yeah, it's also a little bit of Loki farming and team farming there at the beginning, but it's sort of like, I need a reset on my Kraken impact. Loki, where are you? Where's like one of your many Loki clones? Feed me.
It is. I mean, it's a classic. It's like, oh no, I'm almost out of resets. I need some more Kraken impact. The humble Loki clone, seen there in the corner. Of course, we'll be taking that. As now Intergalactic setting up here for the next stage of their offense. See the point rearranging here a little bit of Sentinels. I mean, they have the Goddess of Death, but overall Intergalactic, I think their old make looking very good.
Yeah, I mean, they open with clobbering time. Do they get an early pickoff? They absolutely do. The follow through. Devastating. 3 members of Sentinels just immediately collapsing, and they're just keeping this convoy well on its way.
And that's Intergalactic, I think, just investing ults to try to secure this fight really, really early. There is going to be a potential retest for Sentinels, but they decide to pop both the Eye of Agamotto and the clobbering time, try to just find picks very, very early. They do get the God of Mischief out from Aramorius. There's going to be the Pearl directly onto the point here, or just the Regeneration Domain, which is actually a pretty big cooldown gone.
Generation domain used. Intergalactic now getting pushed back a little bit. Sentinels looking to make this defense a good one. Let's take care of Kaluj. Has the Agamotto ready to go. Of course, around corners, one of the most deadly places to use it. Instead, though, gets caught. Is Kaluj gonna live under the gun? Right, amazing. Falling through, though, keeps Aaron protected. Just heavy damage in from Sentinels to hold this corner. Great.
And it's just one of those moments where they committed some ults earlier. They committed the God of Mischief. They committed both the Vanguard ults. Sure, they farmed them back up for the following fight, but Intergalactic having the issue where the portal comes in, and when the ults get traded, they're just waiting. They're waiting for some more strategy ult to get up, and Rymazing played that so well. The damage was from the team up obviously paying dividends, just utilizing the high ground to continue to get value, and so sitting in the back as well, just elevated away, and just gets those multiple picks, which is giving the bonus health to his front line at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Aramori or Super Gomez right now, you are absolutely loving any play for Rymazing can land even a single final blow. But here we go, Intergalactic. The Horn at the ready here for Senior Hoff. Not a whole lot else to go with it here just yet. Both teams trying out poke. See the damage forcing Impunity back. Fate of both worlds now gonna be burned. The Horn used. Fall through is gonna be there. Kaluj down. Intergalactic with one here so far. Nuck still dancing. Not much else to come on over, but Rymazing down. 5 versus 4. Now for Intergalactic, just grinding this one through.
Senior Hoff playing very dangerously here on point, just being the tank. Being the tank when there is no Vanguard currently, as Hogs making it back, gonna get to the point. Sentinels still firmly in control, and I mean, we're approaching a last fight territory soon. I mean, maybe 2 more fights. As Intergalactic, they'll have the Fate of both worlds. They're gonna have the Kraken impact here yet again. They need to make sure they don't lose anyone on the chase. They don't, luckily. As Sentinel's gonna back on up. Super Gomez getting pretty low. As Sentinel's just continually to massively cycle these ults, keeping everyone up. No one's going down, and I feel like I have to put a little bit of pressure on the Senior Hoff, who is playing the Namor, and we need to see more from the flanks, and that is unfortunately not going to be what you wanted to see.
Just the quick little headshot, the dink you love to hear when you're playing Hela, and Rymazing goes, yeah, another challenger, Bucky? Absolutely. By the way, frontline attack in this particular situation. You see Sentinels just moving forward on the side, but you know, you just buy so much time when you get pickoff like that, and Thing might have had enough.
Senior Hoff here again, holding on to the Horn of Proteus, so and the Kraken impact there for Doom. So there are options. There are options to break through these strategy ults for Sentinels, who's going to have the God of Mischief. They're also going to have the Fate of both worlds shortly after. A lot of space here for Intergalactic, as there's going to be the strategy ults. There's the Agamotto as well. It's all out there on the field.
It's literally all out there on the field, as you say, but off the Agamotto, Kaluj able to get 2 Sentinels, investing a decent amount with the Hela Goddess of Death into the God of Mischief, and it's more than enough to clean up the fight. Only 13 seconds left here for Intergalactic. I don't think they're touching again.
I do not think they're touching again. If they do touch, it's not going to be a great touch. It's going to be really hard because, I mean, Nuck could probably pop the God of Mischief to keep them alive with the strategy ult, but they need a portal. They need something on the point, like right now. They make it through with the God of Mischief, CP, so there's a chance. There is a chance. It's very, very small because there's still going to be a late Fate of both worlds here for Krover on the Sentinel side, so they need something else. They need something very quickly. Doomed on the Psylocke, though, could potentially find a pick.
Fate of both worlds in for Intergalactic. Rymazing, though, on the backside, takes down Fidel. And that was the kind of the problem with the portal last gasp here, is more about touching the point and then hoping for the best. And the best simply did not come. Sentinels holding strong on the convoy.
Here come the butterflies.
And here's the worst part, unfortunately. The Dance of Butterfly finally gets caught. Even if it maybe gone off, they probably would have gotten the kill anyways. But on top of that, while you're ulting, you're not considered contesting the cart. So the round ends because Doomed was not touching that cart.
I was not expecting the Puckett Butterfly shutout at the end. That caught me off guard.
He's really just floating in. Like, floating in is just like an angelic voice saying something and leaving.
Puckett sees everything. He knows everything. Even you think he doesn't know. He knows. Omnipresent.
I'm like Santa Claus of esports.
Honestly,
that's exactly what I would say.
That does check out. Like, actually, you check the ledger, it makes sense. But what also makes sense is that Sentinels, after a tough start, and it was a tough start on the first point of Ast, simply find their balance. Rymazing gets very solid pickoffs on the side. They have great ultimate economy and how they cycle, and they just hold firm on second.
Give shout outs. Have to get a lot of shout outs there. I feel like Rymazing obviously doing really, really well on the Hela, using the team up to the maximum effect, controlling the flanks, and also to Kaluj. I mean, we see it time and time again. There's only a couple things that burn through strategy ult, and you know what else does? It's also a lot of dark magic into Doctor Strange Maelstrom of Madness. Kaluj with the Eye of Agamotto, getting 2 in one of those final fights. Let him stay in, giving them the advantage. And if you're going to continue to play like Senior Hoff theoretically on like the Namor, right? You had the Frozen Spawn, you had the team up from the Luna. You needed a lot more flank control. You couldn't be letting Rymazing getting picks. Your Namor really has to be stopping that value. But now they're on the defense. They're going to be swapping actually off the Namor, playing the Winter Soldier and cheese, a little portal cheese. Love that one.
Honestly, it's just a quick time deduction is what you're seeing right now, saying we will start
just
the
minus
game
like
in about
10 seconds or however much.
Yeah, it's longer than that. You take a look; it's still up there. It's like we will start the game 18 seconds later than when we're supposed to start. That's all it is. A small tax deduction of time, if you were.
Of course, the IRS of Time Bank. And now, Kaluj positioned here, and all of Sentinels have now just made it over here to the stairwell on the left side of the spawn, decided that we want to take the high ground effectively fast. We don't want to slog it through. And I mean, immediately rewarded by Find Window.
Yeah, you just saw Windows HP drop, and gone.
The window's been shattered. It's been shattered. No more window. They've broken the glass.
It wasn't tempered glass. That was like the cheap glass that will actually cut you if you ever interact with it. That's the type of glass that got broken there. And look, very, very strong opening here from Sentinels, setting the tone. Intergalactic, I mean, it's still going to be a relatively clean fight at the start here. No one with ultimates just yet. But the neutral game for Sentinels, unmatched to start things off.
A very aggressive position here, letting Super Gomez just trying to farm up damage here with the Awakening Rune, cleaving through all of Intergalactic. A lot of dark magic. They're going to play here in this bubble, actually. Very interesting. Just going to keep playing on this side, getting a lot of heals as no one goes down yet.
Sentinels, Gomez getting very, very low. Healed right back up. Fantastic rejuvenation domain coming out from Aramori. Keeping everyone nice and healthy here on Sentinels. Enough time for Kurova to come in with Fate of both worlds. Senior Hoff, Kraken Impact ready to go on the other side. Has been the playmaking here for Intergalactic. Kaluj, though, moving forward. Ive Akamoto denied Senior Hoff with the damage. The rest of his team, Goddess Death going to be brought back to ground here, but not before getting the pick onto Loki in the back, which reses Super Gomez back into the fight. Still winnable.
Man, they couldn't get the Goddess of Death down fast enough. Really good dodge, though, from Senior Hoff, making sure to use the Trooper's Fist to get around the clobbering time. So that was really, really well done. They're going to get the late pick again onto Super Gomez. So he says, hey, I'm back. Oh, I'm gone again. Goodbye. And they've held on to the Kraken Impact and the Goddess of Death for Intergalactic. So if there was ever a fight, oh, interesting. They're choosing to drop the portal, get down the Eye of Agamotto there.
Yeah, that portal was the selfish portal. I'm going to use this to set my ult. What we saw from Kaluj. However, it's a trade out. Kaluj ends up dying for it. It's Intergalactic actually trading out a little bit better right now. Doomed off the Goddess of Death kill. Drops on down. Gets Amazing right after. And just like that, Intergalactic continues to make their presence known here on point A. Only a minute 14 left remaining for Sentinels. They very well could get full health.
And Senior Hoff still holds on to the Kraken Impact as well. And sure, there's going to be some support. There's going to be some strategy duels coming up here soon for Sentinels, but if you pause it before, could be a very risky spot. And you have to count that was a little bit of a selfish portal, or at least an interesting portal there for Kaluj, going for the quick recontest, looking for the Eye of Agamotto.
All right, Kraken Impact used, and
not able to burst it down.
Yeah, that's a good, honest Kraken Impact. You know, no double dipping, as it were, as Kaluj and Aramori find two pickoffs off the rip. And Sentinels in a much better
they have to be kicking themselves, ZP. They have to be kicking themselves there because they're like, okay, we know we have ults, we know we have a Kraken Impact to potentially find someone. They just couldn't burst down that target fast enough to get the continued resets, and they all get caught by the clobbering time. And I mean, now that point's going to go the way of Sentinels, and Intergalactic, their backs up against the wall a little bit more. They might even get staggered. Yeah, they are going to get staggered.
Yeah, Doom saw, I think, looked at their end, and Hog saw Doomed, and I think at some point, Doom was just like, all right, yeah, let's do this. Kind of like Iron Man 3, where you think back to it, and it's just like, okay, you know, I'm getting sent out of the suit. All right, let's go. It's go time. And
honestly, I can't think back to it. I can't remember it, ZP. That is a very, I mean, it's not an esoteric reference, but I'm just not gonna remember. As you see, Aramori and Amazing fighting for the flank really aggressively here as this Loki Hela combo, which I love to see. I mean, you have to be trying to take some flank spots. You have to be looking to try to win something on the flank there as their Generation Domain used early, and here's gonna be the God of Mischief, so they're gonna have actually holding on to the Fate of Both Worlds so they can pop it a little bit later.
Well, Fate of Both Worlds, once more, a dance-off. As you see Super Gomez going in deep, God of Thunder lands directly on Loki's head. And Asgardian Conflict going the way of Sentinels, and they are real close to victory here. As you see, they only have a little bit further to go.
I mean, that was a bit of a masterclass. Aramori holds on to the Fate of the Worlds for so long, recognizing, oh, I don't need to pop this right away. And then damage boosting, empowering Super Gomez there, so the God of Thunder gets a pick. Can they even touch? They have the portal. Oh, but the Doppelganger, you see it come on out, but it doesn't count as a contest DP, and that's going to be the map.
Someone has to keep an eye on Loki's fraud, and that just may be the game developers when it comes to trying to contest with your Doppelganger. Sentinels, after a rough start. I mean, they were close to getting full held of Ast. They breezed through the second point and put themselves up 2-1 in our first to 4. Again, this is kind of the stuff you expect out of good teams, where even if you have a rough beginning, good teams, the hallmark of their play is that they're never out of it until they're actually out of it. And my word, they found their footing.
They really did. I mean, and it showed once again that this, we talked about it, how the triple Vanguard, Sentinels had loved playing this, under different banners, under LFO, and it's showing here. The triple Vanguard continuing to give a lot of value, getting the extra team of value as well with the Loki, with the Hela, with the Thor, and using Thor as pretty much just a fat duelist. You're using Thor as a fat duelist. He's just doing an insane amount of clean damage. You're using his ult to try to just burst one with the damage boost. That's just, I mean, granted, I guess it's unfair to call Thor fat. He could probably rip me in half with his muscles, but
I'll be honest, the Thor in Marvel Rivals is kind of a mix between the Thor in Infinity War and the Thor in Endgame, right? Like he's not as ripped as the former, but he's not quite as large as
he's
the
a
latter.
natural bodybuilder, huh?
He drinks beer.
He's not shredded.
Yeah,
he drinks beer. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one, Bucket. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Also, canon, It's what you expect him to drink.
Mead.
I'm technically, he'd probably be drinking mead, if anything else. A lot of mead, a lot of ales.
We went off shit. All right. Can we talk a little bit about Super Gomez? The chat was saying, why waste Super Gomez on Thor? What do you think of his
it's clearly
performance
not a
of
waste.
Triple Tank?
Clearly not a waste. I mean, you're seeing the value that you are getting, the team up value. So you're getting extra reses or extra bonus health from Rymazine. The Awakening rune, just sending out that cleave damage every time. You just farm damage. You farm damage. You force, and especially in like very enclosed maps like Midtown, like in particular this area. And the God of Thunder is just yet another pick to force cooldowns, force ults, and maybe even get a pick. I don't think it's a waste at all for Super Gomez to be on the Thor here, because you're just underestimating how much damage the Thor does.
And speaking of damage, Kaluj pumping it out once again as the Sentinels tank on that Doctor Strange. The Vanguard doing work. But Finzi was telling me in the chat that I should play more Thing in my ranked games. He's super fun. All you have to do is punch, and he's really good against triple tank. Why does that work out?
I think it works out just because of the fact that you'd expect Thing when you go in. I mean, his attacks have a huge range, so people generally tend to clump up a lot in Marvel Rivals, especially if you get out of the realm of pro play into more average ranked play. I mean, Thing, you can put yourself right place, right time, not necessarily going to get bursted down, especially have the team up from Invisible Woman, and you just get to punch. You get to punch to your heart's content, do a whole lot of damage, and let the cards fall where they may.
Give a big shout out to Solomon in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. That's my light. We're going to a break. When we come back, NA Finals continues. It's Rivals Fight Night. Welcome back to Rivals Fight Night, where we have the largest mammal on the planet make it splash damage across the board. We're having a whale of a time. Shout out to everyone tuning in for our very first broadcast across YouTube, Twitter, and of course Twitch. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, alongside Avast and ZP. We are in our first NA Finals of Rivals Fight Night. Intergalactic won our Challengers match. They earned the honor to play against Sentinels, who have been the top dogs in NA. Avast, what have we seen so far through 3 games?
Well, I mean, honestly, just the continued flexibility of Sentinels. The triple Vanguard so strong for them. They said, oh, Super Gomez, he's being wasted. He's not on Duelist. Wrong. He's playing large Duelist now. He's playing large Duelist. He's playing Thor. But overall, it just continues to show that the strength of this team is that every one of these players makes really good decisions, is really flexible. I mean, Aramori was obviously like a hallmark of that in that last map of Midtown, just holding on after the God of Mischief, holding the Fate of Both Worlds, waiting for the right moment to empower Super Gomez. So Sentinels just looking like a powerhouse, but Intergalactic, I mean, they're looking really, really strong here. I mean, they have to give them a lot of credit. This team is fighting back, and ZP, I think you've talked about it a bit, but like Doomed, looking really good.
I'm told by Chat ZP we cannot continue any more conversations without giving a shout out to Shroud. Shroud is apparently watching Rivals Fight Night. Everybody wants in on this title. It's not only fun to play, it has awesome updates, but also esports is just getting started. You got to grab the best rosters you can early on in this game. So what you've seen tonight, are there any star pieces that may be scouted, ZP?
Well, I think absolutely you're looking at Intergalactic, and if you're looking to get into the scene, you're going, oh, wow, this team has potential. I mean, they went up against Sentinels. This is now the second time in recent memory that they have taken a map off them. So even if Sentinels, we expect them to win this series, right, just based on past performance, I think you're looking at Intergalactic, and they are an absolutely fine opportunity because they are proven right now. And again, you know, Vas kind of brought it up and talking about Doomed, right, where Doomed, you look at, hey, you need good duelist talent. Well, here you have someone that will just continue to spam the voice lines with, again, about 8 times per crack and impact. What more do you want?
Yeah, I think we're going to see Doomed. Spider Island is going to be map number 4. Intergalactic's chance to tie things up. This was their map pick. So, Avast, talk me through their strengths that you've seen so far. How do you tie things up with Sentinels once again?
I mean, with Spider Islands, you're looking at a pure convoy map here, right? And especially getting through that first point A, there's a lot of narrow chokes. There's a lot of like high grounds you can position like Loki doppelgangers on. You can put up Star Lords. I mean, for Intergalactic, I think they're going to continue to probably want to use this Hela that's been going so well from the Doomed to try to get picks, try to find isolations there on the flanks with the Soul Drainer, farm out of a Goddess of Death. But, I mean, it's kind of up in the air of, like, how they want to continue, right? Like, what's their Vanguard lineup going to be? Do they want to still try to force a Doctor Strange and Magneto here, which is a very standard composition for Spider Islands in particular? Because Kalush is going to feel really comfortable in that. I think that's the issue we keep running into for Intergalactic is, like, their team is very good. They have great picks. But Sentinels is very, very confident across every comp. So realistically, you just need to play better. You're just going to have to do better than them. I mean, it's just forehead, just play better than them. Because especially, you know, it's just that how simple it is when you have a team as flexible as Sentinels.
Shout out to Shroud in the chat. First time chatter. Hopefully not last time we see you here. For everyone who is tuning in for the first time, do us a favor. Hit that follow button. We started the channel today. Let me hit a quick refresh. I think we're slightly over 2,000 followers. The goal is to end the stream around 3K. Over on YouTube, we're also live right now. You guys can hit that subscribe button as we have 8 seconds before the first ban comes in. Let me guess. We're going to say Wolverine. No, Groot again.
I mean, Groot very strong here, though, for Spider Island. I mean, there's a lot of narrow chokes, a lot of ability to get value from the Iron Lash Wall and the Strangling Prison. So it's actually Magneto banned, which, I mean, probably one of the best Vanguards on this map in particular, besides just the actual implications of the triple Vanguard.
Also, we got an update from production. It is Sentinels on red. So for Sentinels, they're getting rid of Groot. I think that makes sense, especially given how we saw Impunity play earlier in the day. What I'm curious here is what you protect and what you ban from the other end. You protect the Wolverine. I think that makes sense, even though Sentinels also play a really good Wolverine. I think the protect here is actually going to be quite telling in terms of what we're going to see. Also, I think, Puckett, you had brought up a while back as like, why not ban the Loki? I think it would be cool to see. I think the problem is both teams just like playing Loki way too much, so neither really wants to mess with the balance. But the Star-Lord protect makes sense for what we've seen Sentinels prefer in the past.
So you make sure Wolverine gets through. If you're Intergalactic, that's your answer to the tanks. On the other side, Star-Lord constantly taking out your strategists. That seems to be the game plan. Bucky will not be going again, though, this time around.
No Winter Soldier is an interesting ban from Sentinels, but also, I mean, when you've seen how well Senior Hoff has been performing on this, the Kraken Impact's getting continued value, I think it makes a lot of sense. And Winter Soldier also still continues to get a ton of value in general on Spider Islands. Venom being removed as well means that it's unlikely you're going to see too much of that dive style, especially with Star-Lord being protected. I think it makes a lot of sense for Intergalactic because Star-Lord is very, very strong on this map. There's a lot of high ground to maneuver around. You can, just set up for those Galactic Legends. And I think that's what's a very smart ban actually for Intergalactic is just removing the Venom, making sure that can't be possible. You can't have like a perma-tanking Venom there as Star-Lord zooms around in your backline. So it definitely seems like we're probably going to be seeing potentially some more of the same, maybe a lot more Hela being played.
Namor gets through. Luna is in as well. Can always see that from defense. ZP, for all the plat heads in the game, why is there not a Black Panther or Moon Knight in every lobby like we're used to?
I think what it just comes down to is I think if you're going to run Black Panther, you have to run a composition that's ultra heavy dive focused, even to the point of running both duelist on dive. And generally speaking, teams haven't gone that level of dive heavy. And I think the general power level of the character just might not be there. Moon Knight, again, I think it's a character that actually can have value from time to time. But if you talk about what characters scale more with raw, like FPS talent, right? Like what with pure aiming skill, who are you going to get more of? And the reality is that a lot of Moon Knight's kit is more about game sense and positioning and less, I'm really good at tracking. At this level of play, players like Super Gomez, players like Rai Amazing, really, really good at tracking. Different world.
And well, ZP, it looks like we have started. Yeah, we've started the map here. I mean, a very, very aggressive first hold right off the bat. Just trying to just stuff them here into lockers right out of the way. But Rai Amazing getting some of these cleanup kills. And, with both teams playing Hela, that means that we're going to see, and also Loki, that means we're going to be seeing some reses. And I mean, Doom getting a res here right off the bat is just keeping the contest alive a little bit longer, but not quite enough. It's Intergalactic going to fall here. Sentinels playing this double duelist, not the triple Vanguard, as opposed to, what you would think about maybe, we'll play a triple Vanguard, but it was actually Intergalactic trying to make that work with Senior Hoff.
Super Gomez right now. A little bit of a quick retreat. Strange Portal used. As Intergalactic comes back into the fight. And I do think following the Hela storyline here is going to be really interesting because there's so many sneaky areas you can position both on attack and defense where you're not only trying to get pickoffs onto strategists, but you're also trying to get the better of the other Hela. And there's a lot of ways you can play it. And should you get pickoff, it's very, very impactful. So I think Doomed and Rai Amazing both have the ability to... Yeah.
Ready. Fate of Both Worlds going to be used. Rather, God of Mischief copying the Fate of Both Worlds. Intergalactic staying alive here on the point. Gonna get some very big kills. The Wolverine swap for Senior Hoff is very, very big. But Super Gomez and Rai Amazing controlling the high ground here. And we're going to see this a lot. Duelists just continuing to fight for the high ground. You're probably going to see a lot of the Doctor Stranges floating around, just continuing to try to find picks on these flanks, maybe get reses as, I mean, they're trying to chase down some of those dual sentinels. But Super Gomez, I mean, he's fast. He's very, very fast on the Star-Lord. It's almost impossible to chase down the Star-Lord.
In terms of you want to be fast, just pick up a pair of rocket boots. Pretty effective in the end. Galactic Legend, though, going to be used here. Super Gomez in over the top. Look for a pickoffs, but when everyone's dancing down below and the dueling Luna ultimates, your options are going to be a little bit limited.
Super Gomez looking down, just watching the ants fight over the Dorito, just watching all the ults go down, viewing from the sky as the Goddess of Death comes on in from Rai Amazing in the back, gonna fight Fidel, knowing that there's no Fate of Both Worlds. That's actually so well played because Super Gomez drops the Galactic Legend, forces those strategist ults, allowing Rai Amazing to go back in. But still, Intergalactic sustaining here on the point. They have the God of Mischief. They're gonna have some opportunity to potentially still stay.
Sentinels so far getting the better of this, the momentum of the fight in their favor. And, once you start getting a little bit of a break in the front line, this is where Star-Lord can just run forward and just go, shift one time after another, continue to roll in, reload, add on the damage. And look at Intergalactic here. I think they let this one go at this point. They're just setting up for defense on second. First, it's gone.
Sometimes those mad recontests are just that, because you give up more ult charge for no reason, you stagger yourself, you don't really get much out of it. And the Intergalactic comp here is having some trouble because you're playing into the Star-Lord, into the Hela that's constantly flaking. You don't have another duelist that's able to contest, and so you're kind of losing these flank fights. You're losing all the pressure. Your strategies are feeling a lot more pressure to pop their ults a little bit earlier. So they need to have something to where they can just remove Gomez, or just they need to allow Senior Hoff to just get way more value.
Galactic Legend in from Gomez. Hela often the target of choice Regeneration Domain, though, going to come down, limit some of the impact, but not enough before Wolverine gets caught in the same ultimate. So Super Gomez just a little bit of target acquisition change there, Vast, to again give Sentinels the momentum.
And right now, Rymaze and Super Gomez are they're driving the game. They're entirely is based off all the pressure coming out from those two flanking duelists, in particular Super Gomez, who's just completely uncontested. Senior Hoff finally gonna make it a swap to Namor. I mean, if you're gonna stay on the Wolverine, you just needed just more aggression, more picks. You need to have something happen. So the Namor now to contest Super Gomez a little bit more. Let the monster spawn as Doomed gonna find Rymaze.
Yeah, quick little 1-2 from Doomed, and look, a single pickoff like that can really change the tail of the next fight. Sentinels, will see how much they commit. They've already done Fate of Both Worlds. We'll see how much more they put into it, though. Agamotto in from window. No pickoffs, though, immediately after. It's still a fight. Sentinels is in.
Well, there's not going to be a second Eye of Agamotto. It's blinded in one eye because Goodbye Kaluj taken down by Nook. They're still going to have the sustain here as well because they have the God of Mischief. And now Sentinels, they're stuck in this fight. They're going to be able to sustain for quite some time, but they don't have that second Vanguard. They don't have the shielding, and they're probably just going to back up here. And that's exactly what they're doing, taking all the way back here. And Intergalactic trying to find some more. Is Kaluj dropping a very cheeky portal to maybe like poke them from behind? I mean, you can, they get them back pretty fast here as well, but they want the portal now to do some shenanigans later on.
Yeah, I mean, the downside about using the portal there is that now you're not going to have it to squeeze in like a third contest. It kind of puts them in the 2-fight territory here for second point, right? So Super Gomez, Galactic Legend, into the top, immediately finds Senior Hoff, focuses on the duelist, gets his target, sets up the 6v5, still going into the backline. Loki just gets burned on down, and again, Avast, it's the duelist setting the tone for Sentinels.
It is. It's why Star-Lord's been seeing so much play. I mean, you're just so fast. You put so much pressure out. The Galactic Legend, it just controls so, especially when you have like large, wide areas like this on the point B here for Spider Islands, you're just able to provide so much pressure. And with the clobbering time coming in for Hogs, that means that, okay, no regeneration domain, no ults being farmed by the strategist, so gets tons and tons of value. Is Intergalactic now going to be looking to defend here on the final point, point C?
This is a tough point to go into, by the way. Even when we looked at EU, this is the final boss, I feel like, of points in Marvel Rivals. It is not easy to get a full completion on Spider Island. So we'll see where Intergalactic goes here on the defense. It does not really mean anything for Sentinels if they don't finish out here, but it means the world if they do.
Doomed popping that Goddess of Death very, very early, getting blocked out a bit by Kaluj with the Cloak of Levitation. There's gonna be some Hellas throwing some orbs at each other as Nook off the high ground. Goodbye, Nook. So there's no Loki heals anymore.
As a rough loss early in the fight. No more strategist ults up here for Intergalactic. Effectively naked to the pressure that Sentinels is going to be putting on. Window holds Agamotto in the moment, but instead it's Kaluj. Offensive Agamotto sets things up. 3 more picks here for Sentinels, and they are getting real close to potentially completing a difficult to complete map.
You gotta embrace your Midwestern roots. The Eye of Agamotto. You gotta sound really Midwestern there when you go for it. But it's now, here comes the contest out. But Hogs hiding behind, dropping the clobbering time, trying to force out ults. Gonna get out the God of Mischief. Regeneration Domain keeps everyone very, very healthy here for Sentinels as they just leave. It's like, okay, we've clobbered, we left.
Yeah, also Doomed. Quick pick off on the Rymaze. Just that one pick off, buying more time. Window in, eye out. No extra pickoffs on Super Gomez now. Once more, Galactic Legend being met by Regeneration Domain, so not the easiest. Breaks line of sight for 1 second, nearly gets 2 in the back, but not quite. The heals are going to come in, but they have to touch the cart. They have to move in. They're so close to just giving this up for free, as Intergalactic have to immediately head back out as they took cover from the Galactic Legend.
Oh, the swap from Senior Hoff onto Star-Lord, so clutch there. 2 different stellar shifts, giving him invincibility frames, making sure he does not go down to the Galactic Legend of Super Gomez. And that's just another reason why Star-Lord is just so powerful. You can just be positioned like that, use 2 different dashes just to get out to give you invincibility. As now Sentinels rounding the corner. I mean, they're looking here for the Eye of Agamotto. They do have the Fate of Both Worlds. They're going to have both strategies ults up. But Intergalactic can ult bank of their own. And really, it's like, where does the clobbering time come out? Where does it force anything? And already, Impunity going to drop it right there.
Kaluj into the back line, drops the Eye Agamotto. Fate of Both Worlds out on both sides. Everyone dancing, feeling the beat. No one dying here just yet. Senior Hoff, Galactic Legend into the back. Super Gomez super close to his own legend. Both teams looking for the all-important first pick. Health bars being healed back up as quick as they go down. Super Gomez ready to go.
Watch the Galactic Legend. Ultimate. You gotta watch it. Where is he being marked right now, ZP? Because you, like you called out, Super Gomez has that ult. He's down. Nook finds such a very important pick, and Doomed still making some pressure here. But ZP, I mean, this could be a huge Goddess of Death.
Goddess of Death is out. what's going to deal with it right now. People have to back up from the barrage, but they also need to move forward and touch the payload. I guess it's time for the thing, but the damage dealt by Rising there sets the tone for the fight. Are the pickoffs going to be there? Kaluj just finishes what is set up by the Goddess of Death, and it's Sentinels getting through this incredibly tough point.
And the Goddess of Death not necessarily getting direct value there, but Rising on it forces all of Intergalactic to just back up. They have to back up. They can't afford to take that damage. I mean, especially because you're not playing like a Magneto. You don't have a secondary shield to mitigate that damage. You do have the damage reduction from the embattled leap, and Impunity not even able to get off the clobbering time. And Sentinels continuing to show a masterclass of pressure, just letting their duelists set the pace, following up their Kaluj Hogs, just continuing to be very, very, I mean, no other better word, just sneaky, cheeky, whatever other ekies you want to add on there, you know, squeaky.
As we're waiting for this round to kick off real quick, there has been a Cool Matt 69 spotting Emong, Finzi, Shroud, Fish Sticks, DFX 87. Everyone is here to party. Speak loud in the chat. Give us some impressions. Yikes.
There's the fall off. Right when you're saying like, oh, like this is all these amazing people tuning in for
Cool
Rivals
Matt's
Fight
never
Night.
done something like that. Get him in the league.
No, that's a slasher maneuver. If you go real deep cut, that's that is just falling into a pit, is what that is. You don't need the specifics. Just know that Rod did that once in the far past. That's all you gotta know. But we're getting into it. It's gonna be sides swap. Sentinels get through what was a very difficult attack. Now Intergalactic, not wanting this best of 7 to slip away from them, they need to do at least equivalent of Ast on their own attack.
See a little bit of that little Rocket Raccoon value, getting some armor packs just for the fun out of the spawn from the BRBs. As now, Window trying to make some space, Intergalactic trying to get through the choke very, very early. And this is where the comp for Sentinels is so dangerous. And in just a journal for this map with now the double duelist is you're going to be being shot from all the high ground, from behind, everywhere. Star-Lords, Hellas, they're in the trees. They're in the trees, CP, and they have to make it through this choke.
It's so difficult because in pushing the payload, you do have to sit at a very, tight choke point. But as you say, you look up at the verticality for where you're getting poked down from. It's not great. It is almost going through war. But
and that's a great situation for Intergalactic. They forced the early regeneration domain there. So they're going to have that sustained, but are obviously farming a ton of God of Mischief. And, well, it doesn't matter because they've lost the picks anyways.
You lose Thing early on, and suddenly it's, all right, how do we get back to spawn without losing everyone in the process? Big early pickoff from Sentinels, and Super Gomez even gets on the Doomed. Doom might have tried to just, get the pickoff on the Gomez himself there, but it's always on a knife's edge when those two fight.
Oh, Super Gomez getting a little silly with it. Again, goes to spawn, but luckily gonna survive, has the stellar shifts. Now Intergalactic setting up for their next push. 2 ults already in the bank, but Sentinels, I mean, look at it. They're a very, very healthy economy themselves, and Intergalactic, they gotta find an option to break this.
Intergalactic, 2 minutes and 30 seconds on his attack. Already doesn't feel like a whole lot of time. Right now, just looking at Super Gomez, ready to become the legend once more. Fate of Two Worlds popped pretty early here from Intergalactic, not getting a ton immediately. It is going to force out Fate of Two Worlds on the other side. I have Agamotto in over the top window. It's huge. 2 immediately falling.
The Vanguard, so big. Clobbering time followed up by the Eye of Agamotto, but they still want to commit Sentinels. I mean, they're still pretty healthy. They want to drop the Galactic Legend. Senior Hoff on the Wolverine. He can do nothing. They're shooting him from the high ground. What can he do? He's got claws. He can do nothing from the high ground, from the low ground there. But Doom gonna pop the Goddess of Death. And okay, this is gonna clean up this fight. They're gonna get to move the cart. They need a stagger. They need a stagger so badly here on the Hogs, because the issue now is that they've used so many ults. They've used so many ults here. They are going to get the stagger on the Hogs. And they're going to get the portal tech. They're doing the portal tech. Look, Window dropping the portal tech, making sure they can't effectively contest. He counter portals Kaluj. They can't get in here. They can't use the portal to touch point.
Portal comes on out, but they have to watch out for Kaluj, the final boss of finishing off the payload. Drops the Eye of Agamotto. Doesn't quite result in much offhand. I mean, I think it might have been the result of Senior Hoff dying, but Intergalactic, they lose Window towards the end. Off some of the pressure from Rising on the Goddess of Death. 2 down, and only a minute left here of Ast. Intergalactic doesn't have many more shots at trying to get the first point.
In fact, aptly named, they have the last stand. They had the last stand with a minute left. I mean, I think this is the issue here is that, like, the Wolverine's such a strong pick, but if you're just not able to deal with these duelists on the high ground, on the vertical differentials, and just find an early pick, I mean, Senior Hoff is doing nothing. He's just staring up in the sky as nothing occurs. There's the flank. Senior Hoff goes to the high ground, trying to find one. The Soul Drainer doesn't get the Pharaoh Leap. I mean, cooldown's down, so now it's round 2, looking for anything.
He was looking for the rooftop grab, doesn't get it, but still, last stand on deck, getting into the fray of things, looking for the right time. They use that decisive ultimate. Hasn't popped it here just yet. Both teams still at full strength. Gods of Mischief used here from Nuck. Fate of Two Worlds in. And there we go, clobbering time.
It's big. Can they find anyone? They're not able to get anyone just yet because Fidel holding on to the Fate of Both Worlds. I mean, you're still looking for the last stand. Senior Hawk still slashing. Needs anything. I have Agamotto. We need something to happen here, Intergalactic.
Absolutely no one is dying right now, but finally, the last stand gonna come out from Senior Hoff. He ends up giving his life, and it's only for the Hela. Only Hela ends up falling here. Super Gomez in over the top, Galactic Legend laying down the damage. Sentinels wanting to end the map here and now. And it's looking like they might just do it. Time has run off the clock. We are in full-on overtime. Intergalactic looking for anything to stay alive as Super Gomez dives into the back. The Blaster Barrage. Luna Snow in his sights as the rest of Intergalactic just getting chunked down one by one. The hold, it's done.
And just Super Gomez, I mean, just in general, the duelist for Sentinels, the heroes there, the absolute heroes, I mean, just keeping so much pressure, and there's just no answer. There was no answer. Senior Hoff on the Wolverine just simply couldn't ever find the chance to use the last stand. Didn't hit a Pharaoh Leap to find someone. And if you're going to be on the Wolverine ZP, especially in that last like 2-3 minutes, you just needed some value. And it's not easy. It's really not easy. It's not like Senior Hoff's a bad player at all. It's just really, really hard when you're playing into a comp where 2 people are in the sky the whole time.
You know, they're drawing up the plan. They're just like, okay, so what do you want me to do as Wolverine? Oh, you want me to, I get one chance of the Pharaoh Leap too? Oh, and you know, sometimes it works out and it's very flashy, and other times you just kind of leap over a building and you hope for the best. The best did not happen in this case.
No Magneto bubble makes it no fun to play Wolverine, and you got to be thinking that Star-Lord Protect came into play at the end of that game. Sentinels now move up 3-1 Avast. They're on match point, 1 game away from $1,000.
I mean, it's looking like they were the team to beat. We made the right call here for the first fight night. We definitely made the right call. Sentinels looking extremely strong, extremely flexible, and Star-Lord definitely finding, I think, his place in the meta more and more. We've seen teams in EU and OCE just using Star-Lord more and more, just recognizing, oh wow, it's really, really good to be really fast and really high up in the air.
Generally good things.
Some of the highlights. ZP, I did want to ask one thing. Are you seeing as many ultimate combos from these NA teams compared to what you saw from VP and, of course, the EU squads?
I think in NA, more than anything else, a lot of it is crimes of opportunity. Obviously, you go far enough back, we did see some great Strangling Prison into Horn combos, right? Where you're just locked in and all you can do is look up and see a whale just coming to end you. But more than anything else, I think the key driver here, especially, it's things like Doctor Strange, right? Where you see Kalush continually just scanning the terrain, looking for the right opportunity to do a drop-down Eye of Agamotto to set everything else up. Oh, come on.
There it is.
Sorry, no, we had to show it twice. Do you want it slow-mo next time? We can slow it down even more.
Yeah, maybe you can get it reverb on the audio.
These Kalush eyes have been so annoying as well. If you're into Galactic, there's nothing worse than just pausing for 2 seconds while he whips you in the face. Awkward pause. Thanks, ZP. Okay. No, it's fine. It's totally fine. We'll wait.
You know, I thought it was ZP's turn. I thought it was ZP's turn to talk, honestly. I thought it was ZP. I want ZP to hear more of his dulcet tones.
You and I, same page. ZP will get there eventually. Just week 1. Can't expect perfection on our first show. What we can't expect, though, is Fozix, who just jumped into the stream to hit the follow button. Finzi's friends are all showing up as Iceland awakens with the sun. Avast, it has been a fantastic show. We are about to hit the 8-hour mark. What has been the highlight of the tournament so far? I'm not ready for it to end right now.
I mean, definitely clocking out of my Park Ranger shift to come cast it has been big for me. But also, more importantly for that, I think just seeing the breadth of the comps and seeing kind of the evolution of the meta. Where I remember way back, everyone's like, guys, what if everyone just placed triple strategist and triple vanguard. What if it happens? No, it's fine. Triple vanguard can still happen, but we're not getting triple strategist quite as much. And seeing, I think, also Starlord being a continuing big addition to the meta, and just seeing the flexibility of these players. I think that's the strength of Marvel Rivals right now, is we don't have hero limits. We don't have role limits. How do you experiment? How do you change? How do you evolve as a team? And Sentinel's showing that here, that you can push the limits a bit of, like, ironically, of what can your team do? How much flexibility can we have? And you're really seeing the benefit for, like, players like Super Gomez, who's playing Starlord, playing Thor. It's really nice to see.
Yeah, and I love that you can flip it up mid-game as well. You're not locked in to a specific role for the entirety of the game. It is very fluid, and we see it change depending on different checkpoints. ZP, we're going into the path once again. Is this all going to be air creatures? Are we going to see everyone grounded with more tanks? The Vanguards rolling 3 deep? What do we expect to see here as Game 5 is loading in?
I think what we expect to see here is probably both teams running Thing, just because the first choke point here on Path is absolutely brutal. You need something to create a little bit of chaos in there and not let a team just set up in a spot that's very hard to flank, very hard to actually get good damage into. The thing I would like to see, and I mean, there's a pun here, I can't avoid it, it's where we've gone, would actually be the take out the Thing in the beginning here, because I do think of the two teams that Sentinels gets way more mileage out of it right now than I think Intergalactic has. And, you know, just change things up a little bit. You're facing elimination in the next map. If you had anything to try on a whim or any just gut guesses, now is probably the time, because if you lose here on Path, that's it. You don't get a second chance.
I would bust out the Thing too. Diet Coke has ZP going wild as we are approaching the midnight hour of Vast. I was just promised in the chat, don't worry, this is going 7. So tell me the comeback story. I'm an Intergalactic fanboy. I have my jersey on. I made it myself while the show started. What do I need to see?
I mean, well, you definitely need to see, if you're going to keep trying to play Wolverine, which it's happened multiple times now, you need to get value. You're going to maybe pop a Magneto with the Wolverine to get the bulwark, you know? But also sometimes we've been seeing that ban occur, so you haven't been able to get Magneto to get paired with it. That's one. If you're not going to be playing Wolverine, you definitely need some options to shut down Super Gomez, whether it be the Thor, whether it be the Star-Lord. You just can't be letting Super Gomez give us value. And a shout out to the Thing again, because Hogs on the Thing has really been giving a ton of value. You've been seeing, like, the embattled leaps giving you, sometimes you're the most amount of damage mitigated in the entire lobby, because you get that damage reduction sent to all of your teammates there. You're constantly pressuring into the backline. You're dropping clobbering times to force cooldowns, to force ults. So they need an answer to the Thing. They either need to find a comp that's going to work to punish the Thing, which is hard, or you need to make sure that you're playing comps that Super Gomez can't get constant value, and which might mean maybe no Wolverine anymore here for Intergalactic.
I see the Sentinels asking the real question. Why is Crimzo afraid to bring out the quad Vanguard dual strategist comp, ZP?
Look, Crimzo has seen some stuff in the hero shooter genre, and I think he knows a little bit of something about opening Pandora's box. Crimzo is not going to be responsible for a meta-destroying catastrophe. Yes, I think Crimzo, he's all about fair competition, fair play.
Good guy.
Look, man, for Vanguards, no. We're not going there just for the good of the game. I think, Crimzo, he's just kind of a steward of what's good like that. And you got to respect Crimzo, and also all the energy he derives from his wide collection of baseball caps. Very
okay, Groot banned, Magneto banned. Now we're going to protect Star-Lord and Wolverine. No Bucky this time around, okay?
Interesting. I mean, Magneto's gone again, so it means obviously there's no bubbles that are going to be possible. There's no bulwark that can come out. Groot being gone is not unsurprising here, because Groot is very, very strong on Path. Impunity obviously been very good on the Groot. And of course, no else but the Thing protected, because we got to have Hogs on the Thing, of course. And it's really just a question with the last ban, because I feel like this is just matching up to be like, okay, no Wolverine, like probably a very standard composition potentially, minus the Magneto.
Collusion Strange is going to pop off. I'm calling it now.
Right heroes could make
Yeah, I do
all
wonder
the
about that. When you talk about potential bans, one thing I was going to bring up is that I do think banning Strange might not have been the worst idea, just because, I mean, look, I don't think Collusion is necessarily bad on other heroes, but I think it's clear just from what everyone knows, especially anyone that's like followed Collusion so far in his run up in Marvel Rivals, is that he's probably better on Strange than most of the other characters I've been playing, and the results with good Eye of Agamotto plays have been really hard to argue with. However, I do really like the Protect on the Winter Soldier here, just because the most variability I think you're going to get in Marvel Rivals also comes off Winter Soldier play, where even if you feel like you might be a little bit below the other team, you never know what's going to happen in any given team fight, and the fact that you just need one good pick with your Kraken Impact to break a fight wide open, regardless of what else is on the other team. So I actually think even still, if you're a team that's a little bit the underdog, I think you want to run Winter Soldier v Winter Soldier if it makes sense.
Game on, here we go. Will Sentinels close it out and become our first NA Rivals Fight Night champs? Or are we going the distance? Galactic, start the rebound right now. I believe in you, Avast.
Well, I'm already shaking in my boots here a little bit. Not just because of Puckett's excess belief, but because Sentinels, what do I see here? Heartbreak emoji, Super Gomez on the Star-Lord. Heartbreak emoji, there it is, on path. We've seen it before. Gonna be up in the skybox. Looking to put a lot of pressure. Intergalactic, they need to have some answers here.
The interesting thing, too, is that you banned the Hela, and obviously part of it is that Rymazing has been playing the Hela, where, by the way, speaking of new compositions, 3 strategists coming on out. Kurova, Rymazing, Aramori. And Rymazing kind of freelancing on probably a more damage-oriented Mantis, something you've played a lot, actually, Avast.
Mantis, I mean, essentially functions as almost another duelist there. When you have the allied inspiration, you can damage boost your allies. You can also damage boost yourself. In return, you have the Spore Slumber to sleep people. So, I mean, there's really a lot of options and utility here for the Mantis that, on top of that, her primary doesn't have fall off. So it's essentially just another duelist.
Kraken Impact out early, Hogs down. Blaster Barrage, though, in from Super Gomez, who's getting all the healing in the world. Probably also going to be getting Mantis support buffs all game long. You have Dooms right now on the Winter Soldier looking for something. Instead, it's going to be Fate of both worlds coming on out. Both teams doing a little bit of dancing right now. A lot of ults on deck for Sentinels in the moment. I have Agamotto out from Cluj. No one down yet, though, for Intergalactic in turn. Instead, it's going to be Super Gomez using that Adam Warlock Resurrection to come right back into play.
And Sentinels, I mean, using the Adam Warlock to keep the sustain up. I mean, when the heals may not be amazing, but they still have plenty of heals as the clobbering time comes out for Impunity. Galactic Legend out, but Regeneration Domain is up, which means it's going to be very hard to punish some of these players. They need to take it down. They need to let Super Gomez get some value. There's going to be the charge coming on in, trying to immobilize some. They aren't going to find anyone, but it is going to be Impunity finally caught. And the triple strategist here, ZP, is just keeping so much sustain for Sentinels, where Intergalactic, they just need to find a pick. They need to get Senior Hoff to the backline for something, because they can't just be playing here.
Can we talk about Hogs just playing Bouncer right now? Intergalactic willingly puts themselves in a room that they have to portal to get out of, because Hogs is just sitting there punching the doorway repeatedly. And the portal,
I mean, he's literally a sentient boulder. What are you supposed to do? How are you supposed to get past that?
Yeah, like, everyone runs from the Galactic Legend. The Galactic Legend basically is used as a credit card for positional advantage, and then Hogs just walks and blocks the doorway. Doesn't move.
The walks and blocks. I like it. Coming up with some combos there. The walks and blocks right there. I mean, Intergalactic here, the ult bank still pretty strong for them. I mean, they're going to have the Hornet Proteus. They'll have the God of Bishop. So they have a Kraken Impact. They have some options to get some picks, but they just can't be letting them lose all this position, because as soon as the position is lost, that's where the triple strategy gets the most value CP, because they're just getting the damage boost. They're getting the CC. They're getting all the damage here coming out from the thing, all the damage mitigation as well for his team. So they need to let their double duelist try to make some space for them.
Yeah, I mean, you go into this next fight, all eyes have to be on Doomed, who opens up. Bionic Arm forces out early Agamotto, Kaluj, Fate of both worlds out for both teams. Both teams still super healthy, but there's the first reset, and here comes Doomed. After taking down Aramori, that might just be it. No extra resets there. Instead, Kurova in the backline. Aramori back into the fight. Ult just,
I mean, that team up so strong there for Adam Warlock CP. I mean, Armory goes down, gives the regenerative cocoon so Armory can make it back, and still staying alive here off that Karmic Revival. There's going to be the Galactic Legend. Can they find anyone? The Legend of the Deep use. There's the clobbering time too, but no one dies. But also, I mean, everyone just kind of sustaining right now. Super Gomez continues to find picks. Just so much pressure here, so many heals. The damage boost, it's just so tough for Intergalactic.
Well, the damage ends up coming to an end, but guess what? You use the cocoon, you're right back in there. That's the upside of being Star-Lord with an Adam Warlock, and the pressure continues. Sentinels keep the convoy moving forward. Second point is theirs. 4 minutes left to go here in our match point game, as Sentinels look to be the first champion of Rivals Fight Night North America.
And definitely not as dominant as the VP match was earlier today in EU, but looking still very, very strong here for Sentinels, winning a potential, potential match point option here to be our first Rivals Fight Night champion. As Sentinels hold on to both Vanguard ults, holding on to the Agamotto, holding on to the clobbering time. Intergalactic making the swap to Sneerhoff to Squirrel Girl here for the last point of the path, which, to be fair, it's very enclosed. You do get to build ult, that Squirrel Tsunami very, very quickly. So, I mean, maybe that extra damage is just what they need.
And you can say you hit them with your nuts.
Okay, thank you, Bucket. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, but yeah, I mean, you can't help but not get damage here in this situation, right? Like, the slingshot's gonna hit something. Fate of both worlds, though, out. Both teams jockeying for positioning as it fades. Life, pretty even across both sides. Window, though, Eye of Agamotto, gotta be looked for here. Into the front it goes. Window, is the setup gonna be good? Regeneration Domain used in turn, but it's still not enough to save Kaluj. Not quite in it. However, you got Kurova, pops his ultimate in turn, brings everyone right back up. The fight's just not ending.
I mean, however, the Karmic Revival here right in front of everyone. They have to make sure not to go down to the Galactic Legend. There's the Regeneration Domain. Everyone's going to live here for right now. Unlikely Super Gomez going to be able to chase as, there's the live stream keeping them up. A lot of heals coming out here from the Adam Warlock, but Intergalactic still holding strong. However, they don't have any ults. They have to be very, very worried of these Vanguard ults for Sentinels.
Yeah, particularly Kaluj. I mean, yes, Hogs has had great clobbering times, and okay, check the time. It's clobbering time. Moves on in, drops the Eye of Agamotto, and it's a full team wipe. Just completely.
Oh, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. ZP. Here comes the portal tech. They're not gonna be able to get out as long as it doesn't screw it up. I mean, they just can't get out of spawn. They can't get out of spawn now. This is so sad. It's actually so sad. I mean, I don't
has revoked your right to play the game.
Time. It might be just on the edge, but I mean, it's like, what, 20 seconds? Like 10, 20 seconds? Yeah, it's not going to be enough. It's over. I mean, and no timelines does Intergalactic. Doctor Strange just scanned them all. Kaluj just looked through them. There's no timelines where they get out of spawn. There's just zero.
That just is the way of ending the game, not with a bang, but with a whimper, where you just walk out and be like, I guess those spawn doors don't work anymore, do they? As Kaluj goes, no, they don't. That's what happens. Drops the Eye of Agamotto for what was a full round winning play, and they did that with plenty of time left too, Avast. So Intergalactic tournament life on the line. What's at stake is not only $1,000, but the right to be the defending team in the next Rivals Fight Night. So there's a lot of benefits to staying on top, not just the prize money.
100%. I mean, status, power, prestige. Everyone's called the lowly masses calling out, looking, oh, Sentinels. The Cloud Org becoming even more clouded, collecting it up like a clout black hole past the clout event horizon.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
It's what you need. It's what people fight for. Fight Night, a lot of things going for it, but the clout, one of it. But look in here. This is all the pressure in the world of Vest. I mean, look, you've been here as a competitive player before. Back in your days before, certain presidents of gaming might have said, perhaps you should be vice president, which is code for not playing. You're in the spot as Intergalactic. You have a long way to come back in and a tough time to beat. What do you do?
I mean, I want to see just something crazy. Like, I mean, maybe even more Squirrel Girl. I mean, even in that last fight with the double Vanguard ult there for Intergalactic, I mean, they had Senior Hop obviously on Squirrel Girl, not doomed in that case, but it was just almost value because they were able to get the root. They were able to just like lock Hogs in place, couldn't use the clobbering time, but Kaluj still unfortunately able to go past, drop the Agamotto now that the CC was done. And it looks like that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna stay on the Squirrel Girl here. And this point, this map in particular, very, very strong for her hit. She's able to get a lot of damage, hopefully get more, as Doomed already getting Super Gomez, playing very, very aggressively here in the front line.
Wouldn't necessarily expect the Star-Lord to be the first one to get brought low by the slingshot, but hey, sometimes it just works that way. Early man advantage here for Sentinels, or rather for Intergalactic, and they just get to keep the pressure on. But okay, as I say that, Super Gomez dives backline, everyone is dead. That was right-facing everyone in there at the same time. Blink and you miss it.
And it's just so hard. And also the downside here for the Squirrel Girl, there's multiple downsides. One, obviously it's tough to fight into the fight flyers there, but sometimes your acorns are so explosive it doesn't matter. Two, you give an incredible amount of strategist ult to Sentinels, especially when you're playing triple strategist. Those acorns are absolutely just filling up their bars. As Kurova, oh my gosh, with the Cosmic Cluster, no, that's not a serial, that is the secondary fire. And already just going to be getting another pick. And that's the advantage of the Adam Warlock too. On top of the team-up ZP, which you've highlighted before, you have a lot of damage from the Mantis and Adam Warlock, which is typically why they run together, because you're getting just their utility plus an incredible amount of damage.
Honestly, now I just want cereal. After you said a Cosmic Cluster in that way, I mean, that just brings me back as like, it would make sense. But here we go, Hogs, clobbering time. Super Gomez down. Intergalactic looking to make things work. They drop the Squirrel Tsunami. However, Super Gomez brought right back in. Karmic Rebirth from Kurova. Sandal still at full strength. Guess what? Kalush has Eye of Agamotto. He's going to drop it in over the top. His fall through going to be there. Kurova able to get down one. This is going to be enough. Those Intergalactic comes on in. God of Mischief, Fate of Two Worlds. And now it's Sandal stuck in the doorway.
The ults are gone here a little bit. They just have to make sure that Super Gomez fought. What an amazing Maelstrom of Madness there with the Coco Levitation. They're still going to make it out, try to find a pick here. There's a lot of damage on the field, and they do. And that's what's so brutal about this comp for Intergalactic is that, yes, they have a ton of damage for Doom, but they don't have a lot of necessarily finishing power. And as soon as they break out of a choke, I mean, all of Sentinel's players with the triple strategist, they can all get a limbs. They can all get picks. There's so much damage on the field there that there's really no safe angle.
Got to remind you of the stakes here. Sentinels about 2 fights away on this first point from being the first champions of Rivals Fight Night North America. Here on our first broadcast day, Intergalactic running out of time, running out of opportunities. Both these fights mattering a whole lot of Vast as the setup continues. Sentinels, though, might be clobbering time once more as Hogs goes on in, seizes the opportunity, drops some punches. Is the fall through going to be there? They get one.
The follow through is more than enough, and just as terribly there for Windows. On top of the fact they were getting stunned from the clobbering time, they had the anti-heal from the stacks of Dark Magic, so they couldn't even get healed. During that fight, which maybe could have turned it. And Sentinels are so willing to take these aggressive fights, not just because of the ults, but because if they lose one, okay, we have the Adam Warlock passive, the Regenerative Cocoon, bringing people back alive, and it's just brutal. It's absolutely brutal here to deal with that aggression, even if you're down one.
Final opportunity for Intergalactic. Tournament life on the line. Right now, we see Doom going in on the Star-Lord, looking for any early pick. Galactic Legend ready. Blaster Barrage to open things up. Fate of Two Worlds from Fidel. Intergalactic trying to make something happen. Sentinels, though, a full war chest ready to respond. Gonna have the Soul Resurgence in here from Raimazing. Sentinels moving forward. What is the next shoe to drop? Kalush has the Eye of Agamotto ready. They get second lives here with the Karmic Rebirth. Intergalactic, though, still just looking for their first pick. We are in overtime, Sentinels. What do you have? Emery, God of Mischief is down. Window, Eye of Agamotto on the cart. Impunity, though, is dead. The fall through, not necessarily there. Karmic Rebirth coming on in. Super Gomez, Galactic Legend, takes down Window, takes down Doomed. This could be it. And how fitting would it be if Gomez is the one to put it away as Sentinels on the verge. They are your first champions of Rivals Fight Night North America.
0, 2, 3.
And Sentinels, I mean, they're showing the strength, showing how flexible they are, and showing just the breadth of their comps. I mean, they played triple Vanguard, they played double Duelist, they ended the series on triple Strategist. I mean, everything under the sun that you could imagine, within reason, maybe no Mr. Fantastic, but still, like, all the picks you could imagine came out here for Sentinels, and it showed that everyone excelled in their roles, and really just the driving force behind that was just continuing to allow Super Gomez to just flex to whatever he wanted to flex to.
It was ridiculous flexibility, but also, I mean, similar parts across the board. I think the Star-Lord, probably the most consistent part, but you know who else was consistent, whether scripted or not? Puckett. At the end of our broadcast, and Sentinels,
we
they brought
made it. Yeah, 9 hours of fun working on the very first Rivals Fight Night. We're finishing right before midnight, right before 6 a.m. over there in most places in Europe. Shout out to everyone who tuned in, and a big shout out to the Sentinels. We saw Adam Warlock, Mantis, and of course Star-Lord making their way through. The Cocoons, very exciting, but kind of comes down to the auto aim. Vast, can I do anything else other than just like float up as Strange and explode my belly on someone? Because I felt like Window made the play of the game, and then the rest of the squad just rolls over him.
I mean, unfortunately, it's just, there's a lot of pressure for that triple strategist comp when you're playing Warlock, when you're playing Mantis. I mean, everyone just playing their parts expertly. And then Aramori, of course, on the ever-present Loki. Even when you get a pick, you have the reses coming out from either the Karmic Revival, or because Star-Lord and Mantis both get that passive, they're going to get the Cocoon. They're going to hatch again as a beautiful butterfly. And it's just simply not enough to get one pick. You need multiple picks. You need extra pressure. You can't let them come out, because then as soon as they get the pick, they res someone, they make it back out, and they have tons and tons of damage to punish you.
Big shout out to everyone in the chat. We're not done. Right now we have to crown our MVP for North America. He goes by the name of Super Gomez. playing everything but the Star-Lord most recently. Let's take a look at some of his best moments. Avast, you are being the analytical man. It's not just the highlights, the multi-kills in the kill feed. What does Gomez bring to the Sentinels?
And he's not alone in this by any means, but flexibility. I mean, we saw the swaps coming out. We saw Gomez play a variety of different whether it be the Winter Soldier, whether it be the Star-Lord, whether it be the Thor, and all those were crucial in the comp that was being played in terms of just the value that they played there. And most of them still revolved around a player that you want to do a lot of damage, a lot of damage. They're hitting their shots, and I think that Super Gomez, it definitely fits the bill for that.
I think a lot of it too had to be positioning, right? He was playing heroes where you have to have good game sense, right? If you've played anytime Star-Lord, you know that not every time is a good time to flank. You flank at the wrong time, it's going to end in your demise relatively quickly, right?
Yeah.
Same deal when you're doing Winter Soldier. You want to be a little bit sneaky for your bionic arm plays. And when you do hit a point of doing crack and impact, you have to time it properly, because if it's at bad timing, well, you're not going to hear again. The only again you're going to hear is the sound of you going back to spawn, right? So Super Gomez, I mean, just really, really good game sense that I would commend, even above the aiming that we saw.
I gotta say, Rivals Fight Night, probably the best show on Twitch without a sponsor. If you got money, it is now time to get in. RivalsFightNight.com has a donation link. And I saw someone ask, when will Sentinels face off against Finzi and the Great Virtus Pro? Not until we get a prize pool of $5,000 community raised. I'm going rogue, ZP. We're gonna make shit happen here in this Rivals universe, because this is just too fun to watch. Looking back, there's nothing but strengths across the board on Sentinels. Huge shout out to everyone from Intergalactic. I don't think we're done seeing them, but Avast, there's plenty more squads from NA who deserve a shot on the show. Who do you want to see?
I mean, everyone's been saying it. It's, of course, it's got to be Mutants. I mean, also Team Envy just did pick a very interesting squad, but I feel like we're all, on our side, at least on the broadcast side, we really want to see Mutants for the next one. Hopefully, we would love to see them play. They've done great in some of the smaller tournaments that have been occurring more frequently before this. So that's a team to watch out for to hopefully join us in the Rivals Fight Night.
I love that call out. For those of you who just got here, you're bummed the show's over. Don't you worry. We're going to be restreaming this thing constantly. You can always find us. We're going to have a Fight Night VOD channel. And of course, all of the VODs are available instantly over on youtube.com/Rivals Fight Night. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, thank you all for watching. ZP, this was your baby. This was your project. What do you want to say to the community?
I just have to say thank you so much for everyone who tuned in, all the amazing co-streamers we had today, whether it be Seagull, whether it be Boger, Shroud, anyone who I may have missed. Like, thank you so much for the support. Thank you to the teams and players for being so helpful and getting this all done, dealing with so many DMs and just everything in the run-up. You know, it's always stressful to put on a new show, but honestly, really happy with how things went today and just very appreciative of all involved.
Hit the follow button on your way out. Avast, keep an eye on those squirrels for us. Well done, Park Ranger.
Thank you so much. I'm going to keep it up.
All right, love you guys. That's it for us tonight. We'll catch you next week, Thursday night, 3 p.m. Zara call time. We're live at 4 Eastern. See you then.